Who are you here to see?
I just say Toro is the best carry in the world and no one can win him.
Damn, the best carry? Are you serious? What about Sumail?
No. He's old.
He's old. He's old. What about Team Liquid?
Just old.
Old? Yeah, all right, I give it to you. You give it to me real, baby. That's what we're talking about. That's a Chinese Dota fan right there. Thank you, my friend. Old. And look who we found, a TI staple. Hello again, my friend.
How's it going, Slacks?
Good, good. How many TIs is this?
Jeez. 12, 13?
The 13th TI came all the way to Shanghai. From where?
U.S.
The U.S., my friend. You have
doorstep.
You've journeyed far. You always have great predictions at every one of these events. Who do you think is taking it today?
I want to see a classic Liquid lower bracket run. The harder they fall, the faster they get back up.
That's what I'm talking about. I can't disagree with you, baby. Liquid through and through, my boy. Thank you very much. It's so good to see you. 13 TI.
Always good to see you, Slacks.
Come on. Thank you, bro. All right, guys. Well, so many fans coming out here to China to represent early in the morning. We're going to have a fantastic day today. By the end of the day, we are going to know the final teams left in the International. So I hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you all soon.
And he mentions the predictions in shambles, and yes, they are in shambles. There is actually only 0.2% of you guys at home that have this correct, which, you know, is not terrible. I believe maybe last year nobody had it right at this point, but 0.2%. If you're one of those, congratulations. Also, it's like no, there are two talent people that still have everything correct, which is very impressive. But I do want to talk about the bracket. Let's bring it up on your screens because, Rhea, this bracket, it's playing out somewhat nice here.
That's the fun part about everyone getting their predictions wrong for the most part, is that you just don't know who's going to win. I think the games have been fantastic so far. The amount of, we had every series went to game 3 yesterday, which just goes to show the competition. I think as well, the long game length. Usually, I think in past TIs, it's kind of boring sometimes when it goes for so long, but I genuinely have really actually enjoyed how long they're going, because I think the way that items now scale in the meta and like the way that neutral items come in and into play, it's like you're always looking forward to that next big spike.
Yeah, we have the average TI game lengths for you here historically. I was actually surprised to learn that TI1 Winter still had a very long average game time there, but this is the longest TI time. And yes, we put TI15 on there twice because that's just how cool it is.
Makes the graphic nice.
It does.
Akiva, back then we only had braces on supports, and now we have Four-star, Dagger,
Wind Waker, Greaves.
What a time to be alive as a support.
What a time to be alive with these type of results as well. Is there any major surprise you saw yesterday, Tigo?
A major
surprise, putting you on the spot right there.
Woo! I guess major surprise yesterday was Iron Wing underperforming so heavily. I feel like they probably could have done a lot better. I think Enigma Galaxy putting such a big fight against Yandex. It kind of felt like maybe they were going to have a series where someone goes, no, this is now your time to stop, but they truly are fighting to the point where I'm like, you know what? They are a true contender. I was still a little bit of a skeptic before the series, but after that series, I'm like, you know what? The Dota they were playing was absolutely beautiful, especially in that game 1. It was just immaculate Dota getting played. So yeah, I think between those two, they're the big ones for me.
I need more black holes where the Vi has time to make an emote at the camera afterwards. I think that's iconic. I think that's awesome, and I hope we're going to see more of that. There's also an interesting development here. Of course, we have a lot of, we heard it also with Slacks, we have a lot of old players here. A lot of players have already won a TI, but think of, there's a couple of players, a couple of teams rather, where there's no player whatsoever that has won a TI. Can you enlighten us?
History in the making, guys, because everyone says, oh, the Dota's an old game and everyone's got kids and families now. But no, there are 2 teams, BB and Vision, Boom Boys and Vision, that still are yet to have a single Aegis lifted on their players on their roster. So I think that alone, the fact that we have 2 teams out of the 6 still chasing a first Aegis, 10 players still chasing it, is just an immaculate idea. The fact that you can create new legacy, you can create new history here. We aren't just looking at, another one of Liquid, another one of Falcons. We really are looking at potential firsts from 2 of the teams here.
Yeah, one of those, of course, being the team that a lot of people are looking towards. Winter, how much impact do you think it has in a team to have someone on there that has already won an international?
It's tough, a lot of expectations. I think we've heard a lot of players say that they don't really want to think about it. They don't really want to, try to put a lot of pressure on themselves. But I'm sure it's there at the back of our mind. You won like Falcons, they won last year and they want to defend their title. It's really, really difficult to defend the title. And everyone wants to be the team that defends it like twice, 3 times, however the number goes. But it's hard,
It is very hard. One of those players that has already won the title and is looking to do it again is also still in the upper bracket, is Saxa with his team, Yandex Rhea. This is a player that you felt need to be talked about here again this morning.
I was very hyped by Sax's gameplay yesterday. I think he's really turned up. I'd say during the group stage when we felt like Yandex was in a bit of a slump, whilst Shiro Jr. seemed to be struggling mid lane, I think a lot of that came from the support players and how they weren't really enabling him on the map. Now, it feels like Sax is playing out of his mind, especially on this Hoodwink and this Bounty Hunter. I mean, Moran, all 3 of these supports are so good right now in this tournament, and he is just making the right plays, buying the right items, getting these Yules, setting up kills. It feels like he's all over the map and super oppressive. And I think like game 1 yesterday, even though they lost it, he was like my MVP on that Hoodwink. On top of that, it's like seeing him come into this team, he's gelled really well. He says that it's like the team environment's really great. He's able to mentor without having to draft initially. It's like, oh, thank God. Like his teammates actually listen to him. And when they have had problems, mentioning like communication points, like, oh, maybe sometimes they get, talking in their own language and he feels a bit left out. He's able to bring that in and bring the team back together and get back on track. And we can see that now with their results.
Yeah, their results don't lie. A 2-1 yesterday against Enigma Galaxy. It also means that they did lose a game, and there were some moments where it did look very good for Enigma Galaxy, and that is something Tigo wanted to highlight a little bit more. So we're going from Saxo doing really well to, I think he's gonna die in this fight.
Yeah, he is, but it's perfectly okay. Because like for me, yesterday, everyone's talking about Devi on his Enigma, but I feel like GH on IO and Laurenov on Storm Spirit, the ability of these 2 players to keep Devi alive in certain fights or to utilize his conditioning. Of course, in previous highlights, it was him like getting Lotus or tethered for the BKB Black Hole. But in this engagement, it's quite a long, drawn-out engagement. It's in the 50-minute mark. Like, you've got pits everywhere. Scardy right-clicks from Terrorblade going left and right. But the beauty of this clip is the fact that when Io and Storm die, they don't back out of the fight. Devi keeps kiting to left-hand side. He calls, guys, look at my position. I might still be able to go for a fight. And then the double buyback chase back, Yandex then get fully wiped. It's just like the concept of Nigma always looking for the opportunity, always looking for the fight, and like having this tenacity. This is the type of mindset you need to have to win games. Unfortunately for them, it did not win them the series, but the fact that in this game, they made these choices. 7 minutes later, they make the best black hole that you've probably seen in TI because of the Iron Storm saving him. It's like, these are the magical moments you look for. So I feel like that game 1 yesterday probably inspired a lot of people to think that Nigma are a true contender.
I just want to say, you said we're talking about Devi. You literally started that by saying, oh, Devi kept kiting to the left and set himself up so Necker could TP on him and bring the team back. It sounds to me like Devi's MVP.
Team effort. That's how it works here in Dota 2. Enigma Galaxy had some fantastic moments yesterday, and hopefully we're going to get more fantastic moments out of them today. But today, for them, it will be in the lower bracket. Yesterday, we already had some lower bracket games being played. And right now, we talked about players and moments and teams in the upper bracket, and maybe the pressure is a little bit different in that upper bracket. The pressure is definitely different in that lower bracket. And when players are doing well in that lower bracket, it stands out. Winter Kiritich yesterday from Boom Boys in that lower bracket. Happiest as I've ever seen him at the end of that one.
Yeah, I remember seeing him when he attended TI for the first time 3 years ago. He was like a very new carry. He had a very, very, I think, new career at that point, and he was like a very puppy player. And here today, fast forward 3 years, I think he has matured a lot. He is one of those carries that is not afraid to play for your team. He's not afraid to die. He's not afraid to go in front and tank. And like to see him being transformed from a puppy carry into a very good team-based carry, it's amazing, over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, he stood out, of course, on the winner's interview afterwards, where all those emotions were shown, but in the game as well. And keep in mind, he is the only player, I believe, that changed on Boom Boys after their last year's 4th place finish. So I feel like with that, T-Gov, maybe a little bit of extra pressure on his shoulders.
No, for sure. I feel like a lot of the Eastern European teams, the carry players are like the big names, the staples, the ones that you always look towards.
The egos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I feel like Kiritic is that kind of wholesome energy that like he will try to inspire a new generation of players, and it would be nice to see him succeed. And I feel like he has kind of helped craft this team into a successful roster that is able to find multiple top 4s, multiple top 3s. They never really got that kind of legacy run of like first place in like 5 back-to-back tournaments, but they've cemented themselves as like a contender in any series that they play.
Yeah, they are doing it maybe also in the toughest year to date. We keep hearing players talk about that this year it's been very stacked, and all these 8, now 6 teams have a chance to take it all the way. So maybe extra credit towards Kiritic and Boom Boys for being able to hold their own here still as well. And they're doing it in many different ways. There's many different strategies that we see at play. And that leaves us also to sometimes look at what they still can pull out. Rhea, as we look at the heroes that have not yet been contested, the heroes that we have not yet seen, are there any heroes in particular you still expect to come out?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, oh, you still wish would come out. And then
Oh,
I
I
had
wish
one
is
very
okay.
obvious hero in mind.
Sure.
Wait, hold on a second. It's that time of the year.
Oh, is that meatball on the screen? No, that hero's dead in the water. I don't really expect any of these heroes to come out at this point. I think
Not even the Lich?
I mean, at this point, after all the other supports we've been seeing, I just don't think Lich does enough. I do think it's like sad to see a TI without Chen. You know, I know a lot of people think he's quite boring, but to me, he's a bit of a staple of like pro play. I'm also surprised about Medusa primarily because this is a TI of like all these ranged carries, and she is usually right up there. To see her completely ignored it means that she's just in the worst spot ever. It's also like every game's going to 60 minutes. That's like Medusa time.
Yeah, and I think Winter, maybe the Bristleback also is one that we would expect to see, but it's also missing.
Yeah, the hero got nerfed a lot, and the fact that Silver Edge is very strong right now, it's a very common item. It's just very, very hard to find a way to make the hero work consistently. I think some games, maybe there's a way that you can still pick it, but I think in general, it's just very, very hard because all the carries are ranged heroes, they win the lane. And Bristleback is a hero that if he gets dumpstered in the lane, it's going to be very, very hard for the hero to come back into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of offline heroes that take priority over him as well. Anything in particular that stood out to you, Tiga?
Yeah, I feel like at least between like Warlock and Disruptor, I think these supports, of course, they got Warlock got a lot of nerfs with the facets getting removed because Grimoire was just stupid. But I feel like both of the supports have some life to them. Of course, in Dota, it's how much do they contribute to lane, how good are they in the big team fights. I feel like, again, they from the length of the games that we're seeing, these two supports should be good in the average, 46-minute duration games. But again, there must be a problem between 10 to 30 minutes. But I feel like those two heroes probably should get a little bit of life, guys. A little bit of life.
Disruptor is just weak in the laning phase. I think the problem with the hero is he only excels if your team is somewhat ahead, and he needs the carry to kind of set up for the laning phase, like a gyro disruptor, get him past the laning phase, and then you can see the power of the hero. But the problem right now is the carries are all heroes that need babysitting. They are like weak at the start of the game.
Then go for the Warlock, then that's okay. I don't mind. Disruptor again. That's why I said 2. I covered myself, all right? I had 1 weak laner, 1 strong laner, all right? I want to see 1, all right? You had your bounty yesterday. Can I please have my Warlock?
Sure, you know.
Thank you.
Well, we'll look out for it today. Yeah, that's definitely
Not
how it was
happening.
decided what was picked yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. You know, keep that up.
Yeah,
Very
they
good.
can hear us.
We can take a look at what's coming our way today in terms of teams, because we have got 6 teams and all 6 will play on the grand stage, and some might even play twice at the very end of the day. It's to be decided versus to be decided. And that's because the first 2 series are in the lower bracket and the last one is in that lower bracket too, Rhea.
Yeah, I spoke to someone from Team Liquid yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, like when do you play again? And they were like, oh yeah, we play Series 1 and then Series 4. And I was like, oh, very, very bold of you to assume you're gonna make it. But yeah, no, it's obviously they get a break in the middle, but it is very taxing, especially looking at yesterday, right? Longest day. If you have to be here for the first series of the day and then be playing until 3 a.m. in the morning, that is the biggest challenge that you have to be facing. Don't worry about Vision. Don't worry about the finals whenever that comes. Getting to the end of this day, good luck.
I mean, I just hope today's longer. I'm sorry, production.
What's wrong
I'm
with
so
you?
sorry, but it better be. I don't know.
It better be.
it-
Yesterday was 12 games of Dota 2. Some went 70 minutes.
We need 12 games, 80 minutes. Like, just think about it. If we had the longest day in TI history,
Yes.
right, yesterday,
Yes. We
that
did.
means that the players have already been tested, right? We really want to know who is the best player
no,
at TI.
no,
You know,
excuse me. The players have not been tested.
Yeah, I know.
We and the production have been tested.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's for the show. I was trying to make it cooler for
Oh,
the show.
well, today
We don't
players will
matter
be
in this.
tested.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then now the players have the chance to know what we got through yesterday. Therefore, it has to be longer. There you go. Cool. Anyway, Shiva, it was really cool. I like the idea of just long days of Dota. You heard it yesterday on the pre-show. I'm going to say it every single time. Liquid or Spirit, please have 3 games and the rest of the day be long to show us how you can deal with no sleep.
You just
Thumbs up.
want to watch the world burn at
Yep.
this one.
Yay!
I have mercy on Enigma Galaxy. They were playing
No mercy.
late.
I have
and
no
today-
mercy at the international.
Imagine if they have to play twice today.
Perfect.
I have a question though, Winter, from a perspective of a player coach. If you are playing first series and last series, and you know that there's potential 6 to 8 hour gaps in between those 2 series, which is still, it's 2 best of 3 series that are in between that, so it's very reasonable. What do? You obviously are going back to the hotel, which luckily is not too far away from where we are, so there's not too much travel time involved, and that's nice. But are you going to sleep? Are you going to rest? Are you going to eat? Are you going to scrim?
Definitely no screaming. You have to look at the numbers. You have to talk. I think talking is the most important part during the segments where you have this small little, I say small, but it's a pretty good break. You have to talk about things. You have to figure out what to do. You have to look at the numbers. I think the numbers very important. You have to see what the opponents are doing. The numbers tells a lot of your opponents, and you have to just try to figure out what is the best approach. You take a break. You need to have your coffee. You need to have your food. But talking.
Nap?
But talking is the most important part of that break.
Yeah, just let every player do what they want. Whatever makes them healthy and feel like they're going to be playing at their best, you let them do it. And then, like you mentioned, you have that conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes down because, one of Team Spirit or Liquid has to play at the very end of the day, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe it's an advantage. Maybe they get all the rest in the world to watch their future opponent go through it all. That's extra information, so that could be seen as an upside. I think this is a great upside as well, because this horn indicates that we are very soon, very ready to get started with our day. The 3rd day of the main event here at the International. We're going to cut from 6 to 3 teams. Let's get it started.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 6 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who is victorious? The battle begins.
Let's start our day with a blockbuster of a series of Dota 2. We are getting ourselves ready for Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. And these 2 teams have already faced in the group stages, and it was so close Winter. A 2-1 that worked out better for Team Spirit, of course. Before we get really into the nitty-gritty of it, do you have any overarching things you're going to look for in this series?
I think those are going to be like the supports. You know, I think the supports are going to like play a very pivotal role. I think definitely if you're asking me who's going to be like favorites, I feel like based on the games we saw, definitely Spirits are going to be the favorites here. They are the ones that have kind of, I think, figured out more things than Liquid.
They have figured out more things than Liquid. They also have more rings to their name than Team Liquid, and potentially that experience will carry them through. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit must be epic, but first, the teams.
Team Spirit.
With Carl, Collapse, Nami, Aru, and Yatoro as they take the stage here. They are the only team left that still has 2 players that are a 3-time hopeful. Can they make that dream come true? They have to continue their road here in the lower bracket. Their opponent here for this first lower bracket match for them is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
It's Mika and Nisha, Ace, Foxy, and Tofu as they take the stage to continue their lower bracket run. That's right, they were dropped down here from the very get-go, and now they're on fire to get more and to make this full run complete, to take a place in the grand finals for the 15th time for some of these players. Let's find out how they do, as there's a lot of experience on this stage between both squads. It's time to talk about who might come out on top of this one. And for that, Rhea, you wanted to first take a step back and look at Team Spirit, how they went through the group stages.
Yes, because very cool team releases vlogs about their experience,
Hey, love
and they
that.
got to talk about their group stage, which I thought was so interesting because you get to see their thoughts as they come out of each match. Obviously, they won and were winning until they finally face off against Vision and were halted there. And the way that they talked about this team was just, they were like, we were just outmatched. And it's so kind of crushing to see a team that, you know, we can expect to potentially win this tournament be like, we were just outdrafted, we were outplayed. And at least they were able to take conclusions from it. They mentioned like this team taught them about Earth Spirit in how not only is it broken, but to see how they played with it. It made it look so easy to play with for the rest of the team. The way this team kind of thinks about the game, I think Miposhka has been crucial to helping them understand their gameplay. For example, some of them come away thinking, oh, we had to play this fight better, we had to play this fight better. But he's more of a push on, hey, actually, I think our we didn't take proper advantage of our early game lead. Like they would win their lanes, but then they would take their axe and run into the jungle, the enemy jungle, and look for pickoffs, which did absolutely nothing, when instead he thinks they should put more of a focus on stacking the triangle more and then hyper farming that with their like axe and support, which gives the support a massive experience boost and gold boost too. And I think like that's how we see, for example, Team Vision playing so much better because they just have so much more net worth. They are playing more for that GPM. So I think Spirit they seem to be taking the right conclusions from their matches and should be looking stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. I think with Miposhka coming back, right? It's got Spirit without Miposhka. It felt like they lacked that ability to always perfectly dissect the situations. They lacked that kind of tenacity, the understanding of like, how do we impressive seeing the impact Maposhka has. Just someone having a conversation, like Winter was mentioning, what you do after first series, waiting for fourth series, that big break, you have to have a conversation. The value of someone contributing good conversation to a team, you don't know the value of that. You don't know what a player brings in the conversation out of the game. You can see Collapse hit a big RP. You can see Yotaro have 10 billion net worth for the billionth time of his career, right? But to have the best conversation, to understand the correct words to deliver, and that's what Maposhka can easily bring, of course, and it is interesting to see how he's going to craft that against Liquid.
Yeah, and we do have these two icons on the stage, the only two players, T, that have still got a chance of that third ring.
Yeah, and of course, they're icons because they're chasing that third ring. They play together, 1,341 times, 11th of all duos. They have the highest win rate of all duos with 1,200 games. Of course, they are playing against Boxy and Mickey, who have the most games of any duo. Like, they are chasing, that's like 1,900 games. So, of course, on the other side of the booth, it is a scary duo there. But, of course, Yotaro and Collapse, they're on trajectory to easily continue chasing Boxy and Mickey, to break into the top 10 duos, maybe even get to second place, maybe even eventually overtake Boxy and Mickey in the future. But yeah, it is just an incredible story that these two players have.
They have an incredible story on the side of Team Liquid. A lot of cool stories as well. And one of those includes the man on your screen, Boxy, and his other support, Tofu. I was going to call him his position 5, but Winter, is that even true?
Some may call them 4.5s. They have two 4.5s, or they just have two position 4s. And I think they are one of the only few teams right now in Dota that kind of swaps their supports around. Usually you don't want to do that because it destabilizes the laning phase. Your supports might be confused about what they need to do every single game, and it's kind of hard to make it a very, very common occurrence all the time. And I think this is something that Liquid wants to do initially, because they are trying to integrate both supports, which are natural position 4 players, into the team. So they figured, why not just swap them around, And we've seen more of the melee heroes on Boxy, and Tofu is playing more of the range heroes. And I think initially during the tournament here, they didn't do it as much, but towards the last 10-15 games, they've been trying to do it a lot more with the melee and range heroes here. As you can see, both players have played a bunch of games with different cores during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the cool thing with this is, like, when Liquid first made this roster shuffle earlier in the season, they were doing this based on, like, they didn't know how to craft this kind of roster, right? And then as the year progressed, they realized, wait, this is something that we can utilize to our advantage. And throughout each year, throughout each tournament, it's like, okay, now we can do this. So if we have Spirit Breaker, we can do this. If we have Tuscan, I think as much as it looks like it's a mid-tournament thing, it is something that they have slowly been perfecting over the entire season. And if there is a time to be doing it, it is at TI, when you need to try and play your best. You shouldn't put a player on a hero that they're not ready to play. We saw that earlier in the tournament. We've seen teams eliminated because of it. And I think Boxy and Tofu are in a perfect position to be able to flex lanes and play whatever heroes and roles they need between the 4 and 5.
Of course, it's also great to see Ace and Tofu get to lane together again.
True.
Yep. They're up there on the pairs as well. Like they have been together ever since the good old Hellbear Smashers day. Oh.
I think it's very important to highlight that, because I don't think you can do those swaps if the laning partners and the new laning partners, I guess, don't know each other as well as they do with Boxy and Mickey, obviously being on a team and communicating with each other for a very long period of time. And Ace and Tofu, of course, also coming from that off lane together from their previous squad on this Team Liquid, where they got split up for the first time. It's been working out for them, but we have seen them struggle here and there. And I want to talk a little bit about the type of Dota that both teams have shown on the main stage. Both routes have been very different, where, of course, it was Team Spirit TGov yesterday that was dropped to the lower bracket from Vision, and Team Liquid already dropped on day 1 by Yandex with an 0-2. How do you feel about their route to here and how they've been playing?
So at least with Spirit, I feel like their drafts are quite beautiful in the sense that they let their opponent get the heroes that they kind of want, and then they try and find ways to beat them. Like, especially in that game 2 draft against Vision, it's like you see them dying, and now take a PL, and then you have the puck, and I got my Night Stalker. It's like, please take your heroes, we're going to beat you. Again, it didn't really work out, but it feels like Spirit is ready to try and deal with the problems in the moment, whilst Liquid, they lean more towards like the comforts. Like, we want our Prophets, our Dawnbreakers, we want our, the classic Nisha, Leaners, and Earth Spirits if available, right? So it feels like Spirit's ready to answer Liquid's consistency.
Yeah, I think that's something that Nisha mentioned on the main stage yesterday as well, Rhea, where he felt comfort and therefore that was the main difference between their series against Yandex and their series against Falcons.
Yeah, I think when we see them off comfort is when it gets awkward, right? Like when they picked Spirit Breaker, it just felt so off because it ruined what we consider to be like the lane meta of this tournament, and it just didn't fit in with the heroes they want to play on the course. So, you know, got to fix that.
You got to fix that. And when you're in the lower bracket, playing on comfort is sometimes really good, sometimes a trap. Let's see which one of the two it is if we're heading into the first game.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Let's see how this one will come together. We are in the draft of game 1 of this lower bracket match between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. And for the first game, we've got Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Spirit on the Dire side. And the Bounty Hunter that we saw so many times over the last 2 days made it to an overall first ban coming out from Team Spirit. Team Spirit is the team that has got first pick, so they also up to ban it. Even though they would have had the chance to pick it, they do not want to see that in their game. Also means that Team Liquid has overall last pick, and they'll try to get some strategic advantage out of that one. Earthspirit and Lina removed from the pool as well, and I would not be surprised to see a couple of those comfort heroes for Nisha being removed, especially after he highlighted that that's the reason why the series against Falcons went their way. There's another one of his comforts already out, is the Ember Spirit. Other than those heroes, what do we want to see out of this one, Winter?
I mean, outside of heroes, I think the contrast between these two teams are going to be like the way they're going to be approaching the game. I think Liquid against Spirit, you do not want to go late against Spirit. Spirit is really good mid-late game. So you kind of want to try to step on the gas and accelerate the game. I think that should be their primary plan, and heroes like Nature's Prophet will be like on top of my head. Like you want to be able to get towers, get map control, and you want to be able to do more attacking. I think Team Spirit, they are very good at defending, but if you're Liquid, I don't think you want to be on the defending side.
But you can see from the bans, right, of Liquid, they've kind of taken 4 heroes that are very good at kind of counter-engaging to stop you from making these aggressive moves, right? Bane, Earthspirit, Tree, just exceptional heroes at just punishing bad positioning. Slardar as well to the same level. He picked up a Blink, has Shard. You are going to disappear if you're overstepping. So I think Liquid is ready to try and be aggressive with their bans already.
And that also means that with the Slardar ban, they are maybe thinking about like Invoker right away. And okay, so Spirit is just going to pick Wyvern, which is, I think, other than Bounty Hunter, this is like a very, very strong support, an upcoming support that kind of got a lot more popularity during the playoffs.
Can they puck on 9 here? Or is that a bit too greedy?
Do you like Puck?
I mean, I'm just thinking of like the classics, Liquid, Nisha, but again, it's more of an
nice.
18. Sorry, on second pick Puck. And
Good.
second phase close. Sorry, I forgot the the numbers.
Yeah.
I love numbers. Anyway, Shadow Fiend, sure, that's more of a staple pick.
Yeah, this hero's felt, I don't know, unbeatable. Whenever I watch it, the amount of farm it gets is just unreal, and the amount of damage it does also unreal. I've seen like the Nature's Prophet versus Shadow Fiend match up enough times now where I feel like Spirit could pick that one.
I mean, I don't know about like everyone, but when I play the Wyvern, I kind of always like being on the side against the SF, because Wyvern, the one thing you have, or a couple of things you have against SF is you are very good at gate ganking. You can go across the map and ganking, because SF is the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable heroes in the early game. You want to be able to shut him down. And later in the game, the Cold Embrace is great against SF. And SF is very dependent on BKB, and Wyvern has a BKB piercing spell. So I always felt like this matchup is kind of okay, you know, like I like being on the Wyvern side against SF, but as we've seen yesterday and the day before, SF is a very, very strong hero. And back to the pacing part where I said that Liquid, they have to play fast, and this is one of the fastest carry you can play in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpoint to all of that is if SF is winning its lane, then the win to Wyvern twin gate rotation won't do as much, because the SF's winning lane will already be taking the fight, already getting the kills, and then he's going to have immense farm, so...
So the secondary part of this strategy when you have Wyvern is you want to use your second phase bans to remove the bodyguards. And after you remove the bodyguards, you want to try to create a lane, a duo, a very strong duo that gives you kill opportunities against the SF. Like something like, I don't think we'll be able to see the Dawn. I think the Dawn will be banned, because Dawn is one of the Actually, no, it's Spirit, so never mind. But I'm just trying to illustrate the example where against SF, you want like a Dawn, you want a hero that can just go on him and kill him in the laning phase.
Maybe could you supplement that with something like a Nature's Prophet carry matchup where you can then TP in and...
You can
take it that
definitely
way?
do that. Nature's Prophet is really, really good at that. You TP in, you drop the treants in front of him, you kill him, you take the tower. I think taking the tower is also the second part of the plan. You kill him, but you also must ensure that you have a way to take the tower either with creeps, heroes with summons, or you have heroes with helm. So you can take the tower and remove the jungle, because the camps are the important part. You need to seize control of the camps behind the safe lane tower and in front of the tower, the 4 camps. If you can remove the tower, the SF doesn't get to farm them, then it's good for you.
But you're also describing a whole scenario where it's like you need your mid lane matchup to go well on your side, because if you have to take the tower from the Shadow King, you need to stop him doing his natural satanic Yatoro level of farm. Of course, Mickey can do it as well. Then you need your mid lane matchup to go well, because they'll TP in, they'll counter gank, they'll stop all this aggression. So again, it's the joy of the setup. Again, they're taking their time actually quite heavily with the ban from Liquid, and then Spirit, they just take away Clock and Tusk, the map moving roaming supports, which I mean, they're the most kind of obvious ones for SF, but you have to
There's
kind of
so
ban them
many
out.
heroes. I think that's what I feel when I look at these bans, because they remove Clock Tusk, and I think those give the most amount of kill potential in lane with SF. But then you still have bodyguards, you still have Undying in the pool. There's also people were using Jakiro as a substitute for a while, which also gives you kill threat in the lane. But there's also still more saves if you want to play more like that. Ringmaster still does a lot of damage in the lane, but can also protect the SF in lane. I think they have so many options.
Yeah.
And there's the Invoker you mentioned earlier with the Slardar ban.
Yeah, and Park
And
ban.
the Puck ban, yeah.
Those two heroes have very, very good matchup against the Invoker. There's still some more, like Void Spirit. Void Spirit is also another hero, which I don't know if you're going to see it, but it's also another hero that has a very, very good... Like, if you look at the stats, like, it's one of those mid-heroes that has a very good win rate against Invoker, because Invoker spells can... I don't want to say never, but usually it never lands on the Void Spirit, because you can just dodge them.
It's also cool because like Liquid's not allowing, like Spirit's quite a creative team. We already mentioned that. They have wide hero pools, and it's like, you know, we're just gonna lock in our core straight away. We don't care about like your playbook. It's like look at our heroes, try and counter us. And Spirit, they do go for the
I mean,
centaur.
it's not just really about that, you know, because when you talk about the pick sequence, we don't really generally get a chance to discuss a lot about that. But I believe during the second phase team, when you open your draft and then you go into the ban phase, you get to ban a hero in the second phase, and then you exit the ban phase into a pick.
Protecting it, yeah,
And I think those two sections during the draft, they are very valuable for you. So I always feel like if I can ever use that for picking a core, I would try to do it.
Yeah, there's not many heroes that can actually have one ban into getting the pick, but of course, because of the previous setup, it can work. So I think it's like Liquid and I think LGD, they're the ones that do this more often than other teams if they are able to do it. And in Spirit, they, again, like we already mentioned, they have the Centaur with the Helm of Dominator. That's going to be your progression. Having Stampede and any displacement to kite away from Invoker spell combo is very important. We saw that yesterday with Yandex when Malady was using Wind Wakers and Force Staff and whatever. And they go for their Bangalore. So they're not trying to flex anything, of course, because they see the Invoker, so they're happy to just
They see both
play
lanes,
matchup.
so they
Exactly.
just pick, they just pick both the cores here right away, just to make sure that they get the cores that they want to. And I really like the Pangolier here against like the Invoker matchup as well, because you get to kill off the Force Spirits. Every time when you see Invoker mid, you're always thinking about whether you can have heroes that can kill off that pesky summon. You know, he's gonna send it to deny the rune, but for Pangolier, he doesn't really care about it that much.
I like roll up as well on the shard to just kind of help disengage the combos. I do think when you pick this SF and Invoker, it does mean that you're not able to support them as strongly. Like, I think when we see SF, the drafting that follows feels quite simple. Usually we do see a lot of Centaurs because their teams are aiming to be able to buy the Ags and keep him protected, but by picking Invoker, you give that Centaur away to Spirit instead. So this hero, whilst it can be good for them, it also acts as a deny pick.
Yeah, right now Liquid, they're gonna have to look for their stun and bodyguards for the cores. They have one stun here, but they need a setup still. They go Willow plus Mirana. I guess the other top tier setup heroes are all mostly banned, and Willow is always a great support against all those Spirit mid heroes. And Pangolier, I would say, he's kind of like a Spirit-esque mid hero where you can run around and roam, and you're kind of vulnerable before you get the shot, like you mentioned, the shot. before you get the shot, you're always very vulnerable to getting killed by the Dark Wheeler.
They're going to have just nice map play with Liquid supports, because every time there's going to be an active rune, they're going to press Moonlight Shadow, they're going to go for it. Pango's going to want to go there. You're going to have Willow, you're going to get the kill potentially. If he's dead, then you can break back into the map. So I think Spirit just has to respect the importance of runes against Mirana. It's always something to be mindful. And interesting, they went for the Willow to try and counterplay the Centaur, the kind of the Stampede aspect of the fights, rather than trying to find a support to stop Pangolier during his role. And there is the Nature's Prophet from Spirit. Yeah, Liquid, they have no real body to protect still. It's kind of like...
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous here for Liquid. They have a Mirana. I guess most of the top bodies that you pick in the lane are kind of banned. And you mentioned the Undying, maybe they feel like they just didn't really want to go that route, because that would have actually been like a kind of like a decent body.
I think I like Mirana Willow though, because they both just give so much damage and kill threat to you.
Yeah, but the lane, like the focus here is the lane, because the Nature's Prophet is going to be tipping in, and you do not have the best bodyguard in the lane to protect the SF. You know, Mirana, if you're standing next to the SF, you see a Nature's Prophet tipping in when the Centaur stuns the SF. What can you actually do to protect the SF?
And what if not me plays like Techie or something, and then you have like Techies jumping in, Prophet coming in, like there's so much like...
Okay,
spook.
but then potentially they can pick a offlaner that's a little bit more self-sustaining, and then they can use the gate and rotate the supports more to help give SF that like advantage early, where they don't then feel a threat.
He needs people beside him a lot of the early game. I think if Liquid can actually do that, that would be great. But Team Spirit, right now, they definitely have the advantage in terms of being the aggressor. They have the advantage of being the white pieces here. They are going to attack the SF, and SF is a very vulnerable target. And Invoker is also not the best hero to protect the SF, because you need a lot of farm on Invoker. You want to hit creeps, you're just waiting. Oh, I have a Sunstrike kill. Sure, you know, I'm going to drop a Sunstrike. But outside of that, he's not really going to be moving too much.
So we need two more heroes here. One for the side of Team Spirit in the hands of Not Me. So the position 4. We already have one banned out, waiting for Liquid to ban the other. And we need a hero for Ace on the side of Team Spirit to offlane, as Hoodwink is the one that gets removed. One of his classics is still in Rubik, but I don't know if you
Rubik,
want to play that
SD,
here.
both are very good here. The SD with the Centaur, very good in the lane, and the SD is very good at saving against the Dark Willow and the Mirana combo. So those are really, really good options. SD is also very nice against SF, because you make illusions of him and you get his aura and you kill him.
If they do one more save, there's also Ringmaster, but I think I prefer Rubik.
I think everybody prefers...
Everyone
him.
wants the Rubik.
I will be the Shadow.
Shadow
Demon.
boring.
Yeah.
All right.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's also good.
I'm just so worried about this mid game. If your Shadow Fiend survives and life is good, playing into Moonlight Shadow and the Ghostwalk on Invoker for Nature's Prophet is like so terrifying, because he just always wants to play away from his team and teleport in. So you are so vulnerable. And the amount of like sentries, gem investment that Spirit's going to have to make is going to really cause a lot of stress right now.
They're going to be hunted.
Yeah, that's why Liquid needs a bodyguard, like something like a Mars. I know this hero is not great, but they need something to actually protect. I don't think they can go any more greedier on the offlane hero.
I'm scared, right? Like, if they go Dawnbreaker, then it's like a hero that's always waiting.
They have 3 carries.
Exactly, like you're waiting for someone to start.
You need like the Mars, because you can set up for the arrow, and it's really good with the Terrorize. It's good with the Sunstrikes. It's good with the SF Requiem. And it's good against the Centaur Stampede, you know. So I think that could be a pick to solve the problems here.
Ooh, does Timbersaw fit the bill?
It's a very different route, very similar to the Dawn. The idea with the Timber here is he wants to draw the attention away from the SF. And if you leave and gank the SF, guess what? The Timber is another carry farming away.
Yeah, and also it's like you can play the lane into the Nature's Prophet, and you don't really care about anything. Sure, there's a bit of Shadow Demon interaction into your ags, like how annoying, but you don't need to buy it. You can just go other routes. That aside, like Winter already mentioned, Ace is pretty much just going to put a massive target on his back, and after the laning phase aggression towards Mickey, he is going to try and do as much as possible to then activate the rest of the team. But Liquid, when you look about the team fight, the stuns, how do they actually make these epic late game scenarios? They've got an arrow, a bramble, a terrorize, and whatever Nisha can muster with his concoction of spells, right? So there is not a lot for Liquid to lean on compared to Spirit, where they have curse and stomps and rolls and whatnot.
I don't think Liquid can survive in the early game. I actually feel this is over their budget. This is too much.
You said laning phase is not that important, Winter.
I mean, it's mostly for the lane. I think it's mostly the Timber is mostly for the laning phase, and right now they have a tri-core setup, which is very, very greedy. they want to get to the late game, but I don't think they're going to be able to get to the late game.
Oh, spooky.
I actually feel differently. I think Liquid, especially if they can play the first like minute, maybe bring like the 2 supports to the lane and like get some early kills and inject that bit of net worth so you get like your first starting stat item. I think their lanes could be more robust than we think. And then in the mid game, I don't know, they have so much more damage. Their ability to rotate on mid is so much stronger. I think they're going to fight for runes in a really nice way. I really like Liquid's lineup.
It's a lot of focus, I feel like, than on the 2 supports on the side of Liquid.
100%. Like, so far, I think this TI is about what supports have got Wind Wakers, how they use their 4 stuffs. How many times have we spoken about this so far? And in this game with Tofu and Boxy, if your team fight isn't that strong, it's about positioning. And I think the support's positioning will be important. Are they there for the runes? Do they have the right items to keep the SF alive, to help Nisha clutch up, to give Ace the tempo he needs? So I think Liquid, they have the tools, but it's a very hard game because of the lack of stuns and kind of team fight. But they can do it if they're ready to win TI.
I have to just make sure they don't bleed too much in the early stages of the game. And if we learn anything from Team Spirit, they seem to be wanting to focus on a maybe more Team Vision-esque style where they focus on gaining a lot of net worth. I know it sounds very exciting, which might actually allow Team Spirit to have that space that they really want in the early stages of the game. Of course, it is a lower bracket. We're going to have to find out how much pressure we are going to feel when the players are on that stage and playing, because yesterday we definitely had a couple of moments. I'm looking at you, Falcons and Liquid, whereas not all spells were pressed correctly, but of course, that is all part of the competition. Let's head into game number 1, but first, some words from Coach Maposhka.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Maposhka from Team Spirit. So good to see you again. You have been in this position many times. You have seen the TI meta develop, not your first rodeo. What's it like to be playing so late in TI where all the heroes that are good are kind of known?
30 seconds to battle.
Was when I was a player, so it's of course a bit different. But no, if you say no, if you ask about like meta heroes, yes, like do we play meta or no? I mean, of course, we try to find like best heroes for every position. So, trying to adapt always. And during this tournament, we also adapt. Like we play with some heroes which we are not not used to play previously. So
perfect.
First blood! First blood. Source for the soul.
Mirana twice this tournament. They've lost both games. Hoodwink was right there. And both Boxy and Tofu have shown exceptional play on that hero. Yeah. So I wonder what gives. Like, what are they seeing in this particular hero for this game? Is it specifically because they wanted Moonlight Shadow? Because as far as I'm concerned, with the games you and I have cast, I've just been super impressed with the level of Hoodwink play and the impact that hero has in seemingly every single game. Whereas Mirana's a little bit more hit or miss.
The last series we cast was Liquid, and I said Tofu was the MVP in my book.
It was 8-0 and 22 that
Exactly. It was just an absurd performance. And you're going against a Nature's Prophet, too, so you have extra trees to work with. His root gonna get gone on now. Shadow Realm will... nice. Little juke there on the trees. Creates one just for himself. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Maybe there's a matchup against, I don't know, Wyvern or something to that effect, or the Shadow Demon. We don't get to see Shadow Demon all too often.
Yeah, it's a really good pick here, though. I think that's one of my favorite picks of the draft. Spirit, I mean, it's not a surprising pick, so to speak. They've run it before. It's just, there's a lot of upsides to that hero in this game. The panel covered it. It's good to disrupt the Shadow Demon. It's Shadow Phoenix, excuse me. Good with the Centaur. I think there's some... Actually, this is a really good game for Demonic Cleanse. We don't get to say that all that often, but I think maybe you buy the Shard this game.
Yeah.
Invoker, Willow both hate the spells, and you have a constant spell you can put on an ally. It would be really good this game. And in addition to what I talked about with the Hoodwink, I also wonder what they're seeing in the Timbersaw here. I understand the laning match with Prophet and Wyvern might be quite good, but I kind of share Winter's sentiment that this might be a little bit too greedy. You're effectively leaving the entirety of the playmaking up to a Willow and an Invoker who you know is going to go Meteor Hammer and jungle for a bit, because that's what they do literally every single game. If there were a game where you would play Boss Wax, this would be the one, and he's still not doing it. So that build is just dead. Like,
Apparently.
I can't think of a better game to do it.
Would you say it's harder execution then for Liquid? Because they don't have that, I mean, you kind of alluded to it, but they don't have the traditional initiator, right? It's just, you have this Timbersaw who's frontlining, but nobody's really starting the fight necessarily.
That's my biggest issue, is doing that. So yeah, I agree. I think in terms of execution, it's, yeah, at least it's less straightforward. As it is with Dota, though, you can kind of cover almost any weakness of any lineup through items. So as long as you get through the lanes and have a decent mid game, you can, generally speaking, cover for your issues. You can compensate with items, but yeah, that's where the Nature's Prophet for me is going to be the big test for Liquid here. Is you need to survive. If you're not behind at minute 20 or 25, I think this game can be quite stable and really good for you. And obviously, not going to question Nisha's ability to win any game on Invoker. But yeah, you need to be careful you don't get rolled.
Literally, as Laurel is playing the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, level 5 right now. Bullying Nisha a bit. You can see 25-7 for Laurel, or Nisha at 18-3. I mean, I'm used to watching Invoker just lose lane.
Yeah.
Is there any hero he wins against? Getting on and again, Laurel. Very aggressive.
Boxing him in.
Dire structures be fortified.
Gold Snap comes out, just gets the last hit for Nisha. TP coming, Swashbuckle's there. That's just a kill for Laurel. Boxy a little bit too late. He's going to get some solo XP, but my goodness. Laurel now level 6 as well, so if there's a rotation coming through, which looks like the Shadow Demon's on the way, if they can kill the Invoker again, that would be just crippling for Liquid in this mid lane.
Yeah, Laurel is going to need some resources, though. He sent out a second Clarity. The reason Nisha cold snapped him was that he had Bottle and Clarity running, and he just wanted to stop him getting more resources, but he still got enough for our last Swashbuckle, and yeah, that's the thing. Invoker, pretty vulnerable in this lane, and if you need to start pulling over support to mid, that means you are not making a single move. And as a result, I think that Spirit's side lane course will both be very happy. And of course, keep an eye on Nature's Prophet. Always the wild card in these mid moves.
Yeah.
Yatoro at any point can just show up behind Nisha. No point in Wex yet.
Good arrow. If there's going to be any follow-up here, though. I mean, at the same time, Ace is also going to be happy on the Timbersaw. I mean, I feel like in terms of melee heroes, the hero that loves solo experience the most. Laurel taking a little bit of damage from Tofu. Get back under that tier 1, though.
Yeah, it's
First illusion is the illusion, or first rune rather is the illusion.
Timber is definitely going to be completely A-okay up here alone. Even if he gets to play 1v2 against Wyvern Prophet, once he's level 5, should be just able to farm quite stably.
An easy shot.
Courtesy of reactive armor.
We've talked a bit about how Liquid are lacking the initiation, but can Spirit deal with the Timbersaw? I was going to hold that thought as Mickey. You can see Yatoro TPing in, and this is the downside of Shadow Fiend. Very, very susceptible to ganks, especially when the Nature's Prophet's in the game.
This was always going to happen, and this is going to be Liquid's big challenge in the next 10 to 15 minutes is how do you put out the fires? Because I have a hard time seeing them getting ahead. So it's so incredibly crucial that the supports have good map reads and are in the right place at the right time, because technically speaking, Spirit, if one support is missing on the map, any of the 3 lanes could be under attack. Prophet can always join. both of their supports have decent, you know, damage and utility. So, and at the same time, even if Liquid are there, what's the protection, right? Like, are you going to save the Shadow Fiend there if Mirana's there? I don't think so. Are you going to save her with Willow? I mean, maybe Willow with some good brambles can create some spacing for Mickey, but I still think either support being there would have still been a kill. And that's why if Quaswex were a thing, that would have been nice.
Indeed, Laurel taking quite a bit of damage.
So is Nisha,
For the
though.
Rolling Thunder going back right on top of Nisha as the supports have come through. The Shadow Demon Disruption makes it very awkward. Does get the connection and the kill in the end. A little bit sloppy from Spirit. And Laurel might for a double kill, will get it.
Your hopes?
Okay, actually boxing is one kill apparently.
Yeah, that disruption might have actually cost them 2 heroes. Because I think they were getting the kill regardless, but it took longer, and it gave Liquid the time to rotate in, so...
Radiant's top tower be
I
under
want to say a
attack.
rare mistake here for Not Me, who has had I would argue, an incredibly impressive rookie year at TI so far. It's been a very welcome addition to Spirit.
First game of the day, Cinderin.
Most people didn't even know who he was when he joined the team. Like, that's pretty rare to see somebody join a tier 1 team with... I mean, generally speaking, when you do get scouted, you have some tier 2 and tier 3 experience, but he did have, but...
I mean,
probably in the lower...
That's a sign of a good scene if that is going to continue to happen. We want the new blood to come in.
Yeah.
We don't want people like you just sticking around a little bit too long.
Okay. Thanks.
Escape Gaming comes to mind as Yatoro.
What is this?
Sorry, it's a little too early for the banter.
My brain doesn't work before noon.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Be careful.
The prize is mine.
Apologies to the viewers in advance for you. Brambles right on top of Yatoro. Ace is level 7. Nice disruption from Not Me, though. As they're going to try to turn this around, Rue makes his way over in addition. And Ace slowed up big time. Getting to take the swashbuckles. Another rotation from Laurel. So 4 members of Spirit come over and destroy Ace in turn.
Or not getting any of the last hits on the kills. It's going to mean that he is currently tied with Mickey for net worth. Of course, the grand prize here is not the Timber Saw, it is the tower that will be going down.
Tower be under attack. Gormless swabbies.
This is something that Winter was talking about on the panel as well. You're playing into that Shadow Fiend, you want to take the tower, and there's multiple ways of doing it. You can have something like summons or a Dawn Creep. How about both? We've got Treants and the Hellbear Smasher currently working for them. I think it's just a matter of time before Yatoro's next move will be in that bot lane, and if that's successful, you're losing a second side lane tower for sure. No shot Liquid defend that if the move is successful prior.
Yep, and Collapse going for, I want to say, the EWC standard build, which is Helm directly into Heart. So he's going to be very, very farm this game if he's able to get that at a good time.
Notice.
I mean, I would expect him to go for that later.
Yeah.
I mean, these games, we've seen games go very long in this tournament.
Bottom tower be under attack.
That's why I'm questioning why people are not just going Heart second. If you know it's going to go late, as long as the game's not out of control, which right now it's very even.
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
Sport dividends later. Again, when you do have that profit, even ganking a little bit out of the way places becomes a lot easier.
Tofu, okay. Gonna be just fine. Nisha comes over, gets the tornado. Starstorm from Tofu as well. Not Me is definitely dead. Laurel does have to be a bit careful. He's shadowed by Collapse on the Centaur. Does not want to fight. He's just posing a big fat present.
Yep, that's the bottom tower with his Dawn Creep. Happy. But I think so far, 11 minutes in, probably rather happy if you're Liquid. With the fact that this hasn't been worse than this. Only the 4 kills. Sure, you've lost the 2 side lane towers. That was probably going to happen, but all 3 of your cores are at a very competitive net worth. Nisha being the bottom of them is maybe not the best sign, but it's Invoker. He's about to take Meteor Hammer. And, oh, I was about to say they have some stacks, but there's another guy who wants a piece of that.
I mean, I think the panel also mentioned, but one issue with Invoker this game is there's no real good Sunstrike setup, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you get the arrow, which they don't have really a great setup for that, it's like Bramble, yes. but
That's not the easiest.
that would have been one way to get Invoker a little bit more farm in the early stages of the game.
I'm surprised they gave the stacks to Timber, actually. I don't know if that's the right choice in this game. I think he was slated to just have a free farm time up top for quite a while regardless.
But it's Ace.
It is. He loves creeps.
Who is Ace if he does not take all the farm in the jungle? As
Radiant's middle tower be under attack.
always playing these thick boys. Timber saw no exception to that. Laurel looking at presence to this tier 1 mid. Nisha spotted Root, looking for the opening. Gets the slow to start, but not going to commit to anything. Mango's pretty low, actually. Might have to use the Rolling Thunder here pretty soon. They're going to try to get the Sunstrike, but the Disruption's going to dodge basically everything. Laurel doesn't have mana right now to use the Rolling Thunder, but Nisha extremely low. Shadow Realm available.
That was
for some damage
really
onto
good
Laurel.
tornado timing. If he hits that swashbuckle, Nisha's dead.
Be under attack.
Caught him mid-swash.
Not fully committing his spirit, kind of just
Tower, though.
playing the tower, and yeah, they will clean it up eventually.
Middle tower.
Kiddo makes his rotation over, gets the raise, arrow coming, not gonna hit. Sunstrike gonna be dodged. Laurel, just fine. As the Diffusal Blade now gonna go for the shard into Blink Ag.
I was gonna say, surely Rue is gonna heal him. He was just holding on to Cold Embrace the entire time, and then he heals himself. Look out for your boy, man. Laurel's low.
Maybe he took that extra piece of toast at breakfast.
Yeah, personal vendetta. I'm sure they ran out.
That would be something.
You ever been
There
to a
was
breakfast where they ran out of toast? I don't think I've ever experienced that.
Yeah, but remember they were at a hotel where they ran out of toilet paper, right?
Oh.
That was Spirit, and that was the year they won TI.
Yeah.
They need a little adversity to be able to get over the hump.
That must be the secret.
Absolutely.
Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I ever ran out of toilet paper at my TI appearances, so you must be right. The stats don't lie.
100% win rate. What we can figure out. Or same time here, Cinderin. Nice segue onto Tofu playing the Mirana.
Yeah. Speaking of toilet paper, Tofu is 0 and 2 on Mirana.
I was just thinking of the food Tofu. You know, just
Oh.
goodness.
All right, smoke
Laura
from
on
Spirit.
Nisha.
Yeah, nice
Thunder,
connection, and he is
Diffusal Blade.
already dead.
Absolutely. Very quick kill. TP is not even remotely close. Another great pickoff for Spirit. Getting a little bit of separation now in terms of net worth. You can see
Dire's
Toro
top tower
leading
be
the
under
way
attack.
as you're used to seeing on the Nature's Prophet. But in terms of pacing, you still think that Liquid are happy with the way things are going? Obviously, the Invoker's a bit of a anomaly.
He is having a rough one on Nisha. I mean, it's definitely significantly worse than it was a few minutes ago. This time they lost the mid tower plus Nisha as well again, now up to 3 deaths. It's just like looking at the big picture of how bad I was envisioning this could go. This is in like the better half at least of potential outcomes. I think there's almost, if these two teams play this draft 10 times, I feel like Spirit win the early game 9 out of 10. And in maybe 3 or 4 of them, they're up 5K now. So, you know, it could be way worse for Liquid because of how little they've bled, relatively speaking. But it's not going to get immediately easier now. Now you've lost your front row of defense on the towers. You can see Spirit are placing really good offensive wards. They have one around the enemy secret shop. They have one around the waterways down bottom, and actually one around the double coverage there with the river. So they are going to see Liquid movement. They are going to want to pounce on them. Between Stampede, Prophet Teleportation, and obviously Pango being a complete beast right now.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, the worst is yet to come. If Liquid can keep this at a 1K for 10 minutes, that's when the items are going to change everything. But they need to still weather the storm.
Single swashbuckle brings them to half health.
Yep. Always a fun hero to play support against Pango. Half your spells don't work.
Unless you're Bane.
And yeah, well, there's a few supports that do like it.
I think they're going to go through the gate.
Yeah,
SF is the target.
They might have seen him go right before their ward expired. I think they definitely did.
Okay, he is running in the correct direction. They don't scan it out. They missed on the scan at least, but they continue on.
Good thing this hero farms camps really fast so he can get out in time.
They're going to see that these creeps recently perished.
The seeds of
He's to the north now. So close, and now he's within safety of the tier 2 tower. Not me. His smoke breaks, so now the Tofu in the tree line's going to be spotted here. For the Rolling Thunder from Laurel, not able to find the connection, has to self-disrupt, and that's going to be a dead Shadow Demon. The Liquid, very fortunate.
That is just such
like a half-second difference between finding the SF and not.
It's such a good read from Mickey to not go to the Mud Golems on the left as part of his farming rotation, but realizing, okay, they've been missing for just long enough that this is a real... There's a very high probability that I am getting ganked, so it goes north to the other camp to protect the team and avoid
stay on the move.
a very nasty situation.
Radiant's middle tower be under attack.
Nisha can obviously take that off with the tornado. As Mickey, a little bit of vision. Bramble's right on top. He has a shard apparently. Thought the shield crashed as well, but he still blows up regardless. Very nicely done from Liquid, obviously knowing that the Rolling Thunder was down, just to roll up.
Gonna give some more space to Nisha, who desperately needs it. Make some recovery.
Dire's middle tower be taken fire.
Picked up
Dire's
Rue.
structure be fortified.
Decent timing. Ending at 19 minutes. This is a rather difficult Wyvern game, I would say. You have one hero you want to curse next to, which is Shadow Fiend. He's the only one who's really going to kill anyone. The enemy heroes, nature of
A bit of trouble. Bedlam doing a good amount of damage. Disruption into the Sunstrike as Ace comes in to finish the job. Tofu actually getting the last hit there is Ace now, taking the brunt of the damage from Spirit. Drained of his mana, killed off. A great turn of events for Spirit, losing a support for the off-lane carry. And yeah, Tofu looks to be next on the list. Yatoro with a double kill on the Nature's Prophet.
Delete Tofu all day.
Oh yeah, that's good protein.
That's going to be the BKB.
Dire's middle
as I was saying, yeah, for Wyvern, the challenge in this game is that Cold Embrace is just really bad, right? Timbersaw is one of the nightmare matchups for that. All of his damage is pure. Invoker is a nightmare matchup. All of his damage is magic. Willow, Mirana. Shadow Fiend as a carry is even mixed because he can go for the raises. So Cold Embrace will just be exceptionally difficult to use, and the curse is hard because Liquid's lineup inherently doesn't really stack on top of each other. It's 4 ranged heroes plus a Timber jumping around. So Rue, I think this could have potentially been a game where Blink is not the choice, but rather something like Glimmer Force. I find myself almost always loving the dagger, but this is one of those games that it'll be very impressive if he finds high impact plays with anything except maybe one good curse this game. So keep your eyes on that. Tormentor will go to Spirit. We will get the Cold Embrace upgrade, ironically, after that monologue.
Right. I mean, do you think the damage aspect of this, is it just icing?
Yeah.
How often is it useful, would you say? Because you have to, it feels like usually you're not going to get anything out of it when you're using Cold Embrace as a save. Feels like, especially with this much magic and pure damage on Liquid side.
Yeah, a lot of the time when you get Cold Embrace, you reset after, right? It's to buy time in order
Radiant's
to
middle tower
get out and then maybe go back in again, but then the buff is gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's situationally good.
Because you're not going to be using it as initial. Okay, we're going to hold that thought. Ace in a bit of trouble. Moonlight Shadow on him, but they have the vision and they have the kill. Yatoro there in numbers.
Yeah, that number is 1.
Plus is 3.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. Okay.
I mean, Yatoro is such a huge personality. He can be there in numbers.
He has a split personality. We've got good and bad Yatoro showing up to this gang.
No, that's not true. Different hair, Yatoro. That's his personality. He's all natural now. We have being attempted by Spirit.
Oh, collapse. Big damage.
Spotted. Right click from
dead.
Mickey. My goodness, the alacrity just going ham. And just like that, Spirit have to abandon the Roche attempt.
Well, this is really awkward. 40 seconds on Centaur. If they knew that Roche was being started, they could actually go for it themselves.
Bottom tower be under attack.
Instead, though, on the prowl for Laurel, nice sidestep. Not gonna get flipped by that tornado.
So Collapse gets a soul ring. Is that literally just for EMP?
I think that's a very big part of it, if not the entire reason, yeah.
I can't remember last time I've seen it on Centaur.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of strength offlaners that you wouldn't necessarily think would buy it, but it's just, there's so much farming in Dota that you value, but Centaur specifically doesn't need mana to farm, so it has to be an EMP solution. How much mana does EMP drain with math?
The math.
How do you even see that in perspective? Invoker's a little bit special. You can't just ask to see the spell.
You want to chat GPT it real quick?
No. I don't. So Centaur's current mana pool is what's that, 765?
I mean, that's the issue, is his mana pool in general.
If he gets EMP, he can't use Stampede and Stomp without the soul.
Radiant's bottom
probably
tower
drains
be
around
under
400.
I think it might even be 500 when he's maxed.
Got his shard now, so gets the farm by walking.
Yep, very nice.
Your favorite.
Congratulations, you can buy shard on Invoker. Or Arteezy would say if he were here.
Daedalus now online for Yatoro, so still keeping up that net worth, has a 3K separation between him and Mickey. I mean, for a Nature's Prophet, how much do you want to be up versus the, I guess, SF?
I think this is kind of par for the course.
I like how this one feels.
Maybe this is slightly better than expectation. Well, if you ignore the surrounding fact, let's say both heroes just get to have a great time, which they often do because they're safe laners. Good for you. Yeah, this is probably roughly expected in this patch, what we've seen from other teams in the tournament. Obviously, we're going to be comparing them to the elite level, so let's compare the potential of Shadow Fiend as well as Nature's Prophet. How well has Satanic done? Then I think this is probably maybe a little under for SF and on par for Prophet. Kind of checks out with how the game has gone, right? He's 3-1 for Prophet, SF has died once. Oh, that's
nice
a good burst.
Very nice burst. Found one. The Mirana as a result. The Rolling Thunder able to get saved by the Cold Embrace at the last moment, though. Still inside that Rolling Thunder. Ace with the BKB. Mickey looking for the Requiem. Gets it off, but they're trying to TP out. Taking the right-click damage. He's barely going to survive. Mickey with a just 10% spirit. And now they are in a decent amount of control.
Damn.
Which means Roche should be on the table.
Somebody tip Rue. That was perfect. He finds a 3-man curse onto Mirana with Shadow Fiend being one of the attackers and a clean Cold Embrace on the Pango, who was in absolute peril against Shadow Fiend there. Based off his higher BKB with a Cold Embrace. He scored 2 spells that were not inherently obviously going to get great impact, but they find the perfect moment for both. And now their grand prize will probably be Roche, I would imagine.
He's back to full HP, but you can see Liquid not remotely close to this right now, so it should be a freebie in the end. And would assume that Yatoro does claim it himself. Laurel getting close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter, about 300 away.
Be under attack. The Dyer has slain, what's his face?
Or does indeed take it.
Roshan!
So we saw the BKB for Nisha, and it's going to be an Octarine core next for Ace, Shivas. So they're going to see a lot of larger spells coming out of these cores.
Yep.
Pretty soon. And Mickey, of course, goes for, I mean, is this, would you call this a hybrid build right now?
I feel like it's always a hybrid build if you have Yashakaya, right? Like if you want to commit fully in the right-click direction, this is a skippable item. So, it's hybrid, but it definitely is hybrid if you go Blink. Then you're not even playing it for the right-click. Fully.
have enough physical damage?
No, just the Fatalist is all fine.
Laurel, right on top of Tofu again. Dunzo.
Radiant's middle tower be under attack.
It's getting out of hand.
Yeah, the map is in control of Spirit now. 8K lead.
Being down against Nature's Prophet in Dota history just feels so bad. Like, it's...
It used to feel worse, though, to be fair. The 25
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, if we want to remember the worst part of every hero, then that one was definitely Prophet.
Yep, I would attest to that.
Insanely fun.
Ace. He finds Drew, but I think this might be the other way around. It has to use the BKB because Yatoro has shown up Laurel as well. Gets off the Timber Chain to the low ground, attempting to TP, but the curse cancels it out because the high ground is Lacrity up. 2 shots Drew, but he survives. Laurel does take out Ace in the end, and now Mickey on the run. Deafening Blast to hold Yatoro at bay. Remember, he does have the Aegis. First crown, out to pop. Gets the cold embrace, and he does get taken out, so that's life number 1. But Mickey taking a ton of damage from Laurel. Now he has backups of his teammates. The Swashbuckle in the end for Laurel gives him enough space to get away. Might be a full reset. And directly in front of him. Laurel going in really deep to kill off the SF. Some balls on that young man. So 2 cores dead for Liquid. Was definitely not expecting that.
Classic Giga Chat. TP in 1v3 under the enemy tower to kill the Kara and just walk it off.
Insane.
I mean, he kept track of the abilities. There was nothing left. There's nothing countering your BKB in this game. If you just BKB TP on Prophet, you know Shadowfiend doesn't have resources to fight you back. There's no BKB piercing stun. There's no inherent save for the guy you're going on. So yeah, why not just dive them?
Be under attack.
Nisha trying to split these waves. Wait some time as his backdoor protection will not kick in time. So tier 2 goes the way of Spirit. No longer with the Aegis though. You can see the Hydra's breath on Yatoro as well now.
I can't believe Nature's Prophet gets to be the 8th pick of the draft. That's actually just mind-blowing.
You've been talking about this hero the entire tournament.
It's so good, and it's against Mickey, who's also incredibly skilled at this hero. They rated Shadowfiend higher. I don't mind that. If you think it's better, I think they're like on par. But then the fact that they didn't ban this going into the second phase, you've seen Yatoro, you've seen Satanic, you know Mickey himself, how good this hero is. I don't know. I don't think you let this hero through in the second phase to any of
Radiant's
the
couriers
specialist teams. It's just
rather brutally murdered.
Or showcasing it here. 525 CS at 30 minutes.
How does that compare to Satanic today?
Close, I think.
1,000 GPM?
Maybe a Toro watching some replays. Must be weird being the guy everybody learns from for like 3 years, and now maybe there's somebody you can learn from.
I think Satanic at around this stage of the game had about 900 something GPM. So
I thought you were going to say CS, and I was like, sure, buddy.
Maybe if there was a
that's for the next patch.
Playing against Enigma and who else?
Broodmother.
Broodmother.
I have intel. The next patch, the map will be even bigger.
Oh.
We'll have 4 lanes, and yeah, Prophet Teleport starts without a cooldown at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that's nice.
And then maybe 900 CS, it will be obtainable. Okay. Meteor, gonna wipe out this bottom wave. I mean, you're just playing for time here on Liquid, hoping that you can get to some point of critical mass. If we do go late enough, I think they scale incredibly well.
Nice job from Foxy. Forces out the Rolling Thunder. Didn't have any vision there, but the smoke popped, so they just assumed.
Yeah.
That being a waste for Spirit. So with that 13K lead, pretty comfortable at the moment.
That shot.
And of course, as usual, Sinner, we need to talk about high ground defense. They have an Invoker. That is maybe...
It's good.
Is there a better hero in the game than Invoker for high ground defense?
If I had to pick one, it's him.
You still have that Axe with Tornado?
The Twisters, yeah.
But usually people go, well, it depends, I guess, on the game.
People don't really buy Ag.
That's true. Ags is, if you have a really good Cataclysm setup, which they do not, then maybe. But yeah. It seems this shard, this current shard on him, has overtaken the Ags, which people used to get for the Tornadoes. He's going to be spotting, gets off the Tornadoes. Has to pop the BKB. Yatoro's there. The right clicks are just fearsome. And Nisha falls to the ground. Buys the Octarine in time, but still another death to his name, 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, Yatoro's actual net worth to damage ratio here is insane because he has bypassed Pike. This is an item you almost always see Prophets buy because they need mobility, but he's just so overwhelmingly powerful in this game that he's been able to go for the Hydra's Breath. And
wow, they already have every shard? Really?
Yeah.
At 32 minutes?
Yeah, so Shadow Demon
bought it.
Shadow Demon did buy it, which I'm super happy to see. I think it's incredibly good this game. The first one they found went to Wyvern, right?
Yeah, that's
and
the
that's
only
the one I would suggest not buying. So it checks out.
Wow.
Maybe you could have not bought the Prophet one, I guess, but
He's got enough gold. He's fine.
This is never an issue for Prophet.
I mean, you talked about how it might be more valuable to just get the gold anyway. You only have 1 shard left.
Yeah, if your Prophet is...
Because he's farming still well anyway.
Yeah, you're effectively giving gold to your teammates by buying your shard, right?
Yep, has that 25 talent. It actually takes the remove teleportation. We've seen the other one. Arrow will be dodged.
Very close.
Ace looking for the opening. Blinks right in. Root taking a huge burst damage. Stuck inside the brambles. Now has to use the curse, but dies shortly after. The right click now onto Collapse. Mickey. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet right-clicking Ace. Able to get the BKB up and trying to retreat with the Timber Chain. Nisha at half HP as well. Collapse no longer has the Stampede as the Ice Wall will block them off. But he still gets the blink into the hoof stop. And that is a lot of damage on Nisha. Has to use the BKB with such a small amount of HP inside the pit. Attempting the TP is fine. Still at heavy cost. They're going to lose Boxy as well. So both supports, a bunch of BKBs down for Liquid.
And worth keeping in mind, that fight started with a free kill on the Wyvern. So effectively a 5v4 afterwards, and Liquid still cannot come out on top of a single fight this game. The rich get richer Yatoro now almost has a butterfly, so it's time to replace an item. I'm guessing you just get rid of your treads already.
Interesting, because I know that Mickey is going for Daedalus now, but I wouldn't say he's hitting particularly hard with this build. Collapse, not able to find the hook stomp in time. Yeah, we'll be going for the butterfly for that evasion, so we'll see if Mickey chooses to go for an MKB at some point. Because without him right-clicking, I guess Alacrity is what he's really banking on.
Yeah, that is an X factor for the game for sure. Invoker is not taking Alacrity talent though.
Yeah, so Butterfly is just feels like almost a hard counter to SF in theory because it's the only one that can be right-clicking.
Yeah, I think this has been, through Yatoro's career, one of the things that impressed me the most about him has been his itemization. I think in plenty of games, he's not been afraid of doing something outside of the norm. Not that this in particular is anymore, but just has always had a very good understanding of what he needs to achieve with every item purchase. And I've said this many times on casts before, I find itemizing on hard carries really difficult. With all the options you have and with all the problems that different games present, having that reference for what to buy, even at the elite level, you see players make, I would say, clear mistakes in what items they buy, but it's very rare that it feels like Yatoro did not do the right thing. Except his teleport.
Oh boy, Arrow not going to be there because of the BKB. As an Alacrity on Tofu of all heroes. Laurel looking for a connection. They're inside that Moonlight Shadow, though they actually do find Nisha in the end, and he just gets destroyed by the Stampede. Yatoro gets the last right click. And again, Invoker down and out. Can Liquid fight without him? I don't think so.
What I was talking about it there, Shannon. Yatoro's itemization, having BKB this game, genius.
Yeah,
just absolutely
really unusual.
Stellar itemization to have BKB for a situation like that. All right.
Now Roche number 2. The Belch comes out. This will be a freebie. Hear it?
Another great item for Yatoro here. The Aegis of the Immortal. Good pickup.
Yep.
Invisibility.
Good choice for Yatoro.
Backpack is BKB.
Well done. Really glazing him today, huh?
God, I love money.
Oh, he's going for Ags next. I mean, you're at the point now where you're just full luxury territory.
Get rooted. Boxy trying to scare the big bad Yatoro, but obviously with that Aegis not gonna bite at all.
Well, hello.
TP's right into the Timber Saw. Will have to force his BKB TP himself.
and then he teleports somewhere else.
That's right.
Get mana at base, and then he's going to teleport bottom and start getting the tower.
He'll be back. Double siege wagon for Spirit. Plenty of time on his Aegis. Flashes push stomp onto Tofu. The rolling thunder from Laurent Green. Good amount of space. First only on the one, though. These will got off the BKB. See, on the village. Mickey, in the midst of all this, goes for the Requiem play. Not doing very, he does a decent amount of damage, but he ends up dying for it. Not me gets the kill. It's going to be a trade for Collapse, though, as Spirit trying to do a soft reset. They lose their support now. Eric's still up and running. Yatoro gets clipped by the arrow and the tornado. Is this life number 1? Nice force staff, and the load is coming out from Rue. Will help Yatoro survive as you can see Tofu now. These pesky Spirit players out of their base. So far, success.
Dying.
Tofu is dropping quite low. 4 health, all right. Will survive. Boxy very deep in the midst of this. Is Root attempting to get away. Looks like Yatoro will be just fine, but Laurel not so much. Bramble after Bramble. Out of mana now. Gets off the blink at the last moment. He's actually going to get out. It looks like it. As Yatoro came back, apparently, just to BKB TP in their face, which creates enough space for the Pango to get away.
I can't believe that worked from Mickey. That's so insane. He offensively piked into Requiem, and somehow they actually hold there. I was about to say this is not 50. All right, well, step number 1. This is, unfortunately for Liquid, this happened so fast after the Aegis pickup that Spirit definitely have a second attempt in them for this bottom lane.
Yep. And they had the banner the whole time, too. I'm a little surprised they didn't use it there. But we'll have it for this second attempt.
Yatoro probably shouldn't be the one holding said banner.
Probably not.
A little bit of inventory management issues. Should offload this, outsource the banner to a teammate.
Oh, we got the shield rune as well.
For the hunt.
As he consumes the Aghanim Scepter and is going for Moonshard neck. Does not have buyback, but not worried about that with that Aegis. Boxy, we run into. And Rolling Thunder looking for a connection. Ace gets off the Timber Chain with the BKB. Yatoro joining the party as well. They get the bash, though. The right clicks will come. Nice tornado. Keeping Yatoro at bay, but Nisha gives away his position in the tree line, attempting to go away, but no. He gets cursed in the TP, and Laurel's going to be there to finish the job.
No buy.
No buyback, 80 seconds, and this is 5 versus 4. That's not even including the Aegis.
I'm afraid no buy means bye-bye for this one.
Good believe.
Really, really difficult now. Holding without your primary high ground defender for a full minute when all 3 lanes are pushing in with a Nature's Prophet and a banner. Good luck.
You just go to every lane, push them out. Now the pressure is on Liquid. Tier 3 tower. Dunzo. Roche banner still up and running. This is going to be at least a set, if not more. Laurel getting in a little bit deep. Swashbuckle to the low ground. Arrow not going to find its mark. Still 40 seconds for Invoker.
Radiant lost.
I think this is going to be 2 sets because they did a lot of damage in that bot side. See if Spirits stick around. Pull him in on the Aegis.
Look at that. Radiant lost.
He's to the top side, so wants to go for the building that is full HP, it seems. Get gone on by Ace. A good amount of damage against that Satanic, though, and getting a very respectable amount of HP. The Whirling Thunder not nearly enough, and Ace will take a tumble, and he does not have buyback. So now that Niche is coming up, the rest of his teammates aren't even alive, and this might just end up being Mega Creeps now as a result. Why they didn't wait? Either way, Spirit in firm control of this game now. That is the second set in their favor. Mickey for a cheeky spot to get this Requiem off. It's still on cooldown for 5 seconds. As Yatoro looking for the full megas in favor of Spirit, and he'll get it. 32k lead for Spirit in this game number 1. Looking extremely sharp.
Yatoro's GPM. What the Enjoyers out there? 1100.
Wow.
That's
pretty good.
Is that a top 3 of the event? It's a pretty nutty profit game. This is definitely up there.
Tornado Sun strikes a lot of damage to Laurel. Will get the roll up and gets cleansed as well and goes inside of the cart, which is going to be brought back into Nisha's face. Apparently gets off the Yule though. Now Laurel put in a precarious spot. will die. Will drop the gem as well. They'll kill off Foxy, though, in turn as Rue getting saved at the last moment by the Disrupted Toro. He's just fountain farming at this point. Still 20 seconds for Ace to come back. That's a double buyback on the Liquid. Arrow does Arrow. Taro, though. Do they have the Requiem? They do. The right side damage coming through as Mickey is going to get the kill with the lack of it. They only get the kill now onto the center in all likelihood. That's a Death Requiem, though, for the Shadow Fiend. Does have the buyback if needed, but this is enough dead for Spirit that Liquid should be able to hold on here. As Collapse attempting to TP out, very ambitious. Will be falling to the burst damage of Ace, so Liquid technically hold on.
You must have kept really good track of Invoker spell cycling to think you can TP there. Oh, it's funny. Well, Liquid, they do hold. They find the first kill of the game onto Yatoro's Prophet, 8-1 and 15. It's an arrow that does him in, and I think Shadow Demon could not disrupt because of the immediate follow-up Requiem. I'm gonna see the replay here. So Laurel they're just a bit out of position, right? Another great curse from Rue here is just gonna kill the Mirana, and they want to follow up.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, so now he doesn't have it. And Yatoro wanted to follow up on Collapse's Stomp. They were hoping to kill Shadow Fiend, didn't happen, and this arrow and this Requiem really nicely choreographed by Liquid.
Tower be taking fire.
And the
Radiant's
fact that
middle
they ties
tower
there.
be under attack.
Surviving.
Dire structures be fortified.
Well, they're going to do as much damage to buildings as they can while these heroes are dead, but unfortunately for Liquid,
Middle tower be
still against Mega Creep, so this is a slow push.
They're going to get 25 on Timber for this, so that's a bit of an upgrade.
Mickey always looks
SF is 25.
Remember, this is Elimination Series. Yeah, Tofu close to that Aghanim Scepter now. 100 away. Will help the push. Still, Mega Creep comebacks are few and far between. Normally we see it when it's Megas versus Megas. That's the Mega Creep comeback.
I thought you were going to say normally we see it when it's Megas versus Liquid, because that's the one time it happened this tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe they were the first team to lose against Megas in the last 3 years of TI.
3 years, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
If I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
So that's obviously a great stat to have for Liquid. It feels really good.
I mean, what do you talk about here if you're Liquid? Like,
I think you need to strategize how you get on Shadow Demon. Find a way to envision a way of setting up a fight that you can somehow take it on your terms to kill the support. Going on your Toro first is just not going to work. He's way too tanky. He has way too good coverage between the two defensive supports, plus the cart, Stampede, all of that. And that's where, at this point in the game, it would feel really, really nice to have like a Blink Hex to just be able to start a fight. Nobody has it though. You don't have a Blink Target Stun. You don't have an immediate, obvious hero to frontline with, except Timber, who Spirit largely in this game has kind of been able to pretend isn't real.
Amazing what you found laying
yeah,
around.
that's
Ace just
pretty
hasn't
accurate,
really,
actually, yeah.
He hasn't really been able to do all that much. So, yeah, Nisha is going to be the one trying to fulfill that task here. He has the gold for the Hex now, would come at the expense of having buyback.
There's a chance, Liquid fans. Technically speaking, as the great Ace Ventura used
That
to
1% is because of Liquid Yandex.
Actually, no, that was Dumb and Dumber. Sorry about that, Cinderin. I know you're
Liquid
big.
Yandex, Dumb and Dumber?
No, no. Of course,
Uncalled for. Dumb and Dumber is you and me. Guess who you are?
Dumber. 28k lead here for Spirit. I assume that they kind of chill a bit. They wait for these buybacks. So, when I say wait, farm up those buybacks. They haven't really used them. And then go for the Roche to finish the job. And for Liquid, I cannot see a scenario where they come back here if they give up Roche.
No.
Do you agree with that?
I would agree.
But it's so difficult to leave your base at this point of the game. I don't even know how you can test Roche.
Yeah, the issue is I also can't see a scenario where they win the Roche fight, so it's a little bit tricky right now that both enemy supports have Eon Discs. That was the thing I was talking about. They need to get on the supports and kill them. Well, they can't. They don't have a purge either. So
what if they bring all their couriers to the Roche pit and try to hide them and go for the item steal? What do you think?
I like it.
You don't need your couriers anymore.
Nope. It's creative.
It's something.
But yeah, leaving your base. When you, I mean, Mega against Prophet, have you ever seen that hero lose against Megas? Or with Megas, excuse me. I don't know. This is like
shot
the worst
to the
hero in
dire.
Dota to play against when you have mega creeps on your team. You just non-stop push in.
It used
He
to be
farms
worse, though.
everywhere.
Remember.
It could be
Remember
worse.
the old
It
times.
could be worse, yeah. With the good old talent.
All right,
Plus
well.
Ironwood Tree.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's favorite.
Oh, man.
The Spirit have Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard on the Pango, and Roche Banner again. And Roche Banner at this stage of the game starts to get really scary, especially with the Mega Creeps. Put it relatively far away. The damage that these Mega Creeps take, not much. Laurel leading the way, going for the tier 4s. Laurel opens it up with the Rolling Thunder, finding a couple connection. Mickey not using the BKB, blinks out instead. Meteor coming down. Yatoro getting pretty low, looking for the cart connection. It's going to get disrupted instead, but the arrow's going to keep the Centaur in place. Yatoro wants to preserve this life number 1, but he gets bursted down by Ace. So Aegis is down and out. Nice start for Liquid. Oh, Timothy's not coming back. The Requiem comes in, putting Yatoro in a precarious spot. Has to pop the BKB with the Satanic as well, but Mickey will fall. Now the right clicks on the Nisha. Not quite enough. Trying to get away is
Good arrow.
Arrowed again. The disruption is safe. There's the curse coming out of the beehive, getting 3 members stuck. Yatoro still stuck with very little HP. Finally will fall. Does have the buyback and probably can keep me back into this fight as well. Ace extremely low himself. Has to Timber Chain back to the fountain, and now the Ancient fully exposed as the tier 4s are out. And we'll see if Yatoro wants to expend the buyback or not.
And they killed him twice.
Roche Banner still up. This feels like the time to use it. They're going to get the hoof stomp connection onto the Timber Saw, though, to start this out. Still Yatoro not using that. But they actually had a complete lockdown on this Timber Saw. He just gets bursted down to the ground. And still, Yatoro available to come if he wants. The buyback now onto Ace. Trying to reset for Spirit. Timber Chain onto Laurel. The dodge the tornado. Gets the bash off the shield crash onto Mickey. Attempting to get out. Does blink away safely. Not me, not going to be so lucky. As there's the buyback now from Yatoro. He's going to go for the throne straight up. He's going to actually go for the fight. Looks like he's coming for the fight is Ace. This will be a huge kill because this would be a dieback onto the Timber Saw. Nowhere to go. Hoof stomped and dead for 2 full minutes on this core. That's 2 dead, in fact, for Liquid with no way to get back in the game. Arrow going to be dodged by Laurel. Might have to reset a bit for Spirit. They can use these creeps to their advantage. Yatoro back into the fray, though. Right-clicking now the Ancient. The hoof stomp onto Mickey.
Time is running out.
The deafening blast coming in. Yatoro continuing to go for the buildings now as he should be able to finish this himself. There's the curse of the last moment. Finally, Fortification comes out for Liquid. But Yatoro left to his own devices. Mickey comes in with one last Requiem. A good attempt, but it's not going to be enough as he will fall to the ground, and Spirit surely will be able to take game number 1, and they do. GG's our calls. Entertaining game with these two teams. It feels like every time we watch these teams, they certainly deliver in the entertainment factor.
Absolutely. And if you're a stats enjoyer out there, just to give you the conclusion, Yatoro ends the game with 1,120.
From him, but of course, that aside, everyone was.
Bringing the Nature's Prophet to kill Mickey in lane. Whilst I don't think we expected they might have done it multiple times. They did it once and then took the tower, but the important thing after that was they placed a ward in the farming line at the bottom of the map. So they knew it when Mickey was just farming up and down there. I don't think they went to gank him, but it was more like we know when he's there, thus he cannot join fights on like the mid lane, for example. So Spirit played really nicely with their vision and pressure early game.
Yeah, and I think Winter also, the Winter Wyvern, we talked about briefly during the start of the day. This first pick for Team Spirit worked out so well.
Yeah, in a lot of the team fights, you could see why I was happy. If I'm a Wyvern, I'm playing to SF, I could always have a lot of opportunities to get a good cold embrace off. The curses were great. I think this is a hero that has risen up in stock by so much during the playoffs, and I'm expecting maybe the hero is going to be banned as well. You know, you have to consider maybe if you want to ban it. But overall, I think Liquid's downfall is because they over-budgeted on the cost. You know, they have too many costs that need to farm. And as a result, Nisha, he was punished in this game because he couldn't really farm Ancients because Timber was taking the Ancients. And he constantly had to take the dangerous waves, and he got ganked. And Timber can't really help him, you know, in the early game. So they were very, very defensive. They were very passive from the start. And they just have very, very little control over the course of the game.
Yeah, especially if you do compare that to Team Spirit, who just seem to be on point almost time and time again. Team Liquid, you know, they fought valiantly at the end of the game. You have to. It's lower bracket at the International. You have to fight till the bitter end and hope that there is a mistake that you can still make your way back from and with. As we do take a look at the scores at the end of the day, Toro did die twice. First death was only at like 41 minutes, so, you know, we'll forgive him for that. He had a near flawless game there. For me, though, I'm having to give this MVP to Rue Rhea because he played a phenomenal Wyvern.
Yeah, I think Rue's ability to disengage these fights when Liquid wanted to go in or be aggressive or try and make moves was so pivotal. I really love these supports. This item build, especially having Blink for your best positioning, having Force Off to help protect your allies, but also Eon Disc. Not dying is the most important thing you can do on a support. And genuinely, when games this CI have gotten to a spot where both supports can have Eon Disc, I feel like it becomes impossible for the other team to play because this is the highest priority target. Wyvern, every single fight, was getting off the right ults and the right heals to make it so that Mickey could do 0 damage.
Yeah, and also you can see from the inventory, right? Him having only the brown boots, not the mana boots. Mana boots are quite expensive, right? So being able to understand like when you need to buy them on a pos 5, like in certain games you need to help your cores as they're farming, run through the jungle, give them mana. But with Winter Wyvern, having that Blink Dagger as quick as possible, being able to play around it is going to really open up a lot of these engagements. So again, you don't have to default buy items. Like you can just change it up based on game to game. And that is a good example of, again, many Wyvern players just skip it, but
I feel a little attacked.
That was a cool. That was not a call of what the pros did. I was just reminding you guys that you don't always have to default buy items. Sorry, Shiva.
I mean, that's why I didn't really like the last pick on Timber because they didn't have the right hero. They didn't have a hero to deal with all these supports. That's why I suggested Mars, which is not a very like common hero now, but Mars would have given them a way to find the back lines because with their heroes, the Invoker, the Timber, and the Shadow Fiend. I mean, you can maybe say ultra late game, the Invoker can blink in, or if he has blink or somehow find the backline. But over the course of the first 20-30 minutes, every fight, Wyvern got off like a very, very big ultimate in every single fight.
Yeah, and we would have loved to see Invoker have more impact in this game, but let's be real. I feel like maybe Laurel had Nisha's number a little bit. To break that one down, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, the Pango Laurel, he played amazing this game, and I wanted to show some small details here. Sometimes in a Dota game, the smallest little margins make the difference. It could be 10 mana, it could be a couple extra kills, but what Laurel does as Pango is he's using his skills to do a long-range attack, and if he can get 2 creeps, kill the Forge Spirit or harass the Invoker, that's a really good plan for him. So he's trying to consistently use his mana in ways that benefit him. Now, here's probably the most crucial part of the game. 4 minutes here, this rune is about to spawn, which means that he's going to refill his bottle, and if he does so, he gets a bunch of mana. And unfortunately, the Cold Snap was a fraction of a second too late, and as a result, Laurel's able to get his rune. He's able to refill his bottle. He ends up getting back to the mid lane before Nisha, and now he gets access to both water runes, which is a huge amount of mana. And with this mana, he now gets to use his skills multiple times to harass his opponent. He did miss that swashbuckle there, but he gets his shield crash here, and he's going to end up pressuring the creeps and going under the tower. This clip's going to be a bit of a long one here. So now he uses his water rune. He's bottling up now. He gets to use swashbuckle to harass Nisha. He gets to use his shield crash, but he doesn't have enough mana for his next spell. So watch what he does. He uses his last bottle charge. He uses a clarity. Nisha sees this, says, I need to stop that mana regen or I'm going to die, and he uses cold snap from long range. But he got just enough mana here, and as a result, ends up getting a solo kill in the mid lane. A crazy good play from Laurel that all cascaded from that water rune earlier. And the pressure really didn't stop because the same thing kind of happened here. Eventually, Nisha does go for a kill on Laurel. Laurel gets stampeded away. His teammates come and back him up here. But as a result of that earlier advantage and Nisha not quite having full mobility yet, he ends up getting pressured, killed under the tower. This pressure that Laurel put on Nisha was really, really big for the game because it meant that Nisha was not impacting the game as much. And so much of it cascaded from that early kill due to the water rune fight and due to this early pressure by the Team Spirit support. So excellent play by Team Spirit to get ahead and not let Nisha control the game.
Thank you very much, Perch. It really is a butterfly effect. When things start to go wrong, it can go wrong way further down the line because that one mistake that was made very much earlier. We're going to take a look at some of the fights that happened after that laning stage started the way it did for Team Liquid. As Winter, there was one fight fairly early on that you wanted to highlight for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about like how the early game was quite very, very passive from the Liquid side because they had very, very greedy farming costs. So this is like the best thing they could do. They brought a lot of heroes. They see Team Spirit invading and trying to control their jungle and take the bounty rune, so to bring numbers. This is something that I think they did really well in the early game, making sure that they defend and they at least have access into the jungle because Nisha was constantly getting pressure, like Kevin mentioned. He couldn't really farm very well, so he needed the help to come towards his side of the map so that he can actually farm. Because he's not getting any Sunstrike kills based on the heroes. That's not really a good setup for Sunstrike. So if he can't get to farm the jungle, then where does he go?
He goes to the fountain. That's kind of what happened. No, it's definitely a rough one for Anisha's Invoker in this one, which was not just his fault, but it was the draft coming together in a little of a poor way, some might say. And there was another fight, Rhea, that happened a little bit later.
Yeah, this fight is actually initiated by Liquid in that they smoke up for it. They enter the jungle and try to take this fight, but this is the Wyvern impact we talked about. Instantly, this ball of heroes have no way to initiate because of this last pick Timbersaw that doesn't give them a way to fight. So this Wyvern ult catches 3 heroes, they instantly kill Morana, and then it just becomes Mickey doesn't know what to do. He wants to hit Lal, who's able to get his roll off due to this Wyvern stall, but then when he starts clicking him, Wyvern then just heals. And then he continues to, through his BKB, hit the healed Lal target, which doesn't have any impact. Ace is also caught in the Wyvern ult, isn't able to have any impact on the fight. He has to use his own BKB, also then hits Lal's Wyvern heal target. So but it felt like the Wyvern had caused so much dysfunction at the start that they didn't really they weren't able to find an actual target to go on. And then when you have Nisha on the side who was a little bit more out of the fight, then your Toro just TPs on him and kills him. It's like no one can do anything when the matchup is this skewed and you don't have an easy way to start your fights.
I see an overarching trend here, and I'm sure you guys at home see too, because we got on one side, you got Invoker, he needs someone to play with, he needs someone to set up Sunstrikes, and he needs someone that doesn't steal his farm. Simple. I got already one thing in mind, you do too. And then on the other side, you know, we got a great team fight, but not everybody's able to come together. We can't start the team fight in the way we want to. Who normally starts the team fight, T-Gov?
All right, so just to be clear, all right, it's not Ace's fault, all right? I'm going to show a graphic of Ace, but just want to put that out there. I feel like he was kind of put into a really difficult position in the draft because they made him like, they needed to find a hero for him to try and pop off on. At 30 minutes into the game, he had the lowest damage of his entire team. So sure, maybe he could individually play better in this Timbersaw game, but with the setup of this draft, going for the Shadow Fiend, then the Invoker, double range support, having the Spirit ban out the Tusk and the Clockwork, of course the Bane already banned out in the draft, like there was no natural support to kind of amplify this aggression. There was no way to bring life to the game. And then Ace was playing a Timbersaw, sure, a very good hero for him historically, maybe not in current years, but it's just like, it just didn't feel like the correct pick after watching the game, of course. In the draft, it's like, sure, if they play really well and they use the supports and contest runes and they play through the map, then and they make space for SF, sure, they can play this game, but none of that happened. So in the game, they didn't play to the standard of how complicated their draft was. So I feel like in the next game, they have to tone it down. I don't want to see carry into mid pick, double range. I want to have just the classics, the initiation, the information that Winter's asking for, the ways to find the Winter Wyvern, the ways to start multiple fights with different options, because it's so scripted how they must fight. And Spirit, when they see the script, they will read it and outplay you. You have to make it more complicated for your opponent.
As the support duo, I think the hero that you suggested during the draft before Undying, I think when they had SF, maybe they needed something that's more stable in the early game because the Mirana just kind of doesn't really protect the SF at all. It's a nice hero, And in the games that I felt like Mirana was very impactful was when he had a very, very easy way to set up his arrow, like with Bounty, with Bane, for example, or SD. And I think with the Dark Willow, it's just that doesn't really feel like the support duo kind of worked out for them. So I would like to see them maybe change that up and try to figure out what works better.
Also, even not Rebet's son, the Aegis looks so exciting. If the next match, I just want to talk about the items. I'm like really excited about it, but the match is about to start. I don't want to take away that hype.
You're good. The match is soon starting. But first, we need the players in the booth, Freya, and they will take their spot once again. Team Liquid in the lower bracket, no stranger to being with their backs against the wall. Team Spirit, this is the first match they are playing in the lower bracket, and let's be real, that first game didn't look like they were playing in the lower bracket. They had a great time, a comfortable time, one of the all-time highs for the Nature's Prophet of Yotoro as well, and he's of course looking to replicate those results, so everybody at home knows that it's not Satanic's year, it's his year once again. And to do that, he needs to choose the right items, Ray.
Oh my God.
You can talk about the items. That's all good.
Okay, the reason I was getting hyped is because when you talked about the Timber Saw, I wanted to criticize his item build a little bit. Because if you look at what he bought, he went for the Sanjin Kaya and he went for the Blink and the Heart and the Shivas. He built to be so tanky. And when I feel like you don't have this correct initiation, I would hope instead that he would buy a Scythe of Vice. Because having the ability to Blink Hex would actually give a setup for his team to start getting kills. And something that I thought was so nice in response to that was because Yotoro had a Wyvern and a Shadow Demon to play with saves. It meant that he didn't have to buy a Hurricane Pike. Typically, we see these Dragon Lances turn into Pikes because another 4-stuff on the team, always good. Instead, he gets to buy the Hydra's Breath. And the reason this is so nice is because when you attack with it, it does 2.5% of your opponent's max HP as damage. So when you're playing into a Timber, it's like you don't have to worry about his armor because you're doing damage with this Hydra's Breath, and you don't have to worry about all these tanky HP items because you have Hydra's Breath. And I just thought that was a really nice result of the draft and the itemization of this game.
I mean, would you have liked it if he gone for Gleipnir so he can at least have a way to set up for his team, like for the Sunstrikes?
No, I think he built perfectly, and I think he's the best player in the world, Winter.
Okay. There you go. He's the best player.
All right, but this...
Oh, wait, you're talking about Timber Saw?
Yeah, Timber.
Yeah. I was like,
Sorry, I got confused. Yeah. I don't know. We could go back a year in time.
I just stay quiet. I was like, all right, I'll let them do that.
Oh, you're right. Gleipnir could have been good, yeah.
For the Timber Saw.
Yes,
For the
yes.
Timber Saw. Well, we took a step back, and it wasn't just a Timber Saw. It was how they set up the entire draft. So that leads me to believe that at the end of the day, going into this game too, Blitz is going to be like, yo, guys, that was on me. No worries, don't sweat. I got us next time around. Because going into this second game of an elimination series, you have to have your head on straight, and you have to know and be comfortable that you got what it takes and that you got the tools in the draft as well.
Yeah, if they want to keep the same draft order, if they do want to play the Shadow Fiend into Winter Wyvern, I would probably just move towards not taking Invoker on 13. Like, put the Mirana there if they want to. If they really want to have these type of heroes, let the draft breathe for a little bit longer. And then when you open through the later phase, getting the 2 response picks to the opening of second, then you can go for it. But I just don't think the double core and give Spirit, like, all the information in the world. Like, that is the scariest thing to give to Spirit.
I actually think the problem was in the second phase draft when Spirit removed Tusk and Clockwork in the second phase draft. And I think why they didn't go for Undying was because Tofu doesn't like to play the melee heroes, and Boxy doesn't play, he doesn't want to play Undying. He plays the melee heroes he plays is Tusk and Clock.
Yeah.
And Tofu only plays one melee hero, Trian. And that hero is probably not going to be...
Permaban.
Yeah, probably not going to be available. So I think that is an issue that they need to look at. If Meke is playing a range hero, how do they solve it? Do they want to pick the melee hero earlier, or do they have a replacement? Because I think they don't have a replacement. That's my theory.
Are we in a world where they get so afraid of this concept and they start not first picking, like literally first phasing with no cares of anything else? Like, we're taking our task or clock just to be able to get the range combos down the line.
They need to secure the system. I think the system is very, very important for them to be successful. They need to have like a melee plus range combination, and they need to have the lane setup that would benefit them. The last time out, they have the Mirana and SF. That caused a lot of problems for them. Sure, maybe they could have adjusted some of the bans to accommodate that, but I think there's just too many holes they needed to plug there, and it was very, very difficult for them to do it.
What do you think about the alternative of a Centaur pickup instead of Invoker? Because I think that makes the offlane a lot more stable than having to reach this last pick. And
Yeah, you get a Helm hero, so he creates a distraction as well, like the Timber. But at the same time, he's not so greedy. You know,
He has a stun.
He has a stun.
That's nice.
Yeah.
He has a
TI
stun.
analysis, guys.
He's lower budget, and they could actually give more space to Nisha. You pick his Invoker, you need to be able to give space to him to farm.
Yeah, it sounds also simple, and we're talking about this obviously now in hindsight. Going to the booth, I think both Miposhka and Blitz will have thought about this to try to 5-hat each other and be one step ahead of the curve. Let's see who is one step ahead of the other as we head into the next one.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
For this second game, we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Team Liquid on the Dire side. And it's a full swap because Team Liquid also has the first pick. That was an
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
For this second game, we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Team Liquid on the Dire side. And it's a full swap because Team Liquid also has the first pick. That was in the hands of Spirit in Game 1. It is also overall last pick for Team Spirit here. So we'll see what answers Liquid has. There is already quite a change in this game because in the previous game, we saw both Lina and Ember removed from the pool and both for now are still in. The Winter Wyvern made it in as well into the bans, that is. And that also means that the Bounty Hunter is no longer
gone.
It's gone. It's right now removed. Shadow Fiend also still removed. So definitely quite a big development here.
Yeah.
One thing to note is the Florida still in.
You need to pick your supports. A lot of the supports are banned. Like out of the first phase bans, what, 4, 5 of them are support heroes?
Yeah.
I mean, I find this is pretty impressive from Liquid to come into this game and go, you know what, this is what we're going to approach the bans with, because we're making a case for a good Winter Wyvern game, or the fact that Bane, of course, is a staple. Shadow Demon getting promoted all the way to first phase, I don't think was in contention.
No, I don't think anybody's out of that.
With the Wind Ranger pickup, you can see it now obviously makes a little bit more sense, right? But still, 3 supports into Wind Ranger.
Wait, I don't see how it makes sense. I'm sorry. Why does it make more sense now that we see a Wind Ranger?
Wind Ranger walks in, you just disrupt the person that she's going on, and then now her focus 5
Oh, you said
is
Shadow
going
Demon.
on.
Sorry, I thought it was Shadow Fiend you said. My bad.
Oh, no.
My bad.
Shadow Demon.
Different Shadow.
Yeah, cool, right.
I like this Wind Ranger pick as well because hero they have left in is Lina, who has been famously first phase. But I really like Liquid taking Wind Ranger as an answer to Lina because she is able to just go in with BKB and focus fire Lina and just destroy her. I see Liquid do it so often. So I think it makes the first pick have to be different from Lina. We see Centaur instead, which we also considered last time we covered this matchup as unfavorable for Wind Ranger, yet Liquid still made it work.
And they have a choice to move it to Boxy if they deem that this is not really that great. But yeah, but I think Liquid also did one game that just didn't care. You know, they had the pass and win. I think they just let it lane against the center.
I mean, Spirit could also force the draft here by banning the Tusk of the Clock and then taking it out of phase. And then we still have the same question that we're looking for answers.
I mean, they can only ban, yeah, I guess they ban one.
They ban one, pick one,
and
right?
pick the other
So it's
one.
like you ban Tusk, pick Clock, because into Wind Range you don't really want to just take the Tusk, right? So it's like, yeah.
That's a very good plan, I think. If you do that, it's going to put Liquid in a very uncomfortable position. Where, okay, maybe they have to pick the Undying, or maybe, I don't know, they have to figure out some other replacement which will
It
put
causes them to have to think about it, right?
Yeah, and they have to play out of their comfort zone. And the recipe right now where I feel like Liquid really wants to get is somehow a melee hero on Boxy and he can be the 5 and Tofu can be with Ace.
But also, as we've seen, like you already said, if these things happen, if Spirit really invests so heavily into the double melee supports that we're mentioning, Wind Ranger just goes support, draft goes in a completely different direction. Because it's the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, but at the same time, then what is Tofu gonna play? You know, with a possible, if Boxy is playing the win, what is Tofu gonna play? Because he doesn't really have a very good pool of heroes to complement Boxy's win.
I think you could potentially just go more aggressive, and you take like the hoodwinks, the witch doctors, the hero that just they play the lane and they go do something.
He has to do that, but the synergy won't be as good.
We'll have to see where they go with this one, as there is only one ban this time around for Team Spirit to address. So if Clockwork and the Tusk are both suing, as they are right now, only one will be banned maximum. We do have a bit of a couple bans coming out from Team Liquid. They ban out the Slaughter and the Pangolier. Slaughter so far has only been played by Team Spirit. I don't know if they have some flex in mind that the center could still go elsewhere. We know that Laurel could still also play the Slaughter if needed. Pango, of course, we saw Laurel on that one.
All of Liquid bans are heroes that Spirit will happily blind hit to progress the draft, to then get you a later stronger pick.
And it's also to protect Invoker. I think they just really like Nisha's Invoker, and they're always trying to set up for it. And yeah, I mean, you've got to be thinking about it right now. So Spirit, you have two options with this ban phase. Either you do the support ban, or you have to ban one of Nisha's heroes.
Yeah, so because of course the Wind Ranger flex, they don't bother with the support bans. They go for Ember and Talina.
So Liquid probably gonna pick up one of the melee heroes right now, like the Clock or the Tusk. It also depends who's gonna play the Wind. If Mickey wants to play the Wind, then I think they'll pick one of the melee heroes. But if Boxy is playing the Wind, then they're gonna do something else.
Always exciting, guys. Second phase, end of draft. Nisha can pick Puck. Yay! I've said it so many times this season and every other season of competitive Dota. Yeah, it's looking fine as well as an option for Nisha down the line.
Yeah, you can have his pick maybe by that time around. There's more information on the board from what Team Spirit wants to do with that Lina, as there is still the flex potential, putting the Lina either in the mid lane or on the safe lane.
Mickey has experience playing Wind Ranger into both of these cores. Looks like we're going to play with a Tiny instead. Has we seen Tiny on any role other than
I think mid? I think somebody did it mid. I don't remember who was it.
At least for Liquid, it has only ever been carry. So Liquid is just making a statement that they want to play a very pick-off style game, a skirmishing game. Like they're going to step up into the lanes, try and just get an extra little bit of net worth, and then translate that into like one cheap item on each hero, and off we go.
It does also mean that I think we've locked in Wind Ranger to be in the hands of Boxy, and with Mirana taken up by Tofu. We have seen Nisha play Wind Ranger once and it didn't go well, and I think if we heard him talk yesterday about how he wants to have comfort when going in the lower bracket and how he won against Falcons yesterday, then I think you don't give him Wind Ranger.
But the option's there, that's the best part!
Spirit is just building a really scary lineup to try and gank, because at any point, you have to deal with the Stampede, the Central Axe, and you have Cogs and Hookshot. Like, there's so many little ways. 2 more heroes to be picked as well. So Liquid, their playstyle is Moonlight Shadow from the Mirana, go with a Blink or some Silver Edge on Tiny to find a hero. If you don't 100-0 them, the counterplay from Spirit is still exceptional.
This is where it feels like you have last pick of the phase on Liquid, and you can respond to a ganking lineup with something like Underlord, with something like Dawnbreaker.
They need it, yeah.
React.
Exactly. Like that's the hero I want to see on Ace, because it will overwhelm the fight for Liquid to give them a good window of the game.
Well, with that in mind, let's just pick up the Rubik now so that the Underlord won't be picked and they don't have to worry about that one.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, you could do that. You definitely could do that, but I think it's not as solid as something like a Reload. If you go Reload, the whole Reload, okay, Wing's fine too. It's a lot more solid. You have a lot of damage. The lane's very strong. I mean, with Rubik and Centaur, the lane is just a little bit weaker compared to Wing plus Centaur. Like, Wing is just the best support for just securing your laning phase, and Team Spirit here, they have a very, very stable setup, and Wing with the Boomerang plus the Lina, that's insane as well, and Liquid, they need some team fight right now. You guys mentioned Underlord plus or Dawnbreaker. I think those heroes definitely give them team fight, or something like a Tide, like
yeah,
them.
I was about to say maybe the Tide, where it's like, maybe it's not as like explosive in like global potential as the other two, but it's more, I will just walk to every fight and I'll just soak everything that Spirit has. The Spirit, even though their lineup looks very scary, there is a little bit of time that needs to come online, and guys, of course, like I said, when it's second phase and Puck's available, you take it at the end of the phase. Otherwise known as 18 Puck.
Spirit needs an answer against this Puck. The support is the Clock, the Footwing, they're not great heroes. Somebody has to buy Orchid. Lina doesn't want to buy Orchid. Centaur does not want to buy Orchid. Yeah, so they have to figure out if they can actually slot in a hero to deal with the Puck. Can be a mid hero, can be a carry hero, but Liquid so far They're happy
This
with
is
what they have.
great. They could play on Spirit. They're so versatile. That's the fun of this team. Night Stalker, I was going to say. We've seen Lal play. Would have been a nice option.
Yeah, that would be nice.
There's also still Dragon Knight in the pool if they want to play that. Simple blink stun on Puck.
Yeah, they're the big two, I'd say. And Slardar's already been banned out on the earlier phase by Liquid. So yeah, it's like Slardar, Night Stalker. Then if you really want to get desperate, then you can talk about like Void Spirit, but you're getting that.
This is, however, Team Spirit that very much was aware that this puck would come out. So that I'm sure they have something prepared against it, and they do have the overall last pick. And with the flex potential of the Lina, there's definitely still quite a bit possible there. And potentially some cool pocket pick will come out. On the side of Team Liquid, we're in a similar situation as last game, as we need a hero for Ace. And I would love to know what kind of boxes Ace's hero needs to be able to tick this time around, considering they kind of missed the mark with the last game pick.
I think it's awkward now because you take Puck, which is, you know, great. Nisha is someone you should prioritize so he doesn't get banned out, but you're probably going to lose your Dawnbreaker and your Underlord now, which I think were the two best in slot.
Yeah, but they probably felt like he had three options. Like we mentioned Dawn, Underlord, and Tide would be like the obvious option. So maybe they feel like it's okay if they ban two, we're going to get one, but whereas for the mid picks, they feel like Puck is probably the best one, so they decided that was what they wanted to go for.
Also, it was so respectful. I just double checked. Yeah, Nisha hasn't played a single game of Puck this TI. So
really?
Yeah, he decided, you know what? Potential elimination game. Oh, fine, I'll play Puck if you need me to.
Radiant crew.
The Dragon Knight that you mentioned, Rhea, will be removed from the pool as well.
That's it, we ran out of heroes.
That's it. Stack it up.
Of course, there is the like the old Huskar and snipers if the lane beat the Puck, but
10
again, players these days, they just, yeah, exactly, bad for the lineup. You just farm the double counts after the lane, you lose your mid tower, you sacrifice a little bit of tempo, but then you eventually just have the better lineup because they've drafted themselves into a win.
I think the still one or the Shaker, I don't know if like Shaker is something you would consider. I think Shaker is decent into Puck, it's not that bad. You have that lockdown, you can always stun him from fog, and then you catch him, you kill him with all the echo, you can instantly disable him. And it's good in the lane against the Puck as well. So I think that would be a decent option overall.
It's kind of gone untouched so far, but what do we feel about Io?
Yeah, this series does not carry Io.
I know it's obviously not great into Coil because you're going to partner with someone, but also if you're able to have 4 items on Io and then sustain through Coil, especially with your Lina who's going to get jumped on by a tiny Wind Ranger Puck, I think it could be an option.
Yeah, it is an option because against like heroes like Puck and Storm, Glimmer Cape are just OP against them. So picking up a hero that has sustainability is a pretty cool one, and they go for the Lycan. The Ace is
nice.
Yeah,
nice. The Wolf Bite on the Tiny, one of my favorite combos in the game. And it gives them a very, very fast-paced lineup. They have a lot of vision with the wolves. You can hunt down the enemy supports. Clock and Holding, they hate playing into summons. They don't really do much against the summons. So this is a very, very nice pick.
It sounds like they rounded this one out maybe a little bit better than the previous one. Of course, there's still an answer coming from Team Spirit that now
at least
it solved way more.
Yeah, just put like Lina to mid and you take like your Toro Terrorblade and then just like you play the macro game, just keep skipping the waves, like you just survive and then...
Or like Sven, do you think?
Yeah, Sven's okay too. There's also a Naga pick which is kind of like a Lycan counter, but I like the Sven a little bit more.
The carry pool feels way nicer here than the remaining mid pool.
I'm looking at the mid pool and it's like, sure. Okay,
nice
yeah,
quality,
so, yeah, they want to keep the game alive. They want to try and eliminate Team Liquid from the International with a Yatoro Classic.
But they have a Puck problem.
Yeah, of course.
Like, who's going to kill the Puck? Maybe the tablet can itemize an Orchid.
You think he does Mantle? Yeah, Mantle Orchid.
Somewhere down the road, but that's going to take time. Like in the first 20 minutes, Hoodwink's Bushwhack is the only thing that can reliably maybe set up a kill or two on Puck.
Will Team Liquid have a more solid early game than previous game?
Yes.
I mean, it's hard not to.
1,000,000%. Like, game 1 doesn't even exist anymore. Like, this is infinitely better from Liquid's graph.
Infinitely better. How much focus is Nisha gonna get if we're saying that, like, you know, Laurel is gonna have to do well against this Nisha Puck? Is gonna get help from the side lanes to cement his victory?
Lina always does well. You're gonna really want your Clockwork to hit 6 because the most reliable way of killing him is probably hook shot. into Lina stun, into then like a cog back. I think you have enough damage at that point to kill him. But then you need to make sure that Clockwork is helping with like stacking and then getting the XP from that, making sure you secure your Wisdom Rune, because these levels are going to be absolutely 100% the most critical thing for Spirit to survive.
I just like the fact that we have your Toro Terrorblade, we have Liquid on heroes that feel like they can come alive in the game, and it isn't going to be a kind of stompy, slow one like last time.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that. I have a back and forth here for game number 2. Of course, this is elimination on the line, and it's Liquid with their back against the rope in this one as Team Spirit is one game up. Let's see how Coach Blitz feels about how they did in the draft.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Blitz, what a dog you are. Tiny combo here, TI-10 flashbacks. Is this on purpose, or is this actually just good for the draft?
We wanted to pay an homage of sorts. I think it's exciting. I'm assuming that the Chinese fans aren't watching the stream, so I don't want to give them like PTSD or anything, but yeah, you know, it's just like a throwback.
Speaking of a throwback, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but 9 years ago on this very stage, the manager, coach of Mineski, was in your exact position in this exact booth. And you know what he did to make his team come back? He did 10 push-ups on the stage. Now, I'm not saying you have to, but could you beat him for good luck for Team Liquid?
Did they win the series?
They did win the series. You have to do more than 10. Will you do it? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Put him on it. Come on, Blitz. 1 for Nisha. 2 for Team Liquid. 3 for everyone else. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 9. You got it. 10. 11. 10. It's a tie. 11. Okay, it's 11. It's 11. All right, let's go. We got first blood. We got to get in the game. Team Liquid will come back. The curse is broken. Let's get into it.
Very nicely done from Blitz. I have to say, we've seen the first blood already for Liquid, so, I mean, that was after. Or, sorry, the first blood was before the push-up center, so I don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, I imagine now. Well, they didn't win on the bounty runes, so maybe he shouldn't have. All the things that have happened since have been in favor of Spirit, which is bounty runes and nothing else.
But the good news is Mikke is the one to get first blood on the position 1 Tiny, so off to a very good start for him.
Yeah, and I agree with the panel's assessment that this will be a better game for Liquid. I think last game, I think it was just the level of execution required and the margin for error was really narrow. I think this has more of a natural feel to it. You've got a better balance between heroes going in and following up. You've got better overall lanes, I would say, on paper, and you don't have to worry about the Prophet this time, which was ignored in the draft. Yeah, I just want to say,
when I looked over at you during the draft, you're like, they're going to pick Prophet.
Well, I was like, there's still Hoodwink, there's still Prophet, and well, we got one of them. It's going to be Rue playing the position 5 Hoodwink this game for the side of Spirit. And a different archetype hero for Laurel here as well. Lina and Pango play completely different games. Pango very much up in the face of the enemy and setting the tone for the fights. Lina is more of a ranged assassin, so they're going to need somebody else to play that role, and that's why Not Me is on a Clockwork this time instead of the Shadow Demon. So Spirit making sure to maintain their draft integrity and the overall read they have on what makes lineups function right now. Also, I can't believe that this was the... Was that true, that this is the first game of
Foxy in a bit of trouble. Looks like he'll be taken out by Yatoro. Pops the Fairy Fire, but falls nonetheless. Rue getting chased by the Wolves. Should be able to survive. Go ahead, Cinderella.
Didn't it surprise you that this is Nisha's first game of Puck of the tournament?
You're kidding.
Wasn't that what they said? Did I misunderstand? I thought they said he hasn't played it yet.
That's crazy.
This is maybe his best... It's in contention for his best hero of all time. It's probably between this and Ember, right?
I think it's still Puck.
And yeah, sure, the hero is not quite where it used to be right now. I think it's not as good, but it's a really good Puck game. Winner was harping on this quite a bit, that Spirit have no way of killing this hero. Yeah. So if Nisha gets off to a good start and this game goes into the favor of Liquid in the mid game, I think the Puck plus Lycan is just going to run down the supports super easily in the fights, and eventually Lycan will transition into making Tiny an absolute monster with the Ags. So I'm pretty hopeful for Liquid here. For the side of Spirit, though, like T-Gov was pointing out, perhaps the idea with the Terrorblade pick is twofold. Obviously, you're good against Lycan, but also maybe you just play the map differently. You just constantly split pushing waves with yourself, with Rockets, with Lina just killing them from the tree line with Hoodwink, and perhaps this whole Puck play together with Lycan doesn't really come to be all that often. Might work out.
Yeah, the crowd was actually really excited to see Terrorblade pick.
I think they love Yatoro Terrorblade.
They just love Yatoro.
It's a classic.
He'll pick whatever. But yeah, this is one of his strong. I mean, I don't even know what I would consider his strongest heroes. The Bushwhack is going to find its target onto Ace. Slowed up. Metamorphosis. It's enough. Yatoro's on the board now. Well, he already was, apparently. This is his second kill. Off to a very good start for the Terrorblade. And your thoughts on, other than the Lycan Ags into Tiny combo, Lycan in lane, how should he be doing?
He should lose. It's a hard lane. You're playing into Terrorblade Hoodwink. So the thing is, what Lycan can always do, you can pull the waves with Wolves. It's obviously a huge problem that Foxy died at level 1 on Wind Ranger. I would say that should not happen in this lane, so they must have made some sort of misplay to get to that position. Now that he has Wind Run, that is unlikely to happen again, but the damage is already done. Like, Yatoro's lane is... This lane is all him. He can't lose from this position. Damage done to Foxy again here by Rue, really pressuring him up.
So then with that in mind, the other side of the coin, with Mickey getting that first blood, how's his lane supposed to go in that versus 2?
It's a good lane for the Mirana in particular. You're playing against 2 melee heroes. It's Mirana that's super easy to navigate. Tiny with first blood advantage. I still think they will struggle to really box out the Centaur. I think he's still going to get a good amount here. Tiny doesn't have high enough consistent damage in the laning phase to really get through a Helm of Iron Will Centaur, which Collapse has now picked up.
Rather thoroughly keelhauled.
So that in turn means that Not Me is free to make some other moves if he wants to.
Bushwhack again gonna set up a kill. Man,
really?
Hoodwink is absurd in this tournament. The fact that it's being ignored occasionally is crazy. Bushwhacks have been very, very effective in all stages of the game, too. It's not just like in the laning stage.
Foxy,
game winning in some cases.
Foxy cannot be happy with this so far. This is... I think if you asked him, he would say he shouldn't have died in this lane, and now we're up to 2 deaths in 5 minutes. Taking a beating here, and obviously Ace is suffering from that.
I mean, you can kind of look, hold that thought, as Liquid have 3 members up in the top lane. Blood Grenade into the power shot onto Not Me. Will pop the Lotus and try to stay alive. Collapse with a nice hook stomp onto 2. The tree does hit Not Me, but he is going to walk away from this.
Any power shot attempt? No.
And looking at the CS between the carries,
and looking at
Ace again gonna die. So another kill for Yatoro. 3 kills on the board. Has 50 CS versus the 29 of Mickey on Tiny.
It's pretty ironic to throw Lycan to the Wolves, but that's literally what they're doing here. This is ugly. I kind of liked the pick. I knew this lane was going to be hard. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. He is bottom of the net worth of the course.
And what about catch-up potential for Lycan? Is that a thing?
Jungle, it's
Nisha
all right.
Very aggressive. The Arcana is going to be taken by Not Me in the top side of the river. Nisha going to take a full Laguna Blade. Acorn shot attempting to get the Illusory Orbit, burning away. Even the Rocket Flare not needed. As Tofu looking to take more damage in the tree line. Another Blood Grenade. So much damage over time. Going bowling. Doesn't need it. As Not Me will get the kill with the Blood Grenade. A 6-1 advantage for Spirit. They're on fire, no pun intended.
Rue is owning. There's no other way to put it. He's found all these kills bottom. He somehow finds a Puck kill in a game that we talked about. They have almost nothing to kill Puck with, but that's the exact way they can do it. The Bushwhack Laguna plus Dragon Slave. And then the Afterburn gets the kill, the slow burn, excuse me. Man.
Mickey getting pressure now in that safe lane just by the Centaur. And we're getting close to, it is the 7-minute mark. In fact, Yatoro looks like he'll get the Wisdom Prize. So this is going to be 2 for Team Spirit. Starting to snowball against Liquid.
Not even that. The name of the game so far is Spirit are getting kills they're not supposed to ×3 or 4. And now they also get both Wisdoms. So this is the type of early game that I, frankly, could just not have imagined them getting. that sets the terms for a very strong mid-game timing. Look at the net worth discrepancy already. This is a Terrorblade who's up 1,500 against the enemy carry at 7 minutes.
Foxy again getting bushwhacked. This time has the win run, so survive the onslaught. But yeah, exactly. The fact that Terrorblade, I mean, kind of gets off to slow starts sometimes, but this is completely free lane. He's getting kill after kill. Dora just having the, I mean, if you have him on your fantasy, like I do, by the way, since just shouting him out there,
yeah.
Could be a very good 2-game series for him if he can continue on this trajectory. Back go to T say that this is the 3rd highest net worth of all time at
GPM.
Or GPM, rather.
3rd highest GPM of all time in Pro Dota.
Oh,
yeah.
Not even just PI.
It was in all history. Pretty crazy game. Wonder how many of the top 10 are Alchemist.
Yeah, a lot of them, I'm sure.
Dire's bottom
tower here.
Tier 1 for Yatoro. And Foxy, out of mana, has to pop the Lotus and will survive. That's all he will do. Toro, 5.3k net worth already. The ace is suffering the consequences here.
And the thing that's especially crazy about this is that when you're doing this well on Terrorblade, it gives you the luxury to itemize differently, and you can see he's going for the Orchid that the panel was talking about as a potential solution to Puck here.
Yeah.
I talked about it last game. I think Yatoro, when it comes to itemization, is exceptionally good, and you know he's making that the call here that is going to be the one problem he has to solve. The rest will play itself. See if it's going to work out for him. It is obviously it comes with a risk. Like when you're buying Orchid on this hero, if you don't find good use of it, sure, it's fine for farming, but Terrorblade is a hero that scales insanely well with stats. And by buying Orchid, that means you're not getting a fast scatty.
Do you think that it is worth the risk? Because we've seen games, like even with Nisha playing God tier on Puck, where I know he's already died this game, but we've seen him lose games with 0 deaths. Sometimes you can just kind of ignore the Puck at some point in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made that if Terrorblade's this farmed, you just go Scotty, you get Butterfly, and you end the game. Like, that is definitely something that he could have considered too. Teams don't seem to really bulldoze the base at 30 minutes all that much, though. But I would agree that was a potential angle here when you're doing it this well. Might have been able to pull it off this time, but we'll see. He also hasn't bought any of the components yet. It's currently on the idea state.
Yeah, no, he's also in the mid lane.
Nice
pushback.
pushback.
Somehow hit. How is that in range?
Who needs Chasm Stone if you can play like you have it?
I was gonna say. I was gonna check if he had Chasm Stone there for a moment, but Yatoro joining the party, and this will be another tower for Spirit.
That must have been max range.
Yeah, it had to be.
That was super.
Oh, it's bugged. That's why the hero's been so good at TI.
A prize.
All right.
Travel
another
for Laurel. He can go everywhere he wants. So with that in mind, if he does complete
Coil.
the coil now, power shot, this will be a support kill for Liquid. Anything on the board at this stage is something that you just have to take advantage of while you can. This is going to get worse if you don't pull things back here, but from Puck's perspective, what itemization would you prefer him to go if the Orchid comes out? Like Yules, you have to go BKB in this game.
Middle tower
BKB on Puck feels real bad.
It feels like Yules is quite reliable, no? There's no immediate follow-up out of the Yules that's going to ruin him. He can
That's up LSA.
you should be able to phase, right, every time.
Yeah.
So I think Yules is fine. The times that it's dangerous is if the enemy has something that, like, disrupts the statics.
Laurel. Okay. Taking a little bit of damage from Boxy. Bushwhack misses this time from Root. Let's force the numbers out. We'll take the Laguna Blade. Eventually they will find
really nice spell casting. Just beautiful. Double bowling hit, a nice light strike array off the first knockback. Spirit are in form. This
really
is
are.
really, really solid from them.
And that's usually the case when they go to the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
They
Maybe
go
the
to another
secret
level.
to beating Spirit is not letting them lose
That's right.
upper bracket, so they can't learn anything. And then
Yeah.
you beat them in the grand final.
Yep, that sounds like a great strategy. Ace just trying his best to get back into this game, but it's going to be a struggle for a while. Has the helm now, of course. And how fast do you go Agged? I mean, I feel like
Radiant's top tower
after the helm, he is going to upgrade the helm.
Yeah. He might buy Ag's second item, though.
I was going to say, like,
Radiant's
this is the
top
game to go
tower
second
be
item
attack.
Ag.
Gormless swappies.
He will be that impactful. Well, I mean, AC is definitely good to have for Tiny in the team, but I don't know. The thing about this that's tricky for me is that I don't genuinely know how good the Ags feels when you get it for Tiny at, let's say, 30 minutes versus when you're 5 to 6 slot, right? Like, because it depends. You're sending 4,200 gold into another hero. So with AC, you're boosting both of you, and with Ags, you're boosting only him. So he needs to be confident that by turning Tiny into a wolf, he can take the fight to Terrorblade. I don't know if he can.
We're going to find initiation onto Boxy again. Be in the thick of all of these kills for Spirit lately.
See Boxy 0-5 at 13 minutes, having a really rough day in this game.
Spirit will group up and take another tier 1, so they'll have the set themselves.
Yep.
Toro didn't even have to come for this. He is just completely free farming. Has the Manta, gonna go for the Shard, get that Demon Seal, and then if he stays true, will be the Orchid.
I love Toro's quick time. You see what it says bottom right?
17.
He's queued up so many items already. He's like,
oh yeah, he's ready.
It's a mind map. He's got the order. I wonder what he has after the Scotty. Currently, it's Shard, Orchid, Scotty, and then I guess Butterfly or BKB.
I mean, you really think he's gonna opt for BKB this early, Cinderin?
No, I mean, it's the order, right?
No, I know.
Put them in order.
I know, but
oh, you mean
even
after
then,
Scotty is
yeah,
too
even
early.
then, of course. When you're up by this much,
maybe.
absolutely.
The thing is, it has to be annoying for him to redo his order, right? He has to put in 20 items every time.
Yeah, if you put in 20 items, you're less likely to change the order. In fact, is again Boxy in the thick of it, able to walk it off thanks to the win run. Mickey joins the party this time. Ace in his Lycan form. Nisha gets off the coil onto 1. It is a very important one in the Lina. It's not coming out, but it's not enough to Stampede too late. Nisha gets the kill onto Lara, looking for the hook stomp. Nisha in the tree line gets stunned up. Do they have the damage? Do they have the control? It doesn't look like it. He's getting the distance, and Boxy getting bounced around by these cogs. Just all over the place. Another beautiful bushwhack onto 2. Finally, Boxy will take a tumble, and now Tofu taking the right-click damage. The avalanche coming out from Mickey with the toss to follow, but the hook stomp is there, and now Mickey all alone, and Yatoro and company should be able to finish him off as these cogs just continue to rain upon Liquid. The bowling is out of control right now for Not Me. And they get the rocket flare kill on top of that, Rude, trying to survive. Nisha going for the last right click. It's not enough, though. In fact, it is.
It is.
Nisha.
Witchblade will do it.
Indeed. Does Witchblade apply the damage every time she misses? The hook shot comes in from Not Me at the last moment, but Nisha, they take the rocket flare. Laurel is in there just in time. Beautiful coordination. The blood grenade. It's enough, but Boxy will die for it.
Another win.
What is happening this game?
Oh my god. I was just going to say, I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that fight. Mickey just said, Boxy, you're not surviving a single fight in this game. You just tossed the Wind Ranger into the fight. What is happening? Just literally completely sacrificed his teammate for seemingly no benefit. I don't think there was any shackle shot follow-up. There's just nothing.
It's not even my
He comes back alive, finds a blood grenade kill, and well, Death Taxes and Boxy dying in every possible engagement. He will take another tumble, 1-7 now. Crazy fight, and worth keeping in mind that Liquid did manage to kill Laurel to start that. So with him off the board, you would have thought Liquid could maybe get a better total exchange than that, but he might have what it took to finish off the Terrorblade afterwards. Now Collapse getting backstabbed by a pack of wolves.
They get the avalanche to start things out. Arrows coming. Clean kill on the Collapse. Yatoro TP's in very deep. The tier 1 is actually dead. They're going to try to chase him out. Are there reinforcements on the way? I believe Laurel is coming. Yatoro at half HP. He should try to get the connection. Gets the coil onto 2. Looks like they're going to try to snap it. The silence comes out. Yatoro snaps it after the fact. Gets avalanche and killed off. Big mistake from Spirit as they will trickle back to base. That was a very, very rare mistake for Yatoro.
Liquid really needed this to happen.
Yes, indeed.
That is going to stabilize things in a big way. They kill 2 cores and a tower and lose absolutely nobody. And as you pointed out, it was Yatoro's choice. He could have canceled that TP. The Centaur was already dead.
And he broke the coil like just as it was about to expire. Very, very close call.
If he waited just half a second more, he might have been able to walk it off.
Yeah, possibly. Liquid given a gift come back in this game because it was spiraling. Or obviously still with a pretty big net worth advantage. This sets him back a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
Battle blade there from Mickey.
He's gonna get Ace his shard now. So upgrades the wolves. It summons 3 wolves and they get the hightail ability. This is a major upgrade and a major issue for supports a lot of the time in particular to deal with. But obviously, just in general, more scouting power, more pushing power, better utility. Really feels good shard to get.
Radiant's
now let's. This is what's going to be. X is definitely a possibility. Oh, clock is annoyed.
Has the hook shot. And the bushwhack being used.
And the bot tower is gone as well.
Yeah. Farvon the Dreamer gets the kill on the tier 1. Looks like he'll continue to dream. Stays alive, just barely. Good old Farvon.
I'm trying to remember where that's from.
Artifact. Where else would it be from?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is the same model.
Yeah, Prowler. It's not as recognizable because it's a green card.
Yeah.
He's purple in this game.
True.
Great trivia for you guys out there.
Thanks, Squidward.
That's Laurel about 600 from his Aghanim Scepter. Liquid definitely have stabilized now. But again, like in terms of pace, which team is going to be happier with the progression?
If you asked Spirit's coach before this game if he would be happy with a 2K lead at 20 minutes, I think he would say yes. But with the first 10 minutes, he would say no.
Yeah.
So overall, it depends if you're looking at it through the scope of theory of what this game should look like right now, or what it could have looked like with the way Spirit started the game. I still think they're in a good position.
This is the Orchid reveal. Unfortunately for Spirit, you can see Nisha on the opposite side of the map right now. Very far away. But any kill is a good kill.
Has queued up the AC.
Dire's middle
Any
tower
Ags hopes for the fans out there to see Tiny turn into a wolf.
One of my favorite memories of TI.
Delayed massively.
Money to burn.
Well, Ace might be the recipient of this gank, although I believe Mickey is going through the gate. It's going to meet potentially.
Oh, he's trying to solo the Torm.
Okay, he's doing it quite nicely, I have to say.
Got it.
Indeed. That's a nice steal as Boxy gets Gale Force as well. Nami blocking the path though. With the cogs, gets off the hook shot. Oh, unfortunate, and Nami gonna get chased down in all likelihood. Not that many reinforcements. Well, I say that, but Oro is kind of close by. Not sure if he wants to fight though. Yeah, they get that kill. Laguna Blade finding a target. Looks like Tofu will take it home. So it's a 1-for-1 for support. Spirit now on the run. Who gets silenced as Orchid revealed, but the Yules comes out. Realized that was in his inventory already. Shackle coming out as well. Really low as Rue gets bursted down. Gets Toro. Run out of resources here pretty soon as Nisha is going to be A-okay. Did he get that like roughly the same time the Orchid came out?
Yeah, I think so. There's barely been any opportunities. And it's funny, Moxie finds a sick 2-man shackle, immediately dies.
Okay, he's out of mana. Orchid on him. They have the vision. Stuck around too long. That's a big kill for Spirit.
Yeah. Just about to say, a great sequence for Liquid getting the Tormentor into 2 kills. But with the Tiny as a collateral damage on the way out, don't feel all that bad for Spirit anymore.
Pretty even game now in terms of net worth. I wonder what Dota Plus thinks of this game. Maybe it knows something that we do not. That's really
Dire's middle tower
80-20.
fire.
I think it doesn't like Lycan.
That is extreme. That
Too soon,
cannot be
too
right.
soon.
There it goes.
I don't understand. Dota Plus has not been wrong though, Cinderin.
No.
Not on our watch, at least. Nisha. With the help of the Wolves now. Clockwork is going to take a power shot. That's the hook shot to a teammate. Still getting pursued by the Wolves. And they're going to try to continue on. They get the coil off, but there's the silence onto the puck. Finally, the Yules comes out. He's already at half HP for Nisha.
Oh, the
extended. They get the hook beautifully timed as Nisha will fall. Not expecting that at all as Spirit get a huge kill again. And a Triceratops, an even bigger kill. A dinosaur hits the deck.
Oh, that one's an artifact part too.
That's right. Horn of the Alpha?
That's right.
Well, technically, they come out with Horn of the Alpha. It's not the actual card art.
True.
The Thunderhide pack is the... God, I'm a freaking nerd.
That is really impressive.
Well, it's just as well as the Dota names, apparently. I can also sing the artifact song for you if you'd like.
Wow.
Doggy, something.
I don't remember it like that, but
something doggy.
I was about to say they've remastered it. I guess I don't know if you would call that a remaster.
That's the new age version. Laurel. This is the beauty of having these wolves, though, is all the vision. It's almost like having a pseudo bounty hunter in your game.
Yeah.
That's not giving you frack kills at this point.
Radiant's middle tower
Apparently
be under
very
attack.
confident with this 3K lead. I mean, Dota Plus is very confident right now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Hey, if this goes late game, how would you match up the two teams?
I think it's pretty close. I think Terrorblade is a pretty strong contender for this game, even super late. But Hawk is a late game beast. I mean, is a dead hero. Yeah, I think it's anyone's game if this goes truly late. It's just so many variables, so many heroes that scale in a fashion that you wouldn't think was possible a few years ago. Centaur becomes a complete monster in late game. Lina scales in different fashion than she used to. Hoodwink is a late game powerhouse too. So Spirit have plenty of options. And then on the other side, you've got Wolfbite, Tiny, Hawk, late game beast.
Oh,
get this for free?
Liquid. Have to go for a rush, but the collapse is in the game. Feed right on top. Nisha actually snatches the Aegis, so Spirit technically gets the kill onto Roche. The focus now onto this big bad Terrorblade. Gets broken. Gets the Sunder after the last moment onto Mickey. Has to go to the high ground now. Because the right clicks are not enough to kill off Yatoro. Laurel giving some space as Ace. Have to be careful what you try to bite off here. Illusory Orb right on top of the Terrorblade. Yatoro now in a lot of trouble. Getting bursted, getting right click, getting to the high ground now. Has Reflection at his disposal. Nisha going to continue the pressure here as Ace is going to take the Reflection. Yatoro still staying alive, but finally Nisha finishes the job. Big kill for Liquid, but they've lost 3 heroes. Not me, with the cogs down to slow up onto Boxy. Didn't even bother with him. He's died 1,000,000 times this game. Nisha takes the full LSA, though. Do they have the damage? Puts up, yes! The Aegis is down already. The Liquid will likely break things up, I would assume, as Nisha might be able to get a kill on the way out. Essence Spring will keep the Clockwork alive a little bit longer. Nisha taking out Laguna Blade. It gets off the phase shift. LSA is going to miss, but Nisha gets touched on the other side. They collapse out, find the kill again onto Nisha. Then they could not kill this puck. He has 4 deaths in this game.
Spirit are clutching up so hard.
I cannot believe how long Yatoro lived.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is starting with Collapse going for the Aegis. Imagine if he steals the Aegis, too.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least, for Liquid, he only got the Roche kill.
That's very uncommon for him, by the way.
Yeah, he just tends to get
He's found, killed off.
a little something the other way. A completely inconsequential kill compared to everything else we just saw, though. It's so important in a situation like that for Nisha to get out. He has to scale in this game if Liquid want to have a chance. Lycan is not it yet. He is about to get the AC. That will be a bit of a help. But Tiny just doesn't... This hero doesn't have enough output to kill this Radiant lineup until he gets multiple additional items. Puck has to offer that support. And Nisha's damage build is being delayed by having to buy Yules against Orchid. So he could have had a Parasma now and maybe another 1,000 gold if he gets one more kill there and lives, but not the case. Another dead Triceratops. Not me will bag that gold.
No, there's the AC for Ace, and I think now surely is the Ag.
I don't know what else he would do. I don't think BKB is going to matter enough.
I mean, he'll probably get that after, I would assume.
Maybe. I'm trying to think if there's something else. I think Scythe could be an interesting idea as well.
I mean, funnily enough, a BKB, just to not get sundered, because you're going to be up close and personal, in theory, might just be worth it.
Yeah, at the same time as Lycan, you kind of have to play around that too. Or you're hasted permanently with your ult. You can hit him with everything else than your hero.
There's smoke on both sides. Roche is not even remotely close to spawning because it was taken away, or the Aegis rather, for Nisha pretty much right off the bat.
No objectives to claim at all.
Smoke pop through in the tree line. Spot Nisha. Nisha gonna open things up for now onto the Clockwork. Not me in a horrific spot. Has the hook shot away to a teammate.
Oh, good coil.
Coil onto 2. LSA not gonna hit any target though. And already the Clockwork has fallen.
And the forced meta too.
Well,
That's
forced
pretty good.
Lycan ult as well, I suppose, and the Moonlight Shadow. Yeah, Liquid biding their time.
Between those three abilities, the most important and the longest cooldown, of course, the non-ultimate ability, Metamorphosis.
That's right.
That,
it's effectively his ultimate, though.
Yeah, I would argue.
It used to be his ultimate. Way back.
Very long ago, yeah.
We're old. Used to have a life drain ability. It was like a crappier version of Pugna Drain, and it did not require channeling. That was weird.
Well, he's had both. He had the version that Pugna has where you have to stand still.
Oh, really?
That was the original life drain. You stood still and just drained 20 health per second per level. Yeah, game's changed. Then he was able to move with it, which was insanely broken.
Yeah.
The first version. And then eventually...
LSA just, oh, he dodged something there. The LSA dodged completely somehow. Uses the Yules, but he's surrounded and killed off. So regardless of the beautiful dodge from Nisha, still dies. And I did not think he would die. I thought... This game started.
5 deaths.
5 deaths?
Is too many.
Crazy.
It's just too many. Didn't account for that counterplay, though. They have coming out of the Yules, they've Stampede. So they can stand on top of him, and he will instantly take damage when dropping. So he can't Yules into Blink, he has to phase into Blink. But phase obviously was unavailable, because...
He dodged LSA with it.
Yep.
Collapse. Yeah, very close to BKB, and then it'll be Aghanim Scepter afterwards. And this seems like an exceptional Ags game, actually. Lina or Terrorblade would love to be in the cart.
Yeah.
In terms of AoE abilities, there's a little bit from Liquid, but nothing too crazy. And Liquid again will take Tormentor, so 2 in a row. Mickey getting the shard.
The old asset.
Crash landing.
Yes. Yes, sir. Not exactly all that impressive, but
well, if he
take what you can get.
If he tosses Boxy in again, it'll do a little more damage, right?
Yeah.
That's good. Basically tossing it corpse anyway.
See, Boxy bought Blink Dagger in anticipation.
Toss him and then blink out? Yeah, that's pretty hype combo. Let's look at Laurel's inventory. Going for a Shiva's right now. Has the Arcane Rune bottled.
Recognizing that this game has overwhelming physical damage between the Lycan and Tiny, so opts for some armor. Like a pretty solid choice here. Also, the nature of your supports is quite different from last game, where they had 2 saves, which means Cold Embrace Disruption. Now you have neither. So your cores kind of have to fend a little bit more for themselves if they do get jumped. Yeah, best way to do it here is by armor.
Middle tower taking fire.
I've been very impressed with Laurel's Lina this tournament, by the way. I was saying that I think this team works best when Laurel plays in the enemy's face and plays an initiator role, like Tango, Puck, Ember, these types of heroes, but a couple of Lina games I've seen have been definitely up to the level of his other heroes and showing some nice versatility from Spirit. It makes it a lot harder to ban against them if Yeah. If Laurel can start shining on this type of heroes too.
Yeah, it's not just about having a big hero pool, but having multiple archetypes.
Dire's middle tower
big.
taking fire.
And they're doing a really good job. That's what I want to commend Spirit on is, okay, you're not playing Pango, therefore we are drafting other supports, like keeping that consistency in making the lineups make sense, which I personally found that Liquid broke in game 1. I thought their lineup was too one-dimensional. This one is way more well-rounded, but unfortunately, so far, they've kind of just been outplayed. There's only so much you can do with the draft.
Tower be under attack.
And something we have not mentioned yet, but Yatoro, as a Shadow Blade, of course, and when he gets this Silver Edge against both Lycan and Winra, I mean, they cannot run away from you anymore.
It ruins Lycan to get Silver Edge. It is so bad. Capture move speed at 200.
Ace 300 from Axe. We are going to see the Wolf Rock hybrid. New species here in Dota.
Yep.
Not so new, actually. What was that, TI-10? First time that we really showcased it to the world?
That's actually quite long ago, isn't it?
We're old.
Honestly, quite surprising that Sir Action Slack's idea has got to stay in the game for more than 3 months.
Very true. You're bound to get something right. Putting all that garbage out into the world.
Was Pocket Ricky also something he talked about? Or
I'm not sure about that one. I just remember he had another crazy one for Ursa that involved a lot of cub.
But Gabe takes and gives, well, he gives and takes away the Slack's obviously lost his favorite version of Techies.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd rather have that.
Yeah, he would probably trade half the hero roster to have that back.
Rosh attempt for Spirit.
It's the Axe though on Lycan.
It
so.
will roar because technically they killed Roshan. They didn't get the Aegis though. This gives Liquid a potential opportunity, but this is going down way too fast. Kind of clockwork, but I think Spirit takes this every day of the week. They have the Aegis on Yatoro.
We're trying to get out. Good Gale Force.
Yeah, with the silence coming out from Nisha, the coil as well. They'd love to burn this Aegis right off the bat. The power shot in addition. This time he's not going to walk out of it before it ends. He gets harpooned back into Avatos. He's dead. That's life number 1 already. So again, the Aegis expiring right off the bat. As Liquid can be relatively happy with that.
Oh, they're not done yet, I think.
Looks like it. Yatoro just trying to get back to base. Amalgamation's up the deep. It's off the Manta style. He's at half HP. Still has his Sunder available. There's a BKB from Mickey. The Avatos as well. Looking for any target to Sunder. Not going to be there. Yatoro bites the dust. Big kill from Liquid. Foxy likely to be the sacrifice as per norm. That is just the rule of engagement for Liquid. If you fight, Foxy shall die. Rocket, hook shot misses though from Not Me. Hogs onto the puck. Nisha has plenty to get away though, it seems. Free orb. They actually do clip over the LSA, but the Eon Disc does proc. Attempting to run away, gets the phase shift off, has the blink dagger again. The hook stop again from Collapse. He's on top of this all game long. Forced to have to keep Nisha alive though, but now Mickey in a horrible spot himself. Trying to get away, already at half HP. They have the vision, the double edge is there with the LSA to follow. This is a dead Tiny. Mickey drops to the deck after saving his puck's life. Nisha trying to kill off somebody. They missed hoof stomp from Collapse this time. That would have been another kill on Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha better not die after his Tiny bailed him out.
That would be very sad for them. As Ace in that Lycan form now. And the hoof stomp. He's going to be there. Kill off the creeps. Ace still in the jungle, but Terrorblade's starting to die in these fights, Sid Durin. I'm trying to think what he would want to buy next. I mean, Bloodthorn is obviously the upgrade for Orchid, but what do you replace the Treads with? What's your final item? Do you want Satanic?
Don't you want BKB?
Oh yeah, true. He still doesn't have BKB.
I feel like that is worth it at this point. I liked his build-up so far. I think the Orchid was debatable, whether that was the right choice or not. They found a couple of kills on Nisha. It doesn't really feel like the Orchid has been... maybe 1 or 2 of the kills actually specifically because of that. And it comes with the added benefit of making Nisha buy Yule. So you're kind of just trading net worth, right?
Yeah.
In that sense. So even if it doesn't kill him, it does stifle his scaling on the hero. But yeah, I would personally think BKB would be nice to grab here. If he had better defensive supports, I think you could play without it entirely. But he is indeed eyeing up the Bloodthorn Plus. Is that Satanic?
It must be Satanic. It feels like he needs lifesteal bad. And honestly, the Dispel from Satanic is pretty good this game as well.
It is.
I mean, really, when it comes to... They do have good lockdown is the issue for Liquid, though, right? They have, obviously, the Coil. I mean, that's just a mini stun, but the Avalanche is the big one.
That's
Get
definitely...
Avalanched into Shackle Shot.
That's definitely the challenge here, right? Is that, yeah, if you have Satanic, I think Liquid is starting to reach damage numbers where they can 100 to 0 you in a chain stun. And since you don't have any reliable saves yet with Collapse not Ags.
Actually dodges the LSA. Okay, dodges a lot here. Nicely done. Yeah, only time will tell.
Maybe they're just. Correct. I guess he's going to rely on Collapse to pick him with the heck. His protector.
That's fair enough.
There's Satanic now complete.
Tofu. This time they find him. And Nisha, oh boy, again, is this going to happen? Now the Essence Distiller gets off the Yules with the orb. LSA finds him and he's dead again.
Oh yeah, you better tip him. That's frame perfect LSA out of Yule.
Disgusting. Filthy human.
That is so much harder than it looks.
Oh, Mickey.
For now.
Back to his base. Spirit, obviously no Aegis to work with. 16k lead, though. They're going to poke at this. They're going to try to force his buyback. Metamorphosis from Yatoro. These tier 3s are melting now. Roche Banner was still available to them. This tower is certainly going to die. Fortification comes out, and they do aggro the creeps.
Yeah, they're going to give them this set. I think it's way too crippling buyback puck here. The economic damage.
Oh, hook shot. They're not done. They want to go for some kills now. They're going to try to force this buyback from Nisha. Getting really low. Okay, they're going to kill off Not Me.
Oh, I can argue he killed off himself.
Yeah, kind of. Still no buyback from Nisha, so yeah, will be the set of barracks for Spirit. They don't lose that much.
Wanted a bit more than he could have there, but they still get what they came for. The lane is gone, and back to controlling the map we go.
Funny how small Mickey becomes.
Dyer's middle tower be taking fire.
Have he?
Name is tiny.
If he kept his relative size, so wolf
That should be the case. Oh, you threw MKB from Mickey. Very cool.
Not a common pickup on Tiny, but feels necessary. They know that if they want to win this game, they have to be able to kill Yatoro, because what is inevitably going to happen is Spirit will look for the next Roche, and if Terrorblade has that Nea's high ground, you have to somehow find a way of killing him twice, or you're losing the entire base. So, not really many great itemization options aside from this.
And Yatoro is officially 6-slotted. So I would assume a consumed Ags would be next for him to get the fear. Extra uptime on Metamorphosis as well. Just a feels good Ags, but typically is reserved as a luxury for the hero.
I assume on 25 he takes the meta talent.
Then again, you usually do have Blink with that build, right?
Yeah, he can get a Swift Blink later.
Replace what with it?
Swap it in, I guess. Classic late game carry conundrum. Like, which of my... I have one of everything. Which shall I choose? You could...
I mean, Refresher also excellent on this hero.
Yep. That.
Collapse. He's about 80 gold. One more creep here. We'll give him the gold for the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have Workhorse at his disposal. Of course, Collapse, I want to call him the original pro player to go for this Aghanim Scepter way back in the day when this was first introduced. When it was actually
worse.
Quite bad.
Yeah.
He would still buy it, and that's why I respect him. The only reason I respect him is they find the connection onto Mickey. The LSA with the Laguna gets off the BKB with the Harpoon. Do they have the vision to chase this? Collapse coming in with the Stampede and the BKB as well. Nisha has the coil at his disposal. The Hookstock finds him. Collapse gets the kill, and that is a huge one because Mickey does not have buyback. Do they have the connection now onto the puck? Beyond this does proc. This time he does get the blink off, getting the waning rift as well. Nisha has died so many times this game, but it seems that he will survive this time. But I don't know if their buildings will survive Cinder without their tiny for a full minute plus.
Tina even has an amp damage for it, so she's also getting like a truck. This is stupid fast pushing.
This is going to be second set, and I don't see why they stop.
Immediately.
They're going for Tormentor while this is all happening. Tofu has his shard. Inconsequential at this point.
Good fantasy points there.
Yeah, that's right. As they're going to get the full megas. So Spirit in complete control of this game too and this series. Do they try to finish it right here, right now? Why not? 40 seconds still for the Tiny. And look at these buildings absolutely melt. Tier 4 down. Second one will bite the dust as well. And Liquid are going to have to try to fight this out without their Tiny, but Yatora just focusing on the barracks, already at half HP on the Ancient. No reason to switch targets. As they're going to try to burst him down. The card is coming. Doesn't have to be KB, but he's inside the card now. They destroy the Mirana. They destroy the Ancient. And Spirit will move on in the international lower bracket. Liquid eliminated.
Man. They look. Overall navigation of fight.
If they look today, they can win the whole thing.
Yeah,
for sure. They
I
are
agree.
a huge threat. I would put them as a favorites with everybody that's currently in the lower bracket. I don't know
I would
if you
agree with that. Yeah, I would.
The Laurel completely out of control in this game on the Lina. I mean, Yatora ends up with only 6 kills, but
yeah,
he got the ball rolling to start things. He got a double kill to start the game, essentially, and there's no looking back. Other than that one little misstep, I suppose, where he gets killed off, and that gives Liquid an opening of the game, but it wasn't enough. The Spirit will take this series as we go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。现在在我身边的是来自 Team Spirit 战队的 Collapse， 以及我们可爱的搭档主持 Third Slack Action。
Hey, everybody. Yes, absolutely. Collapse. So good to see you. In interviews earlier this year, you said that you were losing confidence. You had to take a break. And now on this stage, absolute MVP of that series, you just came back stronger. What motivates you?
Collapse 在之前的采访里，你也说过，你曾经失去过一些信心，也休息了一段时间。是什么样的让你能够重新站上赛场，然后又重新发挥出这么好的表现？
I mean, 5 hours of sleep. It's like the only motivation. I just want to sleep now. Like need to end faster.
5个小时的睡眠就是我的诀窍。对我来说的话，我现在就是非常想睡觉。这也是为什么我一直想很快的去结束比赛。
A man motivated by sleep. Did it feel like you were dreaming? I mean, you're on the main stage of TI. You see Tiny Lycan again. A lot of Chinese fans. Did it bring back any memories for you?
你有没有想过，现在其实是没有做梦的感觉，非常梦幻，因为你站在 TI 的舞台上，很多中国的粉丝们在欢呼，然后你的对手选到了狼人跟小小。
I mean, a lot of flashbacks, I would say. Only Magnus missing. Yeah. I don't know.
很多回忆涌入我的脑海中，不过我想的话，好像少了一个英雄，叫做马格纳斯。
Yeah, we don't say that word in here. That's not allowed. We don't say that. All right. Last question for you, Collapse. Now, you are one of the only people left in the building that can get the 3 Aegises. I mean, your coach, Yatoro, it's up to you. And now, with that legacy in front of you, I want to know, how much would that mean to you? What would it mean to be the greatest Dota player of all time?
那现在的话，其实 只剩下你、你的队友 Yatoro 还有你的教练 Miposhka 有机会能够3次举起不朽盾，所以想问一下，这对于你们、对于你个人以及团队来说意味着什么？
It's a good question.
Thanks.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't thought about it. Like, I just want to meet Paravision again. Team Vision. Yeah. Because, like, with every series, we're just getting closer and closer to the victory.
好问题，其实我之前也没有想过那么多。不过对我们来说的话，我现在只想再次跟 Vision 去做一次对决，因为每一次被他们击败，我觉得我们的比赛内容都越来越接近了。
Well, I want to hear it right now then. Vision, are you coming for him? Are you going to beat him? Is this one going to be different?
Yeah.
Hold on.
我想问一下，那如果真的能对上 Vision 的话，你们有信心吗？下一场比赛会更接近吗？你们能战胜对手吗？
Right in the camera. Come on, give it to him. Give it to him.
感谢 Club 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析。
Yeah, Collapse, the undisputed MVP of this game we just witnessed, and it is Team Spirit that move forward through this lower bracket, and they do have a very long day potentially, as they will play in the final series of the day, and potentially for Team Spirit, the choice is, as we talked about earlier, the choice is maybe a little nap while their coach prepares for all the Dota 2. Of course, a lot to break down here with this series being done, and overall here, Rhea, we talked about the puck needing to carry it all, needing to set the pace and the tempo for Team Liquid. It just didn't happen.
How can it happen when we have the best hoodwink performance of all time going on in the bot lane? Yatoro is literally farming the enemy's Ancients at minute 9. He is pushing your mid tower down at minute 10. The calamity that occurred in this bot lane meant that Team Spirit had everything they needed to come mid and pressure this puck and shut down his game all around this hoodwink.
I mean, not only that, it's like when you entered the game, mid-game, sorry, Lal and Collapse were both just incredible with like their initiations, understanding how they're going to jump, who they're going to jump. When they're going for the puck as well, you had Yules into LSAs from the leaner. And then when that was not maybe connecting, then Collapse was like, no, don't worry, I know where Nisha's going. And then he goes for the kill as well. So I just feel like Spirit, they had Liquid's number in this series and they played so exceptionally well. And you can hear it from Collapse. They are improving series after series. And when you say that for a team like Spirit, at the International, you have to be very afraid if you're to meet them in the next round.
Yeah, I think both games Liquid had the same problem with the off-lane hero. I think this game is a very good example of why Lycan isn't really popular anymore. I think before I came to the event, I thought like Lycan maybe would see a lot more play. But this game, it showed that why Lycan has not seen a lot of play. It's easily countered in the laning phase. It's a very good helm hero, but you generally don't get a good enough start and you get bullied in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, maybe next to Collapse, we should also highlight another MVP in Rue that just was very instrumental. Not just this game, but also the previous game where we did name him the MVP. He had a killer of a series. Maybe Tigav, he just performs a little better with less sleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to work this out. So, like, do you want your players to sleep now? Because when they play the next series, then they're going to have sleep and not be starved for it. So maybe you keep them awake, and then they play doubly better
because your brain goes into survival mode.
Yeah, so it's like because like right now, so they'll be too comfortable for the next series.
I want them to sleep so they cannot fight me when I'm deciding the team strats. You know, they'll just wake up. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, let's go.
Maybe not 5 hours. Let's meet them in like 2.5 hours.
One REM cycle.
Yeah, there we go.
That's very clear, very specific. Of course, have to wait and see what the teams are going to do. It's up to them. It's up to maybe each player individually as well. I'm sure different players need different things. And there's one thing for certain, though, is that there's one team that does have all the time that they want to sleep, because elimination was on the line with this series, and it is Team Liquid that is eliminated with this one best of 3. They could not get a foot in the door. They did not get a win this series, and they go out. They go home here on top 6 at the International. And of course, for some final words about Team Liquid, we are going to head over to Boxy.
Yeah, thanks. I'm here with Boxy. Boxy, commiserations on the loss there. Not even Blitz doing push-ups was enough here. He said that your draft was a throwback to a draft that LGD pulled off against Spirit. Was that something you all had agreed to? Was it part of the plan all along? How did that come about?
选完阵容，教练 Blitz 说有点梦回 TI 时 LGD 对战 Team Spirit， 这是你们意见一致的决定吗？
A throwback as in like going back in time to an old draft.
Who played this draft?
You guys.
Not before.
LGD.
I don't think we meant to like copy some old TI strategy. I think we looked at like the heroes we liked and we picked them. And in the end, we didn't play good enough and we lost.
我觉得我们没有刻意去复刻任何之前 TI 的阵容，我们只是选了我们喜欢的喜欢的阵容，我们没有打好，其实这也是我们自己的问题。
It felt very unlucky for you guys to have to bump into a Spirit team at this stage in the tournament that seemed like they're sort of accelerating. Do you feel like this was just a team that was perhaps a little bit ahead of you in the meta and the play style of this tournament at the moment?
很不巧遇上了状态回升的 Team Spirit， 你觉得他们对他们对 TI 的版本理解有着更深的理解吗？
I think game one, maybe we didn't really like how the game like played out because we had a hard time jumping and killing this Pango. I think game two, I don't know, I died a lot. And they played well, but we also didn't really manage to like find a good flow and play aggressive. And I think like the game could look different if we managed to make some nice attacks and like get our tiny really fat with the Lycan axe. So yeah, I mean they were the better team today.
第一把可能有点，第二把我也不知道。其实我觉得我们稍微状态好点，把自己打的阵容该打的打出来，可能小肥一点的话，我们是有机会的。我们没有打出我们该打的进攻。
And Boxy, obviously, we've enjoyed watching you guys throughout the season and here at TI. You've got a lot of fans around the world supporting Liquid. Is there anything you'd like to say to them now that you guys are out of the tournament?
我们非常喜欢看你们比赛，然后也有很多支持你的粉丝。最后有没有什么想跟粉丝们说的？
Yeah, thank you so much for watching and supporting us. It's really like cool to be here at TI, and it wouldn't be the same with everyone cheering us on. We're a little bit disappointed in like how this series went. Obviously, our fans might be too, but we keep trying really hard and you know, stick with it. For here in Shanghai, I think it was a really cool experience, and the crowd was really like energetic and loud. So I really missed being at a LAN with like a nice audience, and that was really cool. So thank you guys.
能站在这个舞台打比赛，其实是很酷的。如果没有你们的话，现场就不一样了。我们很享受在 TI 的比赛，也非常感谢支持我们的所有粉丝。可能这一场的赛果不太如意，我们的粉丝也会有一点点失望，但是我们会继续努力，我们也会做到自己的最好。现场如果没有你们的话，真的很不一样。
It's all about the highs and the lows when you're competing, and for Team Liquid, they might feel like they're ending here at a low, but being top 6 at the International is still quite high, and we are going to live through a couple of the highs Team Spirit felt when playing this game number 2. That's the flip side of the coin, of course, because Team Spirit was having a great game, and all they are looking for is eyes on the prize, and they want to beat Team Vision next time they see them. Maybe in the lower bracket, maybe in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But this game, a very cool game from them, as we're going to relive some moments. Winter, you want us to look at a fight that happened fairly early on, around the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, it was a very, very cool play. I think it was by the Clockwork. Like, he managed to like kick his cogs twice and gets a kill on the puck. I think it starts off here. It was a very, very long fight. They are defending their jungle in the safe lane. Lycan pops his ultimate. He's trying to invade with the puck coming in. I think he has a shield rune. And they were still somehow able to kill Nisha right at the end because the Clockwork made a very, very cool play. And he was just constantly focusing on trying to bounce and burn Nisha's mana off.
It really was searching for the answer to the puck, which we thought was going to have a free game, but it didn't feel like a free puck game.
He had a free game at killing Clockwork. That was the main thing, right? Like he had one job, and that was to make not me feel as sad as possible.
Maybe this fight right here caused Nisha to be like, this puck.
That's my target, but no. I feel like, yeah, Nisha, he kind of did his job. It was more like the clutch moments, unfortunately, Liquid weren't able to capitalize on. There was a Roshan fight where Mickey doesn't get the toss on the Terrorblade, which allows for the Sunder to go off. There was a couple of fights where maybe the supports or Ace could have connected a little bit quicker. Like, everything was just going slightly wrong for Liquid, but that's because Spirit was playing so well at how they're progressing the map, moving around. They put so much, pressure onto Liquid that the mistakes started to form because of Spirit's formation.
Yeah, I think it just all started from the lanes, like the Hoodwing hero I think Rue just played a fantastic Hoodwing from the laning phase. He landed so many pushbacks and just kind of made the game so difficult for Ace especially, and Boxy.
Smiles all around for Team Spirit as they will get to play again later today. Another elimination is going to come your way. We're going to have one best of 3 between Boom Boys and Enigma Galaxy, and this is a series that some of you might remember very well because last year at the International, in the opening round of the playoffs, these two teams went head-to-head. It was a 3-game series, went all the distance, and it was Boom Boys that knocked down Enigma Galaxy that still managed to get top 6 through that lower bracket. So they're no stranger to this lower bracket, and I'm sure they're looking for revenge in this one. Also, on top of that, it is tomorrow GPK's birthday. I'm sure he would like to play maybe some grand finals on the birthday.
I have no idea if anyone's going to know this stat, but has there ever been a TI winner on their birthday? I swear that's never, I don't remember ever us having to talk about, wow, it's his birthday.
Happy birthday, you went TI. That's a nice present.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe he likes to keep his birthday secret like people on the panel.
Yeah, good point.
GPK, incredible player. I think watching him and how he plays is beautiful. Look at his score line in all of these matches. Even during the losses, it's like 1 death and 3 deaths. And the 174 is, of course, an anomaly, but his vision, what can you do? They were very dominant that game. In general, this guy is just so stable. His itemization is so solid. Like in his Viper game, he had so much impact without even having to buy the boost of travel. Like every mid hero feels so mobile in this meta right now, and join every single fight. But he was doing it on Viper without that additional help. So this is a guy who has tried his hand at TI many times now, and I think it could be their year. I really think Boom Boys' innovation in their drafting is something that can give them an edge over other people if they can just remain consistent in their gameplay.
Yeah, the consistency has been seen throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, they are a team that, on paper, the individual players and names are some of the highest caliber that you can get from the region and even internationally. I think they're one of the few teams that they need their drafts to go correctly, and then they'll be able to outplay anyone. But if the draft is slightly wrong or there's some little thing going slightly different, I think sometimes they crumble a little bit. But I honestly feel like right now in their form, the way that they fix themselves against Iron Wing, they are to be potentially matching Spirit in that energy of improving every series.
Yeah, and keep in mind that their road so far at this International, they lost in the first round to Team Vision. They did manage to take a game off of them, and they have grown ever since. Yesterday also a 3-game series against Iron Wing. This series is proving to be an exceptional battle. But first, we need the teams.
Enigma Galaxy!
Enigma Galaxy is back on stage. It feels only like it was a couple of hours ago that they were right here fighting against Team Yandex, where they were dropped to the lower bracket. But this team is just powering up during this playoffs. They have some epic team fights, hoping that we get more of that against their opponents this morning. It is none other than Boom Boys, the team that they will face in a second.
Boom Boy!
seem to have found the recipe to stability. They have been so good throughout the entire year, consistent top placements, and they managed to get their time and time again. Their main struggle is breaching that top 3, breaching that top 2, and making it all the way to the grand finals. Will this be their year is a question we are going to have answered maybe within this very best of 3 series. Their opponents, as mentioned, Enigma Galaxy, they also have long series. They also seem to be very fond of having these long games and long series with 3 gamers on the board. And it is quite surprising to see these two go head-to-head at this stage of the tournament. For Boom Boys, as said, maybe not so surprising for them as we are expecting it from them. But for Enigma Galaxy showing up here at this international and delivering the way they have, Digov, that was not in the cards. Anybody that did their, their die-hard prep to see how Enigma Galaxy would do before the group stages, they would not have had this.
No, it's like a fever dream, honestly. So since last TI and their, incredible placement, they of course had roster shuffles and absence from a lot of tournaments. They played 12 qualifiers, only winning 4. Their best placement in the season was only 5th to 8th when it's kind of a tied position. Their average position in Tier 1 tournaments that they did get to was in the bottom half of the tournament. And then it's just like, exceptional to think that they get to this TI and now they're here. It's like, again, and also the Dota that they're playing in the upper bracket, the IO saves, the Storm Lotuses, the Enigma Black Holes, the clutch play from everyone, Sumo jumping around on Necroforce like he doesn't care. Like, they are playing some incredible Dota as if like they were meant to be at every Tier 1 event. They should have been at top 6 in every event, but again, the year, it wasn't like that. They're playing good Dota right now, and that's all that matters.
So what's the secret sauce? Is there secret sauce, Rhea?
I think it's the shuffling of players around 1,000 times and playing musical chairs, and now they found what fits. You have like this beautiful clutch factor from Lorinov on the mid lane. I think everyone's had their eyes on him. He's playing his Nature's Prophet, especially is a sight to behold. I also believe that GH is also playing things like the IO support, right? Everyone's kind of transitioned that to a core, but you still have this team playing things like Dazzle and IO, which give them a different angle to the current meta that seems to be throwing some people off. Simultaneously, you just have the king.
The king, Winter. So, Mail, you wanted to have some extra eyeballs on him, as if he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I think he is one of the key reasons why the team is doing really well. Like, he's been part of the team for a long time, but I think in this iteration, they finally figure out how to use him, because the safe lane feels more like his old style of playing mid. Because Sumail, when he was really at his peak form, he was a lane dominator. And now the safe lane heroes, they dominate the off laners. And some of the safe lane carry heroes like the Tiny, the Shadowfin, they are heroes that are very fit his style very well. You win your lane, you run around the map, you kill heroes, and you can play very aggressive. And a lot of the mid heroes at the moment are kind of like heroes that he doesn't really like to play. The style doesn't fit him. So the safe lane is where Sumail is very comfortable at the moment.
And it also just complements the idea that when you look at Enigma Galaxy draft, right, there's always layering of tankiness or survivability across all the heroes. Like, you've got the Underlord with a Dazzle, and then Clock and Alk, and then you've got in other drafts like Largo is buffing up with Miranas. Like, there's always little ways, and of course the epic IO Storm game that we saw in game 1 yesterday that I still is fresh in my mind. But like, all of their drafts have these layers of, we're gonna take a fight, we'll kite back, and we'll outplay you at some point because we have one spell or one piece of utility that you don't have. And I'm really excited to see what Nigma will draft today, because that is an aspect that maybe not other teams will lean on every single draft. But every draft that Nigma brings, they have some cool little teamfight outplay mechanic, and it's not always, I have a stun. It's other ways that you can win teamfights.
Like black holes.
And other things.
Like bigger black holes.
Okay, they only had one, and they won. So
and it
maybe
looked epic.
So they need 2 today.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Divine Llama is really clutched up in that match.
He did.
Like, this player, I think, has received a lot of criticism, due to fluctuating results over time. But honestly, I feel like this guy always just manages to claw his way up to these beautiful performances in the end. We should put more stock in him.
Yeah, I think he is maturing, I think, over the years from playing. I think when he started out his career in previous TIs, he kind of choked under the pressure. Let's just be honest. He didn't perform to the stage. And I think at least yesterday, he kind of proved to people that with time and not giving up and consistently trying at the things that you love, you will be able to achieve what you want. And I think Devi is a good testament to that, that no matter what happens in his previous parts of his career, today or yesterday, he is able to perform and hit a level where he's playing with the team and pushing the team forward.
And he's also changed a lot, I think, in the last 2 years. Like previously, I would see him as a player that he needs a lot of priority. He's a polarizing player, so you need to dedicate the draft, like some resource from the supports in early game for him. But in his time in Nigma recently, I think he's shifted to more of a team player. He doesn't really mind, oh, my team is sacrificing me, they're helping Loranov because Loranov is more important in the draft. It's fine, you know. I think before he couldn't really do that. Whenever he gets sacked, he just doesn't really know how to come back into the game. But right now, he knows how to come back into the game.
Yeah, it's also something trivial where, like, during the game, like when he gets killed, right? And I've cast him a million times throughout his entire career. And it's like every death, he'd have some like massive emotion, or he'd slam his desk, or he'd go like, you know, like, and he would do it. It's because he loves the game so much. But that level of emotion in the game, it's honestly like at a detriment to your performance. And then at least yesterday, like he's doing the okay sign with the black holes.
Very mild.
Yeah, very mild. Like he's reacting, but it's not to the like where his teammates are going to be looking at him like, bro, chill, the game's fine. Like I think he's shown that he's calmed down immensely, and that makes a great player. Because like as much as we love the energy and showing character, Dota is so complex, so complicated that like 5 seconds, 2 seconds where you turn off your brain and show some like other emotion, you'll forget what's happening in front of you. And it has hurt Divide multiple times in his previous games. But so I think, yeah, maturity is clearly the big indicator for Divide in this guy.
Maybe the most mature person on the side of Nigma Galaxy. I'm not going to say Samil, guys. I want to talk about Kuroki because historically, Kuroki, obviously great player when he was playing. And then at some point he fell a little off. But every LAN he showed up to did really great. And I think that is something that as a coach, this is his first international as a coach, he is able to instill those vibes onto his team. And I think that's super impressive.
No, 100%. And I believe I've seen some like behind the scenes footage from Nigma as well, where RMN, the old coach of Nigma, is also now back here as well at TI.
Yeah.
You kind of have like Kuroki plus RMN both in the mix to try and make this run happen.
We're going to see if the miracle run will happen, with Boom Boys taking on Nigma on the stage here in Shanghai. Only one team will survive in this best of 3.
Nigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 1.
For this first game, we're going to have Boom Boys on the Radiant side, Nigma Galaxy on the Dire side. The first pick goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. The overall last pick, therefore, goes the way of Boom Boys. We got a couple of bans on the board already, starting nice and even. And there's one hero we haven't really touched upon too much. Well, we talked about GH playing it yesterday, but something everybody should be aware of is that the IO that I'm hinting at is also very much a hero that Boom Boys likes, especially in the hands of Kiritich, Rhea.
Indeed, the Kiritich IO. I think this hero goes really unpunished most of the time when I see it played. I think the way teams have kind of tackled it instead is sort of addressing the rest of the team and trying to shut that down and gain more of a map advantage. So IO doesn't really get the chances to relocate in, because at least when we covered the games with IO before, it felt like they weren't like blocking the camps or invading his like farming space, as IO was being allowed to get items. And this hero is terrifying in the late game if he gets there, but it seems like teams have other ideas of how to shut it down.
Yeah, but it does feel like if you're in Boom Boys shoe, you want it to be in the pool, because if Nigma picks it, it's going to be a support, and I feel like the support IO is just not really a big deal.
Bro, did you watch Game 1? Were you asleep?
You know what? No, you know what the team heard is like, Winter, we're gonna prove you wrong. Goodbye.
They proved it wrong yesterday.
They'll do it again here. But I must admit, this Winter Wyvern is popping up left, right, and center. This is also a hero that was used to great success against Nigma Galaxy by Yandex in the 2 games that Yandex won yesterday.
Guys, all I'm just saying is a support IO is more beatable than a core IO. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Sure. That's a spin. All right.
I mean, if we
media trained.
if we do want to be a little bit going towards that, it's not like Nigma were in a good position in that Yandex game. It went to 1 hour and 14 minutes, and it had to be a really heavy comeback that relied on multi-hero black holes. The IO is nice, but I no, sorry. But I do agree. I think IO is weaker as a support, and I've much preferred Wyvern throughout this tournament. I think in terms of like healing and then just other utility,
+1.
Yeah, Wyvern is fantastic. If I had this trade, I would be happier as Boom Boys.
That's fair enough. Stats are very much there to back you up with that as well. As we are done with our first phase of picks, so there's only one ban left for Boom Boys in the second ban phase, and they only get the one. So maybe here you want to remove one strong pairing you don't want to see with that IO, or potentially you want to remove something else from the pool that will counter something you're planning on picking. They'll go for the Necrophos, which is probably both a strong combo with the IO and maybe something they just don't want to face.
Oh my god, Ember is still in the pool.
Yes, he is.
I also feel like Nigma, because they do play the support IO, the combinations you have to think about are the divide pairings. Like, does he want to play an Axe or a Slada, or something to utilize the IO to chase down the lane, to apply a lot of pressure to Kiritich, a player that has been having incredible net worth in any game that he plays. So I am looking towards Kiritich to maybe protect him a little bit, just because of the pressure that is inevitable in the laning phase.
I mean, I like the idea here from Boom Boys. Against IO, you don't really want to split up and play the map because he ganks you. So you want to set up in a way where you are strong as 5. So with Willow and Wyvern, you have very, very big team fight. And it's going to mean that most of the time you'll be easily gathering as 5 and you push down towers. And that's the type of game you want to play against IO.
I mean, so if you see Relocate, it's like I put Bramble down, I put Terrorize down, I put Curse. Like, you never want to make any move if you know the supports are there. Yeah, very, very good response to IO.
I mean, usually the counters to Wyvern and Willow are like heroes like the slippery mid heroes, like the Parks. I think you guys mentioned about Ember still in the pool. Yeah, so those heroes are going to be very, very good selection here for Nigma Galaxy against the Wyvern and Willow.
They'll get the combination of the Mirana and the Centaur their side.
They didn't want to reveal too much because they only see 2 supports. It's very difficult in a draft to then try and pick anything too flashy on mid or
at the
carry.
same time, I think whenever I'm drafting, when my opponents pick 2 supports, I generally feel like the counters to supports are usually the mid heroes. I would want to pick a mid hero that's really good against their heroes.
But you close the phase here, so do you really want to give GPK suddenly draft value, where it's like normally you force GPK to reveal his hero, then you counter it. Like, it feels like you're giving a bit too much. So Divide's happy to sacrifice himself in this position.
Yeah, he is the person that is probably the best person to sacrifice among the 3 cores here in Nigma. Usually, I would say that their mid pick gets a lot of protection, for Lorenov.
No, for sure.
We get treated to the Miero Axe on the side of Boom Boys.
Again, the hero kind of speaks for itself. We've been seeing it utilized with Wyvern, with Willow just throughout the entirety of TI. For a curse, you then have the cool to layer up. So not only do you have the curse duration, you then get, cool, it's awful, plus Dark Willow, the laning phase with the Bramble spam, the Shadow Realm spam, the Battle Hunger spam. It's just really, really oppressive. I kind of like the aggression from Boom Boys. It's kind of like pressure through the lane, through the off lane. Wyvern will protect any carry, and then you'll stabilize the game to have to do what your cores present themselves.
I think it also pushes their tempo slightly faster than Nigma, right? Because I don't remember the last time I saw a Centaur get like a second item blink. It feels like every game they want to buy like a Lotus against your Willow, or they want to buy a Heart to tank up more, or they want to buy the Axe for their ranged core. With Axe, I imagine we'll just see one item into a blink, and then they can start making plays with the Willow, with this Invest Bomb, and just move a lot faster.
Yeah, Axe is definitely a lot cheaper compared to Centaur. You don't really need to farm as much. You especially enable your supports, so you can run around with them. You have a BKB piercing disable, and you're very strong in the lane. So it puts a lot of pressure onto the opposing team. And I would say that for Nigma, they most of the time would really prioritize Sumail getting a good lane. So I think this Axe Willow, like just picking a strong lane by default, you don't know what hero he's going to play, but just picking a strong lane, so ensuring that he's going to get pressured is a nice way to approach Nigma.
And that's where like the Axe is like, it kind of stops the Clinkz pick, the Wind Ranger pick, the Nature's Prophet pick, right? Some of the big ranged heroes that Sumail's been leaning on. And then when you look towards like the melee options, you don't really want to pick them into like the life stealer. Like he's playing some Sven or whatever. Okay. Lauren off mid Huskar?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, one of the reasons I was like, oh, they haven't picked Ember still was because I thought, oh, I wonder if someone wants to Huskar the other team as soon as they take the Ember.
But why do they need to pick it here?
This is where they can protect it with 2 bans.
Yeah, but I feel like if they wanted the Huskar, it doesn't really indicate they were going to go for the Huskar with the picks they have. And probably they would be able to get Sumail his hero and still get the Huskar. At the end. But right now,
there's nothing that's exactly. There's nothing screaming Huskar.
Right now, you could probably say that the chances of Sumail getting what he wants is significantly lower because you see the 4 heroes and they kind of tell you that Sumail wants like some kind of like, I would say like melee hero, another frontline hero, and they are going to get banned. You know, 2 of them are going to get banned.
What if this is his IO debut?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think we shouldn't count it out.
No, yeah, I'd like to see that option because again, the Huskar just feels like you're picking it to go to GPK. We don't have enough bans for your heroes because we've looked at other options. Therefore, we're picking this just to shut you down, and we just want to stop your hero pool from excelling, right? So I feel like it's more maybe like a draft pick rather than it's perfect.
But third hero because they are assuming that okay, we have 2 bans, we can ban 2 heroes that can play against Huskar. So it's probably what Sniper and Viper.
Yeah, so
they are saying that there's no third hero for GPK.
No, but it's more like they didn't want to think about Pucks and the Storms and the Embers, right? Because like those 3 are very scary in the game. So if you pick a generic sumo hero here, you ban 2, then they're going to get one of the other big playmakers. Maybe that was the fear?
I guess, but I think there is a third hero. I think Wind Ranger can be a mid hero against Huskar. It'll be okay.
Sure.
All this is being talked about right now by Boom Boys. They took so long for their first ban in the series. They go still for the banning out of a Sumail hero in the Alchemist.
The melee hero that would enable the IO here. I don't know if there's... Maybe Tiny would
into the,
but it's bad against lifesteal.
Yeah, but good into Axe, but bad into lifesteal. Yeah.
There's no one nice pick they can get. Yeah.
Do you not think they can just pick some overwhelming physical damage like SF and then just rely on Centaur, Cart, and IO to be able to survive them through the call?
Yeah, they could. They definitely could. But the lineup is very wonky.
Yeah,
you have SF and you have Huskar and Centaur, and it's gonna force the Centaur to buy a very early dagger to play with the team because no one else can.
Do you not just want to not buy a dagger and just like ball up with like your minus or armor auras?
But you gotta be able to kill heroes to progress on the map, and they don't really have a way. If the Centaur doesn't have dagger and you have SF, Huskar, and Centaur, it's very hard for them to get kills on the map.
I see. Do you think it's that important versus, for example, just like smoking, clearing out an area by like walking and pushing them out and then taking like Roshan and then just using the Aegis?
Yeah, it's important to kill heroes because if you don't kill heroes, it means the map will not progress. They're going to be pushing the waves against you and you have to go back to deal with the waves. But if you push the wave and you pick them off, and then that creates opportunities for you to then go for the Roshan or get the objectives. So I would say it's very important to have a very simple way to just kill heroes on the map.
Didn't people used to buy Blink on Huskar?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
I'm looking towards like, I mean, he's not really played it since like 2022, but like a Doom or something like this for Sumail. Like into the lifesteal, into the Wyvern, you don't care, but they go for the Wind Ranger. And
so fast.
Boom Boys don't even care, just locking in the Shadow Fiend.
Is that a mid Shadow Fiend?
Yep, it is. Woof. Taking a step back into the past.
I guess Nigma was thinking maybe the Wind was also a counter to the Huskar, so they banned the Viper, they banned the Sniper.
Yeah, and they take the Wind.
So how does Shadow Fiend versus Huskar do? Because it's been a long time.
Yeah, some years. Well, I think it does really well. You are one of those heroes that can actually play in the lane and can kill him. It's not a common lane, but I do feel like there's a lot of potential here. And the downside is you have to be careful of getting ganked because SF is very susceptible to ganks in the mid lane.
I'm also I mean, as much as Shadow Fiend's going to have Raze to clear the waves, there's also a world that Huskar gets good lane position, gets like level 3 Burning Spear, 2 points in Burning Spear, and holds like a decent time when he's like playing around the Raze cooldown. So I think Huskar honestly can also just win the lane if GPK overplays himself or does something weird or there's some gank, but the snap picks at the end, very interesting.
Very volatile lane for sure. This is going to be a very spicy mid lane here. I expect a lot of kills happening in the lane.
And a lot of people rotating there for mid on the support duo. How mobile in the early stage of the game is an IO?
I think it's reasonably easy, right? Because you can just TP from any position and then your tether just brings you right into it.
Yeah, it just depends on how the lanes go, right? Because if Sumail's under a lot of pressure from the Axe and the Willow, you can't really allow the IO to make any move. And if Omar's having to pull waves for Divide or something because Lifesteal is chasing him down, then you know, everyone's going to be locked into the side lane battle, whilst also there's a Huskar Shadow Fiend situation. So yeah, the lanes in this game are going to be incredible. But Boom Boys, when they win games, it's because they are one of the best laning teams in the world. And I feel like they have the type of setup to be really obnoxious, to then come and help the Shadow Fiend and amplify him in some way.
Yeah, if you look at the 3 heroes against 3 heroes, Io, Mirana, and Huskar, like how are they going to land the arrow? And compare that to the SF, Dark Willow, and Wyvern, that looks a lot more scarier.
It's looking scary, looking entertaining from our perspective. I think we're going to have quite the treat here, especially if it's going to be as active as my panel makes it out to be. Back and forth in the early stage of the game. We'll see how that transitions into the mid game and then who comes out on top. But before we see all of that played out, we are going to hear from KuroKy, who's with Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with KuroKy. KuroKy, it is such a pleasure to see you guys in this tournament, still kicking so much ass. Are you proud of the boys so far?
Oh yeah, very much.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about lanes. It seems like that is a big part of this game. We have so many strong heroes, so many strong lanes. Do you think you came out ahead in the matchup?
I mean, we have Huskar mid against SF, so that's spicy.
Spicy? I need more than spicy. Do you guys think that he is going to be able to take it? I mean, that's a dirty Huskar right there, but GPK could screw it up.
I have confidence in Dorno.
All right. Good to hear. Is there any particular player that needs to do well in this game to get you guys a victory, or is this a team effort here?
Well, at this level, everyone just needs to do well.
All right. Did you say anything to the boys before coming here today? You have been under this stress. You have seen this before, and a lot of guys in that booth have, but some of them are new to it. Any famous Kuro speeches?
I mean, mainly to keep their calm.
Keep your calm, carry on. There's no more calmer man than you, my friend. Thank you so much. We hope to have a fantastic match as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a man of few words, but a lot of ideas.
That's
Kuro,
right.
The legend. Inspiring some confidence, which is what you want to have in this like high tense emotional game potentially. We're already potentially going to have a
trading some blows there already, it would seem. Yes. Yeah, keeping it a little bit low key, you know.
Inspiring some confidence. What you want to have in this like high tense emotional game potentially. We're already potentially going to have a
trading some blows there already, it would seem. Yes. Yeah, keeping it a little bit low key, you know.
Yeah.
He left it all in the boot right there, okay? He came out very early as well, I'll say. Bulk was still in there. He was talking a lot to the team, pacing back and forth, describing, you know, what was going to happen. Kuro, he just gave him the, all right, guys, relax. I'm heading out there. You guys got this. So he's putting a lot of faith here in this Huskar pickup. And talk about faith, sending GPK on the Shadow Fiend mid versus the Huskar.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, everybody has said it's going to be a little bit spicy. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens. We'll see how it plays out, but this is definitely going to be one of the lanes to watch, the main one, I would say. I think a little bit of a miss raise there. But it's important too, right, to sort of reiterate. This is what these teams have been working for this entire year. Both of these squads have been hungry for a victory. Boom Boys have been here so many times. Top 4 was their ceiling last year, trying to push it further forward. And I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's been years in the making for this squad.
Yeah, we live our lives by TI in Dota. That's how it goes. You base your whole roster, your seasons, your identity of how you perform there. And last year, both of these teams were in this situation. They're coming in to this point in the lower bracket. Boom Boys, they got the win last year. Enigma, they did not. They weren't able to progress any further than top 6. So yeah, that is the question of who has got it here today. A very late night, it's worth noting, for Enigma Galaxy as well. I think that, coming into the series, you're sure you're feeling that on their side. Unfortunate way to go out. Like, despite losing that series, they did have some incredible plays, which certainly showed their potential. So I hope that they bring that in here today.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be completely honest, I fell asleep after game 1 since we were ready for the earlier games of the day, but we did get to see some of that earlier on as well. And an amazing game number 1 it was indeed. Cold Embrace now onto Kiritich. Devi trying to stay aggressive onto the life stealer. He might have more than he can chew. No. Devi draws first blood.
Very favorable trade there for Devi. You really don't want to go down on that one. End up handing that over to the life stealer. I mean, Kataomi, he is the Wyvern OG. You're seeing lots of teams just last series. First overall pick with this Wyvern. People are really seeing the value that it has here, particularly in that laning stage, and of course, whenever you're considering up against these IOs. Even more so in this matchup, since Enigma are one of the few teams that play at support, but you saw why last night. GH, incredible relocate plays to give them opportunities in those team fights that just should not have been.
No, absolutely. And, you know, GH, you go back to, like, their original Liquid days when he was playing and he first came onto the scene. It was GH IO, GH Coddle, these types of heroes that were difference makers, and came in and won his first tournament off the back of them. It was Star Ladder Series 3, if I remember correctly, way back in the Elden days. Devi, though, gonna get chased down, goes for the double edge. It's gonna bring Kiritich low. Omar trying to clean it up, but that cold embrace, pesky. Does Omar have enough damage to kill him on the end of it? Doesn't quite. Well, he's going for it. The leap. He's healing, but it's not going to be enough to get Kiritich away alive. And well, now Omar tries to ring around the rosy. Not gonna happen. Katomi cleans up.
Another moment there. Got some regen delivered by the courier, but it wasn't going to be enough. So he'll go down. Take the return of his health and mana with that death. He'll be all right with it. And lots of action on these side lanes in terms of the mid. What has been happening? GPK bullying a bit here with these raises. Obviously, you guys have seen plenty of matches where this Huskar bullies the enemy mid just out of the lane. They have to retreat back to the jungle. Battlefiend has quite a bit of tools to deal with the wave, of course, with the raises. And if you're not careful, you might get caught inside of them as well.
Yeah, it's one of those lanes where Lorenov has to pick his moment very carefully, right? If he goes all in, it has to be a kill because there's no running from SF. Especially if you use like the middle raise and then have that third one queued up for it.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have Miro just farming the polywalks. He's in, grabbing the bounty runes, waiting for the waves. He has kind of just quit on the lane at this point. The IO, maybe just too much sustain and regen, and couldn't find anything beneficial. TP's back home.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Axe still, a lot of CS, at the very least, this wave is pushing in a bit.
Yeah, those are neutrals, though. He's relatively low. I mean, not too. I mean, he's the same as the Sten.
Yeah, Devi also having to TP out after the pressure was on him, but now nowhere to go as they bring in a third hero. It seems that Boom Boys also recognize Devi as the game changer for this squad, but barely getting away from him there. Do they have anything else to finish him off? They're trying to dive underneath the tower, but they won't quite get the kill on the Centaur.
It's almost as bad as the prize is mine.
You're not wrong.
Like, what is there to do? He kind of just has to run home anyway. How did that? Oh, okay. I thought he small for a second. You gotta just run back to this camp, farm it up a little bit, and then retreat back home anyway. So Omar takes the opportunity to get some wards down. He's gonna TP up top now. So trying to mirror some of this pressure that came up from the Willow, GH is farming a hard camp stack right now. Surrounded.
Yep, they find him, and that axe nowhere to go now. Does manage
Radiant's courier
before down dead.
Hey, so interesting dynamics. We have a Huskar rotating for a kill because he's losing his mid lane.
Yeah.
Not what you tend to see. GPK standing tall with this catapult. Mirana's not here to arrow it. Omar's getting in here now. Will they tank the arrow? Yeah, you can see. Saves positioning. He knows. He's watching out for it. They get the next wave in.
Goes into the root. The heal is there, though, from GH. And off, able to back away. Omar, now the hit. The good shackle latch and the kill onto Katomi. Omar does not have that much left in the tank, though. The double raise does some damage, and Sumail makes that movement in. Gonna stop any extra aggression. Okay, back with Sumail.
The Shadow Fiend, really bit of a wonder pick here. Like the way they set it up on the side of Enigma, you saw with the bands of the Viper, the Sniper, and then into the pick of the Wind Ranger. I feel like they kind of had it all figured out, but this SF was a great call.
And Devi continues to be hounded on this bottom lane. Kiritich. The slow coming from the Wyvern, and the Life Stealer manages to find that kill. This is right about that 7-minute mark, too. We'll see if Boom Boys decide to contest for the Wisdom Shrine, or if they're going to leave that one, just focus on the farm. Arrow also trying to play a little bit of catch-up on this axe after getting killed in Huskar rotation.
That could have been an opportunity, but they were even ready to cover it. Omar did TP over to the Wisdom just in case, knowing that Centaur would not be there in time. Make sure it's there. Katomi did not sneak it.
Under attack.
And we're likely to see some stacks beginning to form here for both teams, I would think.
play catch up for these off-laning. And, you know, I think another thing to sort of mention with these two teams in terms of their road to this point in time, Boom Boys were basically invited to a lot of different events this year. They only had to play in 3 qualifiers. On the other side, Enigma Galaxy, they played 10 different qualifiers to be able to make it here in this point in time, and have really been tested over and over again.
Radiant's
see
top
how that
tower
type
be under
of
attack.
resiliency is going to be able to make them push forward in this tournament. But, you know, very different paths. So there were similar results last year.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they were playing the hardest qualifiers. They were in Europe, and they were playing them. So Hero now rotation there from Lorinov.
Shackle latches, good damage out for the power shot. Another kill for the Huskar.
Desperately needed. He is catching back up to GPK. You know, not typically the way you see a Huskar recover, but he is finding it with these kills. GPK, he's rotating back. He's under this ward that was placed from Omar earlier, but at what point will you actually be able to utilize this vision?
Right, found again. Pump takes the hook stomp. Trying to keep himself alive, will back away some more. And they decide not to chase any further. But I mean, it's just been so much damage. Relentless onto Divide, trying to shut him down. I mean, thankfully, at least for the side of Nigma, they've been able to keep the axe pretty much as hampered.
Look at the scan, though. Seeing if anyone else is nearby trying to help him, they just bring in GPK.
Omar immediately leaps out. Realizing this is not going to be good. Boom Boys, they bring numbers, trying to take this early tier 1 tower and continue to just pull the Centaur around the map.
What a weakness they found, right? Centaur's very close to 6 to 5.5. GH had no health or mana on this IO right now, as he was kind of moving through the jungle, so he can't face the play down here. Even though Omar was down here trying to dissuade them from making this push, they kind of get the tower for free.
Be down.
Dave, hunting Omar, did have ward down to spot that movement, and going to be able to find pick off onto that courier. Dave, hit by G8.
Dyer's top tower
has been quietly having a pretty good game with some solid rotations.
Sort of finding something on the Mirana here by stealing XP away from GPK and just stalking him through the jungle. This is the best he can do right now. Friends are coming in, though. They're going to try and set this up. Will this ward finally pay off?
Oh, understanding what was going on.
There's a sentry down bottom that sees Devi as well.
Yeah, and that might be the difference.
Yeah, off sentry combo gave away the Moonlight Shadow. Now they instantly turn on Devi. He's forced to TP. That guy is still level 5, Lyrical.
That feels
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, so this is going to be the nice counter move that you can make, though, at least from the Galaxy. We'll see if Boom Boys leave them to it, but the pressure is now coming in onto this tier 1 tower in mid.
Yeah, the Willow being dead definitely hurts. No threat of just the opener Bramble. They hit an arrow on the back of the GPK plus a blood grenade, but no one's willing to make the dive with them. Omar kind of had something there. Lorenov's just laser focused on this tower.
Well, and that is going to be a TP away, but yeah, Lorenov gets good damage. They rotate in save, and that stops the pressure onto the tower. Did force some rotations at the very least, and you get out alive on the Mirana.
Oh man, their life stealer is set to have the absolute banger of a game right now. Like, that tower is gone. The Centaur is very weak. The ability to rotate in is pretty low right now. So the Moonlight Shadow plays. The relocates later on. That's what they're going to have to look for. But they just have so much catching out to do first. And that's what the GH is trying to set up here with these stacks in the jungle.
Denied.
Probably a game where he is happy with how it's been going on. The difference maker is probably going to have to be Sumail to try and really mess with them. Huskar, not necessarily known as being the best against the Light Stealer.
Yeah, we get the special spray coming out here already for Wind Ranger. A little faster than usual. Tends to be an item that is currently usually just bought to head into the Hydra's Breath on the Wind Ranger, so that's why you're seeing that time being so much faster. The only hero that often gets a position 1, I'd say, is the Venge. It works a little better with that hero because of all her quirks and whatnot. So Sumail going for something a little more middling here.
Shadow.
Yeah, no, goes compared to the Maelstrom.
A little bit of calmness before what we're anticipating to be a storm of action once these items come online. Blade Mail done for Axe. Omar finds the arrow onto save, does go into the Shadow Realm. That stopped Renoff from getting anywhere close to finding a life break. Again, managing to escape from that one.
Very difficult game to be a Huskar behind, though, just because you are playing into this Axe.
Yeah.
You know, you're not this bully, so you're worried about coming to these fights in the mid game, and you're going to be around the same net worth, which means like he has the blade mill. He's going to be probably into the blink by the time that you and the team are really trying to pressure forward.
And there is, to be fair, a lot of good save potential. You know, the panel talked about it. Late game, you've got Centaur, Aghanim Scepter. Io, obviously, very good at, you know, being able to jump in there and keep somebody alive. But the window that you have to make a mistake is so much smaller against an Axe when you've got that Culling Blade at the ready.
Yeah, GH, I mean, if I'm going to put my faith in anyone to save me so far in this tournament, it's GH. So him on an Io with a mech, that is definitely a massive boost of health that is available.
Towards that one right now. Not yet. You can see pretty steady stuff. You know, it's interesting also, seeing the Huskar for Devi right now, it reminds me, one of the games that stands out to me most in terms of how he played is like a couple of years ago, he was a Centaur over near the tier 1 tower mid, and he just like blind blinked up a hill, couldn't see anybody, and found like 2 to 3 heroes with it right up there on this hill.
Yeah.
It was a big jump, and it just was emblematic of how he plays these games around these blink heroes.
Yeah, so he's going to need some of that energy here for sure. Like, he definitely showcased that last night. The patience that he has, that's kind of maybe the difference of who we have now. He tends to be a little more patient, right? Back then, he was very hot-headed, both on and off the keyboard.
Right.
Now he's chilled out. He's finding these more intentional maneuvers or waiting very, very late in the engagement with his BKB. That's what he showcased last night. We'll see which divide do they need right now.
Dyer's
Might be a little bit of a
middle
hothead.
tower be taking fire.
Right now is Igma going in under the Moonlight Shadow, and we'll just go for the D.
Hard to make anything too aggressive from out here without Sumail really leading first on the shackle they set up into an arrow. Nail's gonna TP down bottom with the Invis rune, grab the wisdom, and his friend is being chased right now. I thought maybe they were gonna try and rotate onto the Lifestealer, because they would have the damage. But it's certainly not easy. And again, that Ob Sentry combo, the same one that spotted the earlier Moonlight Shadow attempt, now catches Sumail moving in here. And there's no creep wave, so he has no idea.
A little bit of counterplay potential. They don't know exactly where he is, but
yeah, he figured it out.
Seeing all these people come down, realizes the danger. And Blink Check just has it done now on Devi. He's playing close to GH, so if there is a battle that could start popping off, there's a chance there for a relocate.
Bullied a little bit here. By save.
Dyer's bottom tower
Goes up the longest arrow.
Radiant's middle
Power
tower
goes down to Devi and his troll, and they still have that blink coming in behind Sumail.
Yeah, hero not close to his yet on the axe. About 250 gold to go. So this is a good window for Enigma Galaxy to try and find something.
Hero gonna head into the jungle, try and go farm, realize that Devi's there, and take the Ancients at the very least.
Yeah, I like this. Devi using the helm
Radiant's top tower
push in with the rallies, right?
Yeah.
Bullying down the tier 1 tower. The best thing that you can gain right now. Mechanism getting closer as well to GH. Love to have that up against that first fight into the Axe Blink Dagger. He dunks the creep.
Does put it on a cooldown, but worth noting also, the Shadow Fiend in this game going in for the Kaya build. So we've got a magic Shadow Fiend.
Dyer's
Yeah, we'll get their Yasha Kai, I'm sure. We'll get this like middling build that kind of goes both ways, you know. Into a Hurricane Pike after, perhaps. Pretty decent for it. I mean, he has this life store to back him up with pretty heavy damage.
I gotta say, Boom Boys are one of the best teams in the world at like picking exactly which fight they want and then just not giving it to Nick. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're out there, they're like, well, this is our time to fight. We got the Blink Dagger ready to go. They go entirely into the Ancients, and Boom Boys still manage to farm up the Ancient camp with Miero while not taking a fight.
They're very good at playing a static game. That has been a Boom Boy staple for quite a while.
Gonna try and create some chaos.
Radiant's top
I like the low stakes right? Like the catapult, the helm creep, they're lurking around it here, trying to just find that first shackle. It's what they need for the arrow, you know?
They're just not giving it to him. Look at Miero. How patient is Miero in this game?
Look at this. TP's down bottom. They instantly TP Centaur, Huskar, Mirana down bottom when they see the Lifestealer this close. Forward vision, they don't have any.
Want this fight. Oh, see, that's the blind blink. Devi having an inkling he could be in that area, but not able to catch that time.
Heavy rotation from Enigma. I mean, there's obviously some camps to farm here. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you got to imagine that's a net positive interaction here for the Boom Boys. That Radiance into Armlet nearly done. Keratic is just hitting all the timings he wanted on a life store. That's it. Snail's not far behind. You know, he's got his specialist array. He's got the IO to help out. He's finished the Hydra's Breath. So this is the benefit, right? You go Maelstrom. You don't really feel like you're going to get much out of the Mjolnir perhaps in those first engagements, but Hydra's Breath into the Axe, into the life store. It's going to have value all game. I like this idea from him.
Now, keep in mind, they have that relocate. So Boom Boy's deciding now is the time to fight. And it's Nigma that are backing away, not presenting a target as of yet. They are all the way back behind their tier 2 towers.
One thing they've done very well, though, is that they have this consistent lockdown through the Stampede. Like, Stampede save isn't really going to help you. The best thing is it might give the IO the positioning for a relocate save.
Yeah. I mean, these teams, this is an elimination match. In the air a little bit.
Oh yeah, they're hesitating more on maneuvers. They're definitely playing safer moves as well. I'd say the drafts also are... They have a few more outs in their draft where, like, the game doesn't end necessarily just because you didn't stomp your lane as hustle. I don't think it's that kind of a game for Enigma Galaxy at all. Same thing for the Boom Boys as well. Like there's definitely some mid game, some late game. There's a little bit of team fight on both sides, a little bit of pick off. These are the kind of drafts that are ready to head into the late game. So buckle in, folks. I mean, you guys have seen this event. You know how the games have been going. We're heading later and later every single day. Every single day that goes late, I think, well, surely the next day should go later. And I think that again today. And we've had a 2-0, so if anything's going to curse us into an even longer day, or bless us, let's be honest.
That's true enough.
Kadomi.
They find him over in the river, and the shackle is there. So the first kill in a very long time
How sad for you.
goes to Sumail, 4-7. And I think, again, if you're Boom Boys, they seem to be very, very confident going into the late game, not needing to do anything. And I think it's just a matter of, like, not wanting to sort of give up a stupid mistake.
Yep.
Because that's the type of thing that could really catapult you into making more of those games. BKB Premiero is going to be... And also, they get a Yule Scepter done on Mirana. That is super nice.
Such a useful item on Mirana. Like, especially in a game where you don't have the best setups, like no like really cheap initiations to set up for an arrow. You can go for the Yules for yourself, but also versus the Axe. A very good tool to have. Try and bail some of your teammates out of a really good call, especially if you get a preemptive cast on him. It can just absolutely devastate a team fight. Many good reasons to opt for here's Omar. You see Omar, he's moonlight shadowing and he's walking in between. He's playing the Vanguard right now where he's just saying, okay, if they are smoking at my Huskar, I will die, or maybe I'll even get out. As we saw in the previous series, the Miranas were, you know, Tofu particularly helped tank a lot of smokes and still managed to escape while protecting his cores. That is the hope for Omar. He can also pick up a bit of farm. I would guess with how this game is trending that he's going to be looking for an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that he might even be thinking to the next one after that, hitting a Wind Waker.
He instantly just queued it up, by the way. Like,
he's ready.
Because, like, the way the saves are going to work is the Cold Embrace coming out, right? And if you have that Aghanim Scepter on the Mirana, that's a ton of it. It is a good way to cut through that save.
You know, I also feel like the BKBs coming out from Boom Boys is going to be another one of these windows that hurts real bad. You know, you've got the Blink Requiem coming out at the moment. No way to save against that for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
So any type of like Axe Call into Requiem.
I mean, it's relocate, I guess we could say, right?
I guess
there is
true.
that save, but that's a tough one. That relocate save is more of the like the level 25 cast delay save. You know, gotta be. I mean, it's GH. He is very fast. I'll give him that.
And he's getting a BKB immediately too. So he's understanding the danger there. He's getting the shrine. Yeah, give me the 25.
That's kind of scary though, right? Like you got so much BKB dependency between your Wind Ranger, your IO, and your Huskar into an Axe and a Winter Wyvern.
You're not wrong. It definitely makes a difference.
I mean, I I think in terms of what has changed the most in Dota in the last couple of years, and I'm sure many of you have noticed it, it comes down to your BKB usage in the late game. Because we can't refresh it anymore, it is just so crucial to force out BKBs. It's how the whole fight revolved.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he BKB'd early. Now, you know, we cut our fight for 5 or 6 seconds, and then we go back in.
Well, I think a lot of that is because we're not seeing those like initial big blow-ups of killing just one hero in a stun.
Yep.
I think Boomboy's lineup has the potential to kill people in just a stun. And that might be something to watch for.
Yep.
They jump, meanwhile, up on the top side of the map and find Miero.
Nicely
So
done.
Devi able to get a blink hoof stomp for the kill. Did get the Tormentor. Save getting the shard for himself, and now into the pit they will go.
All right, so
Radiant's top tower be under attack. Gormless swabbies.
Not the best way to start a game for an Axe. Obviously, he has some utility for the entire match because the Color Blade versus the Huskar, but this is an Axe who's now 0-3 and 0 and has not found an aggressive maneuver with his Blink Dagger yet at 25 minutes.
Tower be under attack.
Also not altogether unexpected, given how we've kind of seen these teams play in these elimination matchups. I mean, we saw it even just a second ago, you know?
Yeah.
Miero, he sees the centaur on the lane, thinks about going forward, is like, oh, there's no way he would be there alone, which he was correct about, and then backs away and ends up being kicked off.
Yep. Oh, well, big Centaur doing it again. Heart is done for Devi. It is into a Lifestealer, of course, so that hurts a little bit. A Lifestealer who, by the way, is nearly done an Aghanim Scepter. So again, a little bit on the earlier end, right? But it kind of is another save in a lot of ways, right? This ability to jump inside of the enemy just opens up so many more possibilities for surviving longer in these engagements as the Lifestealer.
Right. I mean, another Aghanims we might end up seeing late game would be the Huskars as well. Always
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
Mm-hmm. But at 24 minutes, bit of a slow one. Only 12 kills so far.
Allies disappear.
Not what we were anticipating when we saw the SF versus Huskar mid matchup. Devi, and off, finding save. Now he gets the silence. Devi has the hoof stomp, cancels that TP away. And the second Centaur too. His little friend is there to help.
And outside of the arrow combos, there's your Moonlight Shadow. There's your Mirana value that you're finding in these drafts. Difficult to support kill. Hero that just gives you constant pressure on the map because they have to be worried about these invading forces constantly coming through. You spend more detection on the combos, trying to keep an idea of what parts of your map are safe or not. That pressure eventually gets saved. Nero unafraid. He's willing to show himself in the mid lane after that death, though. Now closing in on his own BKB for this Axe.
Radiant
did see that
be under attack.
Wind Ranger and Lifestealer right next to each other underneath an aggressive ward. And that ward feeling more like it's just telling where Boom Boys are safe to farm as opposed to where to go for a fight. Because they are not interested in fighting at all.
No.
They are mode chill.
Yeah, I'd say that kind of goes for both teams here. Like there's been so much discussion this whole TI about this ability to like get deep vision down and watch courier wards and keep an idea of where people are going so we can go for these invading plays. And this is that lines up.
Yep.
Back to 50-50.
I mean, they're making a move now though. Boom Boys, they see the Wind Ranger.
Use that ward, but I mean, you know where she's gonna go, right? From those two camps. Omar messed this up for them though.
He comes over and does. He interrupts. That might have kept Sumail alive. It is going to be Omar trying to make the leap play away. Doesn't have any more leaps though, and will be killed. So they lose one, but not the one that Boom Boys wanted to find.
Value to gain right there.
Oh, Devi?
Get him.
TP out, Miero. Oh, he catches him. That's the call. And another brought down. Boom Boys.
That was quick. They immediately knew they could catch him when they saw that vision.
Yeah.
Devi kind of gifting one away here.
Trying to cut the wave. Still very, very even GH farming. Boom Boys sticking together.
Will they get this top tier 1 Lyrical? At 26 minutes.
It looks like it's going to happen.
It is going down.
This is very much wanting to make sure they get their items. Safe Dota.
And such the antithesis of so many of our matches here at TI. Even when it gets into a stalled out period, it's usually like after so many more objectives being taken.
A lot of heroes on the map right now, grouping up together.
They're baiting Kiritich.
They're trying to bait him, jump forward, find it immediately, run off in some trouble. GH, that's already one life dead. Now they do have the Centaur who's coming to join them.
It's over, Blink Infest.
Okay. Has the Requiem ready, but not gonna let it fly. So there's only a minute left on the Aegis, so the kill that happens doesn't even end up really mattering there.
We're not putting that one on the board, folks. Sorry.
Radiant's
6 to 9.
tower be under attack.
And they get anybody.
Under attack.
Do they want to? It's again under a ward, so they find him.
What a rage.
Gets out.
We're so ready.
Very, very clean stuff. Save, trying to escape. Miero also. They managed to catch, and now Miero gonna blink away. The rest of Nigma is focused on save at the moment. Manages to get out on the axe. One more kill gained as GH says, fine, I'll farm.
Yeah.
I'll get the
You're gonna
axe.
Make me do it? I guess I just have to, huh? Come the core myself, says GH. Sees the way this game is going. Honestly, there's not much you can get that's maybe better. I mean, you could go Locket, I guess would be the argument, right? He could go like into the Locket now instead. If he felt like we really need to win some pivotal fights over the next 10, 15 stars.
By Shadow Fiend, I thought he might go for it. Too crazy, has the BKB.
Instead, GH says, hey, this game is trending late. I want to be there. I want to be like one of the strongest heroes. I'm going to get a second step.
And I mean, to be honest, if he could get to 25, he's at 15 right now. It's not often that we talk about support level 25s, but with Wind Ranger, there could be some magic there.
Middle tower
Stigma versus Boom Boys. We can talk about 25s and tier 5s, I think.
Said, buckle in.
Yep.
Gonna be a good one. Omar, that's out some of this. I mean, they were here only, what, like 10 hours ago or something like that, playing up on the main stage. I'm not sure how much sleep they were able to get.
I think they just tucked in under the stage, actually. I
Yeah,
saw a
a
little
little bit.
tent set up down there, some sleeping bags. They roasted some marshmallows, and they just hop right back in the booth.
Not a bad way to live. Arrow has shield drone. And take out that camp. Splitting the sides of the map. So here's the other thing that's funny about this, right? This is a game where it's like, our late game is the best. We just need to farm. Other team is like, our late game is the best. We just need to farm. Somebody's wrong. Somebody is going to look a little silly.
That's the beauty of Dota. But
exactly.
The thing is, you're not necessarily right or wrong. Sometimes it's just who plays better, too.
That's fair.
That is an important thing. It's not purely draft.
They find that time to save the sacrificial lamb left behind. And sometimes that difference of, you know, who's playing better comes down to an individual call, an individual decision of where they run on the map. And that's what's so tense about it, is that, like, it could take just a second of, you know, misplaced thoughts or you know, distraction, and suddenly you're out. An entire year could just be wasted like that from how it feels to be a player.
Yeah, exactly. There is a journey, there is growth, there's good things that happen, but that's not how you feel up here on the stage.
Right.
The second that throne falls and it's not in your favor, it just all comes crashing down. Okay, hoping to avoid that here. As I love this idea. Get a little more defensive on the hero. Make sure that he's, you know, kind of a little aggressive, a little defensive, picking up this Lincoln Spear. Wants to utilize a lot of his magic damage. In order to do that, he needs to be free.
An MKB done for Lifestealer. Have they farmed enough? Find out soon as he's going into the Abyssal Blade next.
Kind of crazy that you can go into the Aghanim Scepter, never even fight, and still stay ahead of this win rate.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he didn't get anything to improve his farming capabilities, but neither did Sumail, because they're both gearing up for potential fights that just haven't been occurring. This is a big part of the game, because the Boom Boys have moved into Nigma's territory. They have planted a ward, and we are setting the seeds that we will water and grow into the potential for a fight.
Chance, a hope, a dream. That ward, will they de-ward it? That's the other question.
That's really where we're at in this big game.
Radiant's bottom tower be under attack.
There have been, I think, 2 kills in like 15 minutes. Somewhere in that neighborhood, and they were both saved.
I just say, time flies when you're having fun, Lyrical.
That's true.
It doesn't feel that way.
Or saved.
I really do feel the tension that is happening here.
Radiant's bottom tower's fallen.
after a long journey of no structures really falling, objectives not being taken, they kind of quickly take a couple towers here. Mill gets one, Kiritish gets the other. We're willing to expand the map a little bit more on either side, but the map side that they've taken on the Boom Boys, it has a Roche right now. They are in the pit. And vision-wise, they've got a pretty good read. They're pushing in on the bottom lane. Like, look at this giant wave hitting the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah.
So they know.
That's going to get some good damage onto that tower and take it low.
In a while, the arrow's going to come in, but it's going to be too late by the looks of the arrow. It does stun Kiritish.
Pretty annoying. Roche is so low, they're not going to be able to do anything. Sort of look as he takes the Aegis. And so with less than 1,000 gold just about separating these two squads, Daedalus next. Tommy and
Under attack.
now he's okay. Decides sorry. Go.
Sorry, misclick.
My
Sorry,
bad.
miss. Yeah.
Trying to pass you something.
Radiant's
bottom tower.
Moonlight Shadow. They're ready for an instant smoke maybe coming in from the Boom Boys because the way they backed out of that pit and the vision that they still have considering their waves, like no one has come bottom yet, right? So as Nigma,
yeah, they saw Shadow Fiend on the top lane, so they felt like they could make this move. Divide pops BKB. We're not thinking about chasing. GPK is still moving over, but it's slow. And it looks like he's going to go back to farming while Kiritish pressures this mid-tier 2 tower.
And they still have that key ward above them right now, so it's giving them some extra confidence here. And let's save position more boldly here. Now, got GPK running his way back to make sure he can join with the team. What are they doing in response, though? Got Stamel down here, farming his way down. Again, they still never pushed out this bottom wave, so the tower took a lot of damage. They want to maybe push this in a little further, but you're going to lose your tier 2. You're not fighting that. You're going to come down and probably sweep through and clear out, push out bottom. Tormentor, but Nigma don't feel confident enough to go for it.
No, and this just feels like it's Boom Boys getting the 2 tier 2 towers. This is the benefit you get.
Oh, look at this up top. Yeah, dragging it into the Mirana. Doesn't have the Agnums quite yet. It's very close. Could really use it right now.
Yep, not gonna
that's
happen.
a big wave.
Omar finds the root,
buddy.
and just like that, needs to leap. Doesn't have another one. Yule Scepter, and you thought about it. Decides not to.
They're not throwing the Requiem on that one there. And the wave survives. Well, thank you for this absolutely gargantuan wave you've given to us, Devi.
TP away. It's back inside the base, waiting for Samael to come in and help him. He can tether out afterwards.
Kind of funny he used the relocate over the TP itself.
Yeah, he
like the bash. The Basher's swapping around, so that's all it is.
And there it is. Arrow tries to go for the call, not going to land. Heritage, good damage, save. Thought about the jump to buy, finds GPK. Great reaction with that BKB, and now the Stampede out. Did not get the Requiem out of it.
Used a lot now.
Kiritish does manage to kill him. So Kiritish goes, but there is going to be the Winter's Curse. And now the call comes in from the axe, but the Lincoln Spear blocks it. Doesn't matter. Gets that finish. The Vibe buys back, wants to find a stop, misses it on a GPK. The Shackle. Oh, it's not good enough. Boom Boys, they find their targets, and now a Yule Scepter looking for the stun. Jump forward to Kiritish. Keeps him alive.
Infest inside, nicely done. They're going to back it up here. Got a buyback on Devi. They can use their BKB on the Shadow Fiend, but they're still holding this Aegis. Maybe considering poking around a little bit here when there's no Huskar up.
Showing the power of this life stealer.
Right, banner is down.
I mean, they really do not have answers for this at all. Power Shock goes out, and right now, Boom Boys seem to be the ones that are...
Jamel, though, got this damage. He's got the Hydra's Breath. We saw what Watson did, right? You know, the Focus Fire damage is unreal.
Doing it. It's Kiritish. Cold Embrace, and then the Force Staff.
I'm worried about a potential Sparrow maybe coming in, but it's on cooldown right now.
We get the call. Find him down low, almost dead, but the heal and save is there. Keep him alive. Focus Fire still on Kiritish a bit. The Shackle didn't quite latch, and now he's back inside of a creep. Back alive and healing up again. GH somehow gets caught all the way to the side there and is going to be brought down. He does have buyback. Huskar returns to the game. They do have another minute left on this Aegis for Boom Boys.
He wants to take a few licks at this tower.
I mean, this is just really Really clean play coming out from Boom Boys.
This Lincoln Sphere from GBK passing it over to Kiritin. I love this style.
Devi looking for a stomp. It's going to be really hard to find one. Kiritin's been on point.
He's not even willing to give up the Aegis. He just wants to infest and keep it going here. Healing back up.
Dodging the silence that came out. The shackle does latch.
Where's Devi?
Safe. Stomp. Then the stomp lands on to Kiritin. The silence is there. This is the turnaround that they needed. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. He's going to come back at full HP.
They find a shackle.
About it. Opportunity to latch, to turn, to hit. Good damage there. The stomp on the backlines. Nero, he jumps away for a second, but the heal is there. It's not enough. And GPK finally popping that BKB. They do kill Nero. Now Sumail infested, backing out, has another focus fire. But as he comes out and gets stunned, Sumail's trying to retreat. It's not gonna happen. They take down Sumail, relocate out in GPK. He's just waiting. Is the timing right? They come in with Devi, find the stomp, but as the only core left alive, they find a good arrow. Golden Brace not gonna matter. Heritage too strong.
It won't be denied. This is the most electric life stealer we have seen, Lyrical.
Ultra kill, keep going for more. Kiritic has played this immaculately.
The 20-second cooldown on the infest, he is abusing it unbelievably well.
Omar, nowhere really left to go. Can't even come back into his dang base.
Just gonna leave him.
Why not?
Get back in there. Get the structures.
BK takes it down. It's still so long before they're going to be back up. And at 37 minutes, with very little done for a long window, Boom Boys finally got their items, feel comfortable trying to end this game out as Kiritic hits onto the tier 4 towers. Yeah, we've moved a while from 50-50.
Yeah, we are further along than that. Feeling a little middle tower. Don't want to tier 4 right now.
They're going to take down that first tier 4 tower. Maybe one last gasp from Nigma. They have 8 seconds left until the win range is up. Trying to find an arrow. Trying to find anything.
I feel like GPK's begging him. He's like, do we need this?
I mean, we have barely even seen a Requiem this game. There's been no fights. They're just taking it.
Like, I want to have some fun here, man. Like, wait for the team. Like, let's have a nice big ourselves out.
They've thought about it. The infest is there, but they keep hitting the buildings. And now jump in, find that call, connects. Lorenov tries to go into Kiritic, but eyes on the prize. They're turning onto the Ancient, and Boom Boys take game number 1. Just a complete dominance once they got their items. It was not close.
The way they played this high ground is something that we have not seen so far this tournament as well. Like, this has been the real struggle, is that
run away, and then suddenly the Ancient's dead. We're going to game 2. This was just...
I feel like they played badly. Like, if I look at the game, it's hard to point out any mistakes the player made that kind of caused the game to be this hard for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I just felt like passive into death, and they had a switch up on the Centaur Iron build, right? Like we talked on the panel about the typical build is to go a lot of things before the blink. He went blink after Helm, and it wasn't enough for them to ever catch anyone on the map.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you think about the lanes, you had Axe getting shut down through Huskar rotations, you had the Centaur getting shut down because of just natural life-stealer shenanigans. I think both of them caught up quite nicely. Like, everything felt like it should be going okay, but the Shadow Fiend and Life-stealer just having complete free farm. It just went when Nigma wanted to go make a move, in the back of their minds, like, is this going to be successful? Will we go even? If it was even or lost, they didn't even try making it, and I feel like the reason why Nigma are in this position is not because of this type of draft. They're not picking Huskar to prevent GPK's hero pool. They're not banning 2 heroes, picking Wind Ranger to protect a Huskar. Like, you've invested so much stock into a Huskar, and then you haven't played your draft to move forwards across the map, to cross the river with conviction, to take down all these towers. Like, but if you look at the minimap state, like, obviously not at this clip, but there's still, like, towers alive early in the game when they should have probably been taken if you are playing a Huskar type lineup.
Yeah, this was why I was so critical at the junction when Boom Boys, they showed the Wyvern and the Willow, and then on the Nigma side they picked the Io, Mirana, and Centaur. I was really I was really critical there because I felt like the Centaur was a bad pick. You picked the Centaur, they exposed the offlaner, he got counter right away with the Lifestealer, and the draft just became really difficult, and a lot of bans were used to remove the mid heroes, and Loranov, maybe he felt like, I guess there's nothing else other than Huskar, you know, then he just couldn't really find another hero. That's why it was really critical to actually pick the mid hero, in my opinion, there. They had some options, pick a mid hero to counter the supports, and then protect the off lane hero there.
Couldn't they just pick the Wind instead of the Huskar? And then you have two bans, you pick a mid laner, you just play like a normal game.
They definitely could, but maybe they were worried because they had two supports, and if you pick two supports and win, you cannot change the Wind. You know, the Wind cannot be moved around. Maybe
you also can't change the Huskar.
The Ember was literally right there unbanned. They could have just picked that and been way more stable.
But I think he also mentioned probably they were worried that GPK would Huskar their Ember, so they were like.
But they had Ember on. They had last pick of the second phase, so where they put the Huskar, they could have done Ember and then just
they definitely could. They definitely could.
There were so many options for them to go down, and I think as long as Nigma can have this conversation after this game, identify at which point in the draft they feel was more like in conversation it might sound really good, but in execution it doesn't work out. And some teams they sometimes fail because the ideas don't match with the gameplay. And I think right now, that is where they need to identify that and just throw this away, bring us back yesterday's playbook.
On the bright side, Boom Boys had a smooth sailing. Great game from them. MVP-wise, there's a lot of players you can make a strong case for. It is GPK that gets the overall last pick, so you could go for him. But Winter Wyvern for Kataomi, it is a signature hero for him for a reason. And this hero, we have seen this in the first phase of bans in the previous series at least once. And I think after his performance here in this first game, I would not be surprised to see it be moved back there in this series as well. Because, Rhea, you had a great game on this. It was smooth sailing.
I really love Kataomi's Wyvern. I think if you are a support player at home and you want to learn how to get better at the hero, watching his replays is 10 out of 10 choice. Like yesterday, I was singing his praises. The way that this man positions is perfect. The way he itemizes, he usually always gets the rush on the Blink Dagger and then is able to get off the heals in the fights. He's able to get off the ults in the fights. The exact perfect targets that he needs, he will find them. And it also means that he can play back and in positions where the enemy will not be able to find him and start the fight, because Wyvern is probably your #1 target in most games.
Yeah, this hero needs to be dealt with. And I think like the games that we see yesterday and today, somebody picks Wyvern and the hero kind of just like, nobody picks Puck, nobody picks Night Stalker, or even like some Snapfire. Like these are heroes that are really, really good against Wyvern. And all the games that it's been overall first pick, it has literally gone uncountered.
Yeah, and also it's like, I know this game wasn't like the most like, wow, oh my god, team fight game. Yeah, but I think if you are a Boom Boys fan, like you want your team to win in this style because they saw how Nigma was playing, they asserted their dominance, they knew exactly the timings, and when they wanted to win the game, they just won the game straight away. There was no messing around, there was no like accidental throw deaths, there was no like shenanigans in play. This was just oh wait, they're doing this, whatever, we play our game, we win. So I think for Boom Boys, it just shows that they are still very, very strong.
It would have been so easy for them to just start running at Nigma Galaxy to try and get kills, because it did not feel like Nigma was going to give much gas back. At the end of the day, Boom Boys, they, as he said, knew what to do. There were a couple of moments. Well, one player in particular did get a little bit of heat here on the side of Boom Boys. Ray, you're going to give him some more heat here.
Well, no, not heat at all. In fact, you said the support Kataomi is the MVP. I would argue it's safe. I asked for this compilation of deaths. Not because I want to flame him, but because I want to show that this was literally the only play that Nigma could make. They would bring here, look at this, they brought so many, all 3 cores are wrapped around this Dark Willow right now, and they're getting nothing else. Like, I think these were 3 back-to-back cores. They're using smokes, they're using Moonlight Shadows, and Save is always positioning himself in the more dangerous areas of the map to either break those or to draw attention on the map, whilst the rest of his cores can play like in safer areas. I think Save did a really good job of just dying this game, genuinely.
That's what the best POS4 players in the world, that's exactly what they do. They always want to go to get extra information, to extra little things. So props to Save for making this life more animated than it was.
Break the smokes, tank the gangs. He did a great job.
You guys have no idea what he actually wants. He actually wanted the urn charges.
Wait, oh, no one's dying. I'll do it myself.
Free TV. Oh my god.
No, I think the game boils down to what we saw happening in the final stages of the draft, having the Huskar taking on the Shadow Fiend. Tigov, it's a matchup that we don't get to see every day.
Yeah, I just want to confirm this is not a bug, guys. Look at that, game time 30 minutes. Your Shadow Fiend is 1-0-0. I promise you he's not AFK in the jungle. He's just farming, he's happy, he's living his life. And I just want to show that
flourishing.
It's just such a weird stat line for everyone. Like Lauren and GPK for hero damage as well. At this stage of the game, the highest hero damage from any hero was like 8,000. So it's just, I just wanted to show the weird stats of this very weird game.
It is a weird game.
Props to them, you know, they figured out the SF so quickly. We were like trying to figure out how many heroes can deal with Huskar. Oh,
Like
they need
instant.
to pick this, ban this. Everything happened so quickly and instantly clicked the SF. They already knew what was coming.
They knew it was coming, and that it has me wonder, because we wonder like why pick the Huskar at that stage of the game. It has me wonder how much of this was planned in a way. You're going into game one of your lower bracket series. You know you're going up against Boom Boys here, so you're coming in with a crafted plan. Tigov, do you think that that's kind of like the plan for Enigma Galaxy was too rigid and they stuck to it, even though
it feels like this
kind of figured out?
Yeah, it feels like something where they had a conversation and gone, this hero forces these type of bans, this hero and like they got to the position when, okay, we're gonna go for this because it closes out more heroes. And it just felt very textbook and very like something that you have over prepped for.
Yes.
Because like other teams in the draft, they let the draft breathe. When they get to later picks in the draft, they see everything. They find the hero for the moment. This very much felt like they were fixed on this idea in a previous conversation. And they were like, we're doing it. It's like, it just didn't feel right. And like, it didn't really, when they picked it, we're not like, the Huskar! We're just like, what? The Huskar? You know? Okay. Sorry, my apologies for your, the displacement of your products there. But yeah, it just didn't feel like that impactful. So clearly some prior analysis was incorrect and just forget the Huskar. That was...
I mean, it's also they got trapped with this Io Mirana. I think this support duo just doesn't really do much in the early game. I mean, we mentioned that they didn't do anything, but I think it's because they just couldn't do anything with the heroes.
They tried to gank the Shadow Fiend. They just walked up, looked at him and went...
Yeah. How do you land the arrow?
No, of course. That's why it's funny as hell. Because the Marauder walked in to Moonlight Shadow, like stood next to Shadow Fiend for a second, looked at GH and went, and then just walked away.
Yeah. What do we want to see game number 2 then, Rhea? Because it should be easy to just say, you know what, this is game 1. We just brush it off, go next.
To be honest, I just want them to give their best. I think this kind of gameplay is like fine. This felt like, of course, because Boom Boys won, what they wanted, right? They know that this team on Nigma, they cannot outscale their heroes. They know that how to like block their plays from happening. And to be honest, Nigma probably could have been more like ballsy. And I think they won. I think they were scared. In that case, I want Nigma to give a little bit more gusto.
I don't know if they actually realized they needed to be ballsy to actually have a chance to win the game. They sat back and felt like they were saying that it's okay, we can go late game, but in fact, they couldn't.
Yeah, that's like what I want to see them just try and push themselves to their limits. Like, this is your elimination game for TI. You don't want to have regrets. You don't want to be like, oh, I wish we just tried to go for like one more smoke gang. Like, really push the limits of what you can do. Don't let these games like stagnate into what we just watched.
And then we have to point out how the draft started, because we all know how it ended, and we did have some criticism. We love GH on his IO, don't get me wrong, but if you first pick IO in your team Nigma Galaxy, there is no flex potential there, and everybody knows that. And even though we love GH's IO, we know that right now he's stronger as a core, and that means you are spending your overall first pick, which we've discussed is at the moment maybe at a stronger position to draft from, and you're spending it on a support IO.
Yeah, I mean, as you see from the graphic here, IO is a common hero between both teams. Nigma, they want to take it themselves. I personally don't think it's too much of the IO problem, because GH is so exceptional at the hero, the best in the world over multiple years, that you probably can just find a different way to draft around it, that you aren't forcing yourself down this, last 2 pick situation that we have been, talking about for the last like 10 minutes. So I kind of feel like that's fine because of how important the hero is between the two teams. But if you do ban it out, suddenly you're letting through a Lina or a Bounty or a Tree or an Earthshaker or a Kodo or some other, TI winning hero to the other team.
We're going to find out what's coming and who stays alive at the end of this series. Boom Boys 1 game up in this best of 3. And we heard yesterday from Kiritich, and we saw him on his life stealer in the first game. He is having an absolute blast. He is so happy playing on the main stage of the International, and we see it back in his game plan. He just had the freest game. I think that's the best way you can think of to start your series here against a team that has pulled out some crazy moves. And on the side of Enigma Galaxy, we are waiting for those crazy moves because game one was not it. Maybe we have to get some Enigma coming out. I know, I mentioned it before. It's just, I think that on the grand stage like this, having the power of the crowd helping you out, you need those big team fight ultimates, and you really can play on good vibes. And we know that for the Vi, even though he's tempered himself, we know that he thrives on those moments.
They should try and throw them off. I think Boomboy's Kiritich, especially as a carry, when he gets a stable game like that, where there's no one threatening, pressuring him, he is very reliable. He will get the farm, he will hit his timings, and he will play exactly where he needs to on the map. When you throw him off, that's when we saw see moments of anger, like when he bashed his table. You know, in that game, you had such a high pressure team lineup on the enemy, right? They're running at him, they're under his tier 2 tower, they're forcing him to show up when he doesn't want to show up, and he doesn't know how to react to that. I really think if you throw off this man's tempo, that's how you get him. And this is with Sumail on Nigma, who's willing to play these carries like Clinks and Necrophos. You know, heroes that can be around the map, playing more like assassins or playing with boosted travel. You can definitely be more mobile and active if you want to be.
Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated from the International with a game like that either. You need to show your best Dota, as Rhea mentioned earlier. Winter, what is the best Dota you feel Enigma Galaxy can bring to the table here?
I think they just need to play standard, you know, and not try to get into their own hits too much with some kind of like prep strategy. Just play. I think they're more than capable of just winning the game, just playing normally. Play to their strengths. Certain heroes should be prioritized more. The support duo has to be a very solid one, so to ensure that the early game there's some stability in the early game, so they don't get pressured too much. You know, I think they're just overcomplicating things too much in the last game. Sure, it's the first game. People will always say if you have an idea, you want to try something, always do it in the first game. You have some leeway. But right now in the second game, just go back to your roots and do what's worked for your team so far.
Do what has worked so far. And so far, we have seen Enigma Galaxy do good work. Also, when they're down, we of course had them start this main event bracket run in the upper bracket, and they were coming out victorious, and that was a long series. They know how to come back after losing a game on this main stage, so I am not worried about that. I want to see them play their best Dota. We want to have a competitive back and forth clash, which we did not get in game one, which is a shame. And hopefully we'll get our hands on that very type of Dota 2 that will soon get on our screens. One game up for Boom Boys. Enigma Galaxy backs against the rope. Good speeches from Kuroki incoming, I would imagine, and heads together. Get the best strategy out there and just play some good Dota. And guys, just win. Easy.
Enigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
And we're already quite deep in it, might I say. Enigma Galaxy Radiant side, Boom Boys Dire side, Enigma Galaxy overall last pick, and we had an overall first pick, Keeper of the Light. New one from Boom Boys there, an instant answer from the Ember Spirit. I think when we're talking about comfort on the main stage, Lorenov on the Ember, a lot of people have called him the best Ember Spirit of this year's International. And that is big praise considering the mid laners we've had on this stage, Tigo.
Yeah, and now it's, when you pick it in this position, of course, against GPK, he will happily try and counter that to Oblivion. There's Slardars, there's Huskars, there's so many options. So we'll see where Boom Boys go for that. But yeah, the Keeper of Light, it was banned in the first game. Very high priority throughout the entire tournament. But also interesting to see what type of partnership Boom Boys are going to present with that one. Of course, there's so many options. Mainly, I actually prefer Coddle for the sustain and push forward. I don't really look towards the hero now for like, oh, you need the chakra combo. Oh, like I'm not trying to pick like Ember Coddle. I'm just like, go forward, run through the map and just kill everything.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do feel like when you mention these counters, this hero counters to the Ember in the lane, they don't really like playing with Kotal. Like, sure, the heals are like the chakra is not just the hero, but you do want to have someone that you can play with in the early stages as Kotal. And I do feel like some games that I've watched when you have Kotal with, for example, with Huskar, they don't really do much together.
They haven't banned Slark on Nigma. So,
Oh, that's one we've been seeing quite a bit in that mid lane against Ember.
yeah.
Successfully so, of course.
And also is the same draft that happened before where Boom Boys first picked Coddle, Aurora picked Ember, then Boom Boys picked Slark +1 as a response.
Personally, I've only enjoyed seeing Slot with Io. I think otherwise, the hero, it doesn't necessarily ensure you're going to win your lane. Like if you play Ember versus Huskar, the Ember has to do gymnastics around the mid lane to try and like drag waves and stuff, right? But even when I've seen Ember face up honestly against Slark, sometimes it can still go even.
Envision game 1 against Spirit in the upper bracket. No one put on a bit of a clinic at shutting down the Ember.
Yeah, but the laning phase, I do feel like it's not really the be-all and all. As long as you have a draft that can allow you to play later in the mid-game with your support, your Ember has something to do. You can lose the lane, it's fine, it's not the end of the world, and you can slowly find pixels of the map, like with Mirana, you can walk around, chains, arrow, get a kill here and there, then you slowly come back into the game.
Oh, they've gone for the puck, right? It's a hero that can play very nicely into the Ember. It punishes both Ember and Mirana, who are ability-based heroes.
Yeah, very good with the Kotal. You can chakra and abuse the puck even more.
A very honest mid matchup.
Yeah,
it's so much nicer than
that's
the last
what we
game.
want to see. A real game, you know, we want to see a real game.
A real game, a real mid battle between Puck and Ember Spirit. Let's see though. I mean, I'm sure they're going to get some helps from the side lanes, already having cut Keeper of the Line and Mirana there. And now the Undying here on the side of the boys.
A lot of aggression in the early game. Like Undying plus Puck. Basically, in all the early team fights, in the rivers and everything, you put a tombstone with a coil, you're going to win those team fights.
But as well as the flex, right? The idea that if, you know, Soma wants to take like a tiny or something here, now you're potentially playing into an Undying off lane with a keeper like, you know, 4 position, and you're going to get completely shut out of that lane. You cannot even go near it.
I think they cannot really pick, or they shouldn't pick the carry here, unless there's something that can deal. Okay, they go for the SF, so they're not worried about the Undying going to the off lane so much, but it is still indeed a very strong lane, Undying off lane with the Kotal. Like it could potentially cause some problems for the SF, but Shaman this is not a very, very common hero. I guess they just wanted a Hex against Puck.
But then why not go Lion?
I mean, Omar has played it so far in TI, so most likely just the 4 position, and he'll be running around and hoping to stop the.
I mean, to answer the question, why not Lion? I think laning phase, why Shaman is more solid against the compared to the Lion. And the other thing that Shaman has here is you can actually kill the tombstone with your snakes. So that's like some added value there.
It's so annoying thinking about this lane. It's going to be like loads of kill threat if you don't pick the right hero. Because I see these supports. I want to pick Lycan, but I don't want to do that lane. I'm wondering if there's ways for them to pull and get advantage out of it that way. Because whilst Ace struggled on the hero earlier, it felt like these summons were still such a pain in the ass. It doesn't matter anyway. They'll pick Underlord, which is much more sturdy. And the Axe Rush against Ember is so good.
He does get bullied by the SF in the lane. And with Kotal, like some supports can allow the Underlord to play the lane, like Underlord plus Rubik, Underlord plus Lion, any stun. But with Kotal, it can be quite complicated.
They're gonna stack though.
I mean that's mainly where Mirana I think helps the Underlord pick, right? Because Mirana isn't this like explosive kill laner. It's more like a lot of chip and poke over time. So Underlord, by the time you get to level 3-4, you'll have your point in here, and then you can distance yourself from the Shadow Fiend. I mean, Boom Boys, their entire draft, it just feels annoying to kill. You jump a guy to the tombstone, save from Undying, or there's a keeper like Hill, or Puck has an Aeon Disc or some Mules or whatever. Underlord with the auras, it's really just obnoxious to fight into. So Enigma Galaxy, luckily for them, they do have very clean damage once they find a hero. It's just a matter of like, just pretty much stop Undying and you can burst anyone.
And that is hard. Like their initiation being like Hex and Shackles from Shaman is just going to be completely stopped by Undying's Shard Tombstone. So but it's hard to kill this hero too. I think when you can react to any go with Underlord Portal, and like if they're also playing the map correctly, you have Puck coming in to punish as well. It's so quick how fast Boom Boys can collapse onto a fight.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying here. Like it's gonna be more complicated for Nigma to play the map and run around finding kills, whereas Boom Boys, you have the global presence of the Underlord. It's easier for you to set up. And right now, the team fight, they also have very, very strong team fight with Undying and Puck.
That's why you always need to kind of respect the Mirana. So like the map play of Nigma, even though it's quicker for Boom Boys to get around, like you are going to have the invisibility, the speed to play on the runes. If you set up the Mirana at the rune with the Shaman, you get the puck kill, it's going to feel quite nice. And they do ban out the Enigma on Boom Boys because Divide does have last pick in draft priority. So based on the last game where he kind of got sacrificed on a Centaur, now he's going to see all 9 heroes in the game before he locks in his own.
Yeah, you need that X factor, I think, in a game like this. What is still in the pool that would lane nicely? We only know so far that it's going to be the Undying he lanes against, but of course, by the time Davai gets his say in, we will know which hero Kiritich will play against him. And normally you go for a ranged carry when you have the Undying to lane with. There's a lot still in the pool.
Yeah, you kind of need some stunts. I don't know, like there's still Win.
TA.
There's Lina still even in.
The TA is still available, but yeah. There's so, I mean, all the,
like World Choice at this point.
There's a lot. There's a lot of heroes, but I would prefer something that has some stuns.
Like
they do lag.
yeah, of course, stuns.
They do lag a little bit of like.
Oh, Tiny, that's good.
Tiny has stuns. Not ranged though.
Yep, not range, but has stuns, so he takes one of the boxes at least.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of forgot they were lacking stuns, to be fair. I look at Puck, and I see Puck, I'm like, she does everything, it's fine. But yeah, no, that does kind of complete the draft.
And it's the issue of having Kotal and Undying as your double sub, right? You do lack stun, so Tiny does nicely to complement that department.
Let's take a moment to appreciate how much bonus time Nigma Galaxy still has left at this stage in the draft. They've only used 20 seconds of it so far, meaning that the game plan and the draft has played out in a way that maybe they were very comfortable with. And they get a lot of time to think about what they want to do with this overall last pick, is why you see Divide talk here, because he gets to decide against the Undying and the Tiny, what does he want to lane against? What would you want to lane against?
No one wants to lane against Undying.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But you could try just, I might just try and buff up like the damage from my Shadow Fiend. You could pick a Slardar and then it gives you your ability to take your Roshan. You're going to have your Shaman help you take towers. I think it just gives you every tool you need to do objectives.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Device, like, you can Slardar or you can, like, Night Stalker for, like, the meta, or you can do, like... Yeah, actually, no, to be fair, I think I like Night Stalker a bit, just for, like, the puck and the fact that Undying Coddle, just, you look at them...
I would love that, genuinely.
Yeah,
and you just keep chasing them down, and then you give this, like, insane vision for Shaman to find the jump. So it's like Divide will then complement the lack of like clean initiation from Nigma, because like one player, he can fix it for his hero. But there's also like, he's such a specialty player on like Primal Beast and stuff. Like even into Tiny, he doesn't care. So he might be like, you know what, guys, trust me, I can do it.
This is the game.
I think Night Stalker is like, that's where my head sits.
I mean, does he... Oh, there's no Timber. I was going to say.
Yeah, that's gone, that's gone.
3 strength heroes.
I think you can trust your Shadow Fiend to be able to kill Tiny.
It will be the Slardar.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice pick to complement the whole lineup. They are just thinking because they're worried about lane, because Undying is very annoying for Slardar.
Is it too annoying?
Only for the early stages.
Okay.
I think later you don't really mind it that much with the sprint and when you have your BKB especially. But in the early game, it is very annoying. But I do like the pick. I like the overall setup here. I think it's back to basics for Nigma Galaxy. The last game, it was maybe a little bit too cheesy for me. This time, they're trying to play normal Dota. They have the SF minus armor, Slardar minus armor, a lot of damage. They have some team fight with the Shaman. They have some good stunts with the Ember Spirit and the Mirana. I think their draft takes a lot of boxes, and I like it this time.
Yeah, I agree with Winter. I feel like Nigma has improved their draft immensely. Like, you look at it and you go, yeah, that can play any stage of the game. It can play for Roshan. It can take towers. It can end the game in 30 minutes. It can win a game in 90 minutes. Like, it feels like it can do everything. And that's what you want to see. Because, like, we didn't watch a game of Dota in the first game. That was just, you know, Boom Boys farming and then just tripping over the Ancient, and suddenly we're here, right? So it is a lot better from Nigma this time around.
Yeah, I really love Nigma's draft. Is they going to win a game? I do believe that it can be this one. That said, I do want to give a little credit to Boom Boys. I think GPK on his puck is a force to be reckoned with, and I think this coil kind of breaks apart Nigma's entire lineup. Like, it's so hard to play into this route, and they have so much combo with it. The Tombstone on top, the Tiny can toss out. I think that they have a lot of things to play with on Boom Boys' side. But yes, this game should be a lot more fun.
Want to touch upon that Puck versus the Ember, though, because this is Lorenov's best hero. So we got GPK Puck. for favor. I think that's all Lornov needs maybe to propel his team into victory. Can this be a 3-game series, or maybe Boom Boys will take this one in a 2-0? I know someone who would really like this to be in a 2-0, and he's standing by with Slacks right now. Let's head over to Bull.
Absolutely. I guess I'll ask that as my first question. Would you like this to be a 2-0, or do you want these guys to put up a bit of a fight?
Хочешь ли ты, чтобы это была серия 2-0, или пусть они посоревнуются с вами?
Я хочу, чтобы это было 2-0.
I would like it 2-0 for sure.
I thought you would. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this team. Enigma Galaxy is a team that a lot of people, maybe don't respect enough, maybe don't research enough. It seemed like you guys were extremely ready for this match last game. Did you prep a lot? Were you ready to come in?
Многие недооценивают Нигму как соперника. Подготовились ли вы к ним специально в этой серии?
Мы больше фокусируемся на своей игре.
We are focused on our own game more than preparing to some particular opponent.
Oh, so you don't care about them at all?
То есть вам все равно?
Да?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Can you talk to me a little bit about Puck? We're seeing a resurgence in Puck now. Nisha Puck came back. Not as good as GP game. But what do you think about this hero? Why are we suddenly seeing it again?
Много пака в играх. GPK на нем играет, Ниша на нем играл. Почему мы так часто его видим?
Хороший герой.
Just a good character.
Just a good character. No other reason.
Никаких других причин.
What is your favorite color?
Какой твой любимый цвет? Green one.
Green, it's great. We got an answer, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get into the game.
Lax tries to get anything at all he can out of Volka. It's just not going to happen, Trent. Man.
Yeah.
He really did not want to say much more. Good character.
Yeah, I mean, his favorite color is green, but it's red for now. They're on the Dire, and they got First Blood. So Boom Boys already off to a hot start. As he said, focused on their own game, and so far that worked out very well for them in game number 1. Enigma Galaxy maybe a little too focused on their own game, going for that hot start draft, but didn't quite pan out the way they'd hoped. They've gone for something a little more even keeled in this game number 2.
And it's worth noting again, like we talked about a little bit in the game itself, it was Boom Boys understanding like the single-mindedness of the Enigma Galaxy draft. And when it was that they wanted to make moves and then just dodge, they backed away, moonwalked out of there. There's no issues at all. This time around, though, you have a little bit of a different dynamic. Obviously, Slardar being played out of the off lane. This time towards the buy, to be looking for how early do you think we're going to be seeing a Blink Dagger from?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty early last game for a Centaur, but, Centaur, you can still just have that confidence you're going to buy the heart and scale much later and later, but are not quite as good in that department, for sure. So you are definitely encouraged more so to get your Blink, get your Shard, get into the back. So definitely early moves, for sure.
Mar gonna get punched and pummeled, and the Crush to try and keep him alive. Kill a zombie, maybe. He does go into a little sheep form and then runs out of there. Gets some separation. Divide getting pressured underneath the tower here. That early tombstone drop down.
No, relax. You're here to kind of Omi just right under the tower, and such low resource left here on this finale. They managed to survive this time. Not have that foul play again for another minute and a half. Be a little bit more cautious in this one. Lane already off to another good start here, of course, for this Puck because that First Blood to be able to use the resources a bit more, better trades, faster levels, something Lornov's going to be considering the entire time. But Lornov, a combo hero this time. He's going to have this Ember, and he has the Mirana on his side. So often is already in trouble, though. Forced to leave out.
It's interesting too because they're talking about the 2-0 dynamic, wanting to get it early. The other thing to keep in mind is that for Boom Boys, if they win this, they've got to play another series later on in the day. Would love to be able to go take a little bit of a break before that happens. There is still going to be one more lower bracket game to be played on elimination day here. Finds a Crush. Trying to keep it bullying the Undying. That's not going to work so well.
No, this is still the best 5 the game right now for securing a lane. That is Undying gameplay here in those first 5 minutes. Constantly in your face. It's like very happy to die oftentimes just to get your resources back up, right? Like you'll see the mangoes just buried out to the Undying. They're happy to get a positive trade. Even if they die first, I feel like Undying players don't care at this point. Keeping the enemy cores off the farm as much as they can. For now, though, they're doing fine. Right, 15 CS, all right. little bit ahead of Kiritic.
And a really nice looking draft by and large. They drop down the tombstone now against Katomi. They decide to go for the Undying, but deny to the neutral. Very good. Miero on the other side of the map goes down to Sumail. Now Kiritic takes some more hits. Do they have another round of the shackle? They will indeed. A few more punches. And Kiritic, the menace of game 1, is going to go down.
Yeah, finds a position there for the body block. On the other side, yeah, we had a full-on other battle happening. We had a double kill picked up by Save on the bottom half of the map. So action all over the place. We settle at 3-2 right now in Boom Boy's favor.
Off playing it very low against EPK. Does still have that water run ready and is going to heal back up now. On the top side of the map, though, Devi, who's been playing pretty aggro, does not have that much HP at all, and is going to have to salve up.
Oh, that's yeah, they are certainly at a resource disadvantage here. Devi's like backpacking, getting a salve out, and will have himself healed back up in time for the wave. So last game, you know, they had to roll for initiative outside Enigma Galaxy. They somehow found a 0 on a 20-sided die. I didn't know it was on there. They managed to do it. This game looks a lot better. Like, the idea of being able to actually start a fight and feel like you can create some sort of problem for your opponent, it can definitely happen. Last game, it mostly didn't happen because you had a mid who never got into the game. The Huskar just, like, he made some cool moves, got some kills, but you have to be so far ahead to make this happen. And they also weren't even able to get the plays going with their IO. Like, there was no attempt to like make a relocate play or try and get like an outnumber situation going their way. This game, it is Boom Boys that are working in that department and being able to shoot under their opponents with the team stage. We've seen that be used plenty of times in this tournament. Just keep getting the edge in these fights. And of course, this Aghanim's rush on the Underlord has looked so strong this tournament.
Let's see. Nine comes through the twin gate there, realizes there's not really much of an option to make a dive happen, and then leaves. There's also going to be a TP over for the 6-minute rune, so Puck will likely be denied this, and especially actually with the Remnant down. They do manage to scan, and it is going to be down bottom where Lorenov bottles up to amplify damage. Kumar walking aggressively at the Puck. Shadow Chomp.
Yeah, GH needs that opportunity as well to get a ward down there. Boys ancient area, not on any sort of attack they might want to build up here. Omar even runs in behind the tier 1, so he is saying, "I'm gonna go over towards that that wisdom. Are you guys gonna fight us, or what's the plan?" Mirana's backing away. Is he still gonna go for this?
Omar is here. Dave will now run into him, and Omar, realizing the error of his ways, is going to back out. Now they're bringing over the Ember. Sumail is also here with T8.
Okay, they're committed.
In the area. 10 seconds. Are there going to be any follow-up rotation? Save found.
Another ward.
They got him. Arrow out connects. That's going to be enough. Now on the other side, Devi is able to keep back the Undying, so I think this is just going for him.
Moranov's gonna get one of the Shrines of Wisdom on his mid-Ember here. Feels really good. PK takes the opportunity to invade a little bit here and finds a stack that they've got. So, you know, a little bit of value being stolen away now by Lorenov in punishment for going for that Shrine, but...
I mean, it's one stack, like...
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're very pleased right now if you're Enigma Galaxy, right? I mean, Ember top of the board and boosted XP.
Tower be under attack.
Steps forward, gonna right-click GK, right-click save. The remnants of that amp damage still there. They pop the coil. Arrow in the area. Somi moving over. Lorenov doesn't manage to get out. Just an unnecessarily aggressive play gets punished.
I mean, you gotta think so, like, oh, I'll be fine. I have 4 points in Flame Guard. Like, but then the Underlord walks out of the jungle. You're like, okay, well, that's not good, but I'll get out of the range and snap the coil. And then suddenly Undying is there too. You know, like, he's trying to play to the absolute edge of his house. He's very good at Ember. He just didn't have the reason there were that many enemy heroes here from Boom Boys.
And there is a little bit of a counterplay. Immediately, they take down that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Mail now steps forward. Omar and GH nearby. Shackle. And the arrow follow-up. So they move in with the Shadow Fiend, and Sumail, obviously very comfortable on this hero, playing it so many years out of the mid lane.
And you can see GH immediately pick, like, they have wards here. They just barely missed the one by the Ancients, and then there's also one in behind the tier 1 down bottom. So just they have complete control over this phase. Omar just doesn't even want to leave it alone. Like he's still playing up on that hill right now.
Yeah. Heritage gonna need to get a little bit back as GH is consistently a menace. But they will stack up these camps, it looks like, try and build that bank from Miero.
Now look at GH. He arrows one of the creeps and then he body blocks the bottom camp as well. So they don't get the stack. And he's going to sit here, soak a bunch of the XP, and steal some of the gold. And what can they do? He's got a leap. They don't have the catch to punish him right now. And this is, as you heard one on the panel saying, like, they brought out this tiny, they have the puck. A lot of what these heroes do, and even the Underlord, is they're making up the support, having no catch, right? Undying, Poddle, you got nothing you can do against support. Want to come in, poke around your side of the map, and leave Scott.
They can keep this momentum going on Nigma, take some more of these towers. Already seen the ways in which you might be able to sort of build up a pretty substantial lead for Nigma Galaxy to make sure that Laranov doesn't make me walk with Underlord here.
Yeah, it feels a lot like these bounty hunter games that you're seeing, where they're spending so much time having to keep up with what these supports are up to and these little ganks from Laranov that you don't have any time to go and deal with the Shadow. At the same time, your Tiny is also free to farm right now, but he's not going to farm as fast as Shadow ran out with Radiant.
Laranov gets the bottle. Shieldren is there. Pop it now, trying to live double round of hits, and they have enough to kill GPK. Not quite, he gets caught by the fear. And that is going to be enough. Now Laranov steps further forward, finds Katomi, gets chains, but with no arrow follow-up, they're just going to take down that tombstone and then move for the tower.
I mean, this is a catapult mid. No, who cares about a catapult? We're on the stakes.
And off. Katomi won't do much more beyond that. With those snakes down and buildings hit, do some serious damage. GH backs away from Miero. Remnant forward.
The 2 wards.
The chains. Oh, is there anything else for Miero? They don't have any way to save him. The Underlord also goes down.
That sentry missing by just a couple units has destroyed the early game of Blue Boys. The snakes do get cleared out. Omar's still sticking around, threatening a little bit around here, but Sumail hit the tower a few times here with the Dragonlance. He does not necessarily want to leave.
I mean, they don't have foil for another 10 seconds.
Top tower.
Maybe understanding, as you can see, that ward being the difference maker.
Yeah, it's so painful. They just keep getting him over and over again with it.
Radiant's top tower.
The Blue Boys respond to this. They had pretty dominant game number 1 once they decided to finally get online and start fighting.
And it's back coil. It's back up. They're smoking right away. Finding Sumail would be great. Do they have the damage to deal with? If the Underlord gate is back up to 15, he might have to join in on this. Tiny is coming through.
If they find the Ember, it's pretty bad. I don't know if they can
look at this. They're hoping that Sumail was down here farming, but they miss with the scan. He's too far back.
Oh, and he's just a little ways away. Yeah.
I mean, you can take the tower. It's not the worst.
Radiant's
you know,
bottom tower.
certainly not the dream.
Radiant.
Looking at Miero, he's going for a little bit of a different build than the other Underlords have gone because it's been so painful for him. 0.8 starts.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this in Cinder the other day, like potentially seeing light here out of these heroes instead of the Shivas. This could be the first time
I mean, I'm wondering if he just doubles up and goes Atos into the Aghanims, you know? Like, maybe he's just thinking we need this lockdown. It's good versus the Slardar. It's good versus the Ember, the Marana. Like, it could be the difference maker, but it would be a very heavy investment. So, yeah, that's a bit of a tough call.
Middle tower.
It definitely speaks more to me of saying I want to get this Atos and then go into some sort of an aura to help my team.
Off will bounty room here, taking the same walk that Sumail did, but up on the top side of the lane. The scan hits onto Katomi. So not who they wanted, and as the smoke breaks, dying down.
1,600 HP.
Okay, they ward trap him, so they decide they're going to take this go.
I was thinking, you know, he's kind of healthy, or the tower rather, we could maybe fight for him, but down, so surge means he's really back up, but that ultimately is a very long cooldown, so feel weaker while if they successfully take the top tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
All tier 1s down across the map for Boom Boys. Igma trying to get into their next set of items. For Omar, it would be pretty huge if he can get into the Blink Dagger, but he's decided to go for the Ether Lens instead.
Be under attack.
A little bit more consistent on the Shadow Shaman. Obviously, all of your spells benefiting from it, so very good on the hero.
Then
14 minutes this time there. Wow, they're really making sure they get their wisdom, huh? They bring 4 heroes here. So, assuming that any aggressive maneuver, maybe they saw part of the Moonlight Shadow and a ward, I'm not sure. They thought, hey, they're coming for our wisdom. We want to fight, we want to make sure we get it. Not end up being the move made by Enigma Galaxy, and perhaps seeing, hey, they didn't come for the wisdom is why you're seeing Kiritic way back here. Farming near his base, too worried to go anywhere else.
I mean, it's a good read of the map, right? And recognizing that there's just not really a safe place to be in your own for now. And these, like, very deep wards, it's going to walk into them at this point. I do wonder if are going to try and play a little bit more aggressively again, or if they're going to feel like this lead is enough to sort of sit on until they can get enough things to go for the Roach. How quickly do you want to play with this Shadow?
Yeah, there's no real rush. I think trying to secure the area around the Tormentor would feel very nice for them. I mean, they've obviously already pushed down the tower. I'd like to see them keep pushing that wave out. Tormentor with a side art, very easy thing to do. Make that available. 5 minutes from now will be great. Atos finished up, but also the Yule down here for GH on his Mirana. Had a great game so far. Top of the support. 0, 1, and 5, providing a ton of vision and just uncertainty for his opponent. Whenever they drop these Moonlight Shadows, forcing them to group up, waste TPs, slowing down their farm.
Minutes in. That 4K gold lead, 0. Getting closer to an opportunity to battle with the Atos done now. It feels weird to sort of just sit on this and not be able to find a fight. But obviously, if you're sort of waiting for those bigger items on your other cores, it's like, what are you really going to be doing? I guess like the hope is maybe you can find a kickoff on the runoff, step a bit too far forward, but this is not what you want to have happen. A solo kill between the supports, gifted over to Sumail on a silver platter.
We're doing some madness. Underlord?
What Omar's doing for him.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't even have to leave his farming pattern.
Definitely one of the benefits of Shadow Shaman over the Lion, as we were discussing in terms of like this counter versus the puck, why you pick one over the other. Kind of only going to get found out here first.
Number CDK coil connects onto 2. Tombstone down. Are they out a bit too far? Actually, didn't get the coil onto the Ember, so only Dubai gets found there. But with the Ava toss, now Lorenov Silence in trouble, not able to escape. Boom Boys, they strike back.
Their patience pays off. This is what I think you're waiting for at Boom Boys. Because you know the Slardar wants to make moves. Because that's how the hero wants to play the game. He can't just sit back and farm stacks right now like your offlaner can't. So there is this innate pressure on the Slardar to try and make these moves, and they caught him. They've been kind of dangling out Kataomi a little bit, and this time he was not free. Last time, he was all alone. It was totally fine. We can just kill this guy. This time, the backup was there, instantly punished on the Lorenov, and man, it's going to slow down his BKB. We're going to have to start thinking more about the objectives, perhaps, and less of these kills.
Blink Dagger on the way for the puck. Now going to set up these kills even that much easier for them on Boom Boys. Sumail still yet to be really touched, but tell me they run into him again, and this time Omar in hand will be enough. A little bit of retribution.
Like 3D Searing Signet. Moving in for our second round of the neutral items. And,
I think those kills are super important mentality-wise for Nigma also, right? You already are down 1-0 in the series. If you like lose the Slardar and the Ember and then you're not getting an immediate kill afterwards, you could start feeling like tense in these moments where there's not much happening.
Yeah, you don't really want to be the Slardar being like, guys, can we go do something? Because like my farmer ain't that fast right now after losing one kill. Friends are here. They gotta bail.
Yeah, they gotta go. Okay, so they bait out the Fiend Skip. Get the house.
Renov trying to keep this mid lane pushed in here. There is Gage backing him up. They don't really have a kill combo, though, with just these two on the Underlord.
I don't know. I'm starting to get worried for Nigma here.
On the dread.
I am
typical Nigma fan when their team is up, they get more worried. I believe is how it usually goes.
I mean, what can you say? After that last one, got this aggressive style. This would be a nice catch for them if they can find him, and yes, they do. Oh, the Tumbler's toy into the control, and yes, they find and kill GPK.
Oh, man, he is really punishing Galactus. It's very good. He's just getting full-length shackle.
Omar having standout performance on this unorthodox hero, the Shadow Shaman. Opting to go just straight into that Aether Lens. Good use of the Tumbler.
Run off as well. Gives him a nice focal point in these fights. Get him ahead, provide some vision, let Smail just run on in. He's close to his Force Half as well to pair with his Dragonlance, and already has a Manta first round of this puck so that he can stand tall and threaten the Requiem. Means that if you're on the side of Boom Boys, you are waiting for Kiritich. He's only a little bit behind the Shadow Fiend. Definitely growing to a larger and larger threat over time. But you're going to be trying to get sort of once that's finished.
And, you know, it really is like when Sumail shows up, that's the big commit that happens, right? You've got like the little crush coming out from Devi, you've got Emperor's things to sort of start fights, two different heroes to start fights, and then one that's definitely going to be there to end it. Right? Out.
All right, 20 minutes here. Start our lineup. Tormentor and Roche on the menu right now. First, here, check for the rune. Gonna be regen up top. They instantly smoke. The circles are being drawn on the map here, I believe, by both teams right now. Radiant gonna scan. Dire gonna scan.
Kicks out the wave in the mid. As that shows, maybe this signals to GPK to be a little bit careful. Broken. Get him. He's over to the side, but no, backs away. Now remnant forward. Learn off.
Got one more.
Good Yules, keeping him alive. And save. He gets caught by the roof. The blinding light pushback. Needs a few more hits, and Sumail, he takes it.
They had to spend a lot for that kill, but there was no idea of counterplay here from Boo Boys. We saw previously they would just instantly all TP, you know, so they clearly have very direct and clear communications as to when they actually want to fight, and that one was just not happening. Means they're going to get this wisdom. They go back. Kataomi tries to sneak it on the other side of the map. He gets pushed back up by Lorenov. They are not letting you get something on them right now.
Use the Doomsday Guard, creates, starts to hit it, Jewel Scepter, giving the last hit over to Lorenov. Misses the arrow, don't worry, nobody saw.
Good zoning.
Yep, exactly. And Katomi eventually goes down to Lorenov. I mean, he's living for a long time. There's no way you get out of this one, surely, but he's going to make him work for it, if nothing else.
Back issue for the puck between like the Slardar Crush, the Slardar Punch, the Ember Searing Chains, so...
I mentioned, we keep looking at Miro. The Atos has not felt like it's been helpful.
He's an Atos?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've seen him use it even. And going towards that Aghanim Scepter as soon as possible could maybe help make this Ember feel a little bit less comfortable.
I mean, it feels bad though, because it has a BKB.
It's true.
And you've gone Atos into Aghanims.
Yes, yes.
That does not feel great.
Well, Omar there trying to help take down Roche. So the first Aegis of the game will be going to Sumail. The two heroes and players in this.
Under Ascension, they missed the coil!
Oh, that's not what you want to see if you are a Boom Boys fan. Now Devi getting closer to a BKB as well. I think this game too seems to be going Nigma's way.
It is a very balanced lineup. did very well in their lanes. Maybe they have relaxed into an even further state of nirvana thanks to Kuro, do you think?
A zen state, if you will. Yeah.
I mean, Lerna looks pretty relaxed. I know he's chatting up a little bit
Radiant's top tower be under attack. Gormless swabbies.
Aegis here on Sumail.
Radiant's top tower has
no
been denied.
BKB for the king. Not need that as a crown. What is a satanic?
It's like an axe or something.
I always envision it as like a mask.
Okay.
But you know how you just have this idea of what the
down
item
bottom
looks like in your head?
They find them one. Yeah, the save is just gone. A mask?
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like something goes on your head, kind of like the Masked Man. You know, I feel
see.
like it's a similar thing here. Saves deaths last game. Great death. I think Ray brought up on the panel as well. I was thinking the same thing. Like he had some fantastic feeds last game. He was always in the right spot to prevent any sort of like a comeback kill from Nigma. This time,
Harrison.
Dyer's bottom tower
they're more of
under attack.
deathly. You know, they're just like, okay, well,
that's unfortunate.
These speeds aren't quite as good,
Dyer's
unfortunately, because
structures
they're more
be
force
fortified.
speeds of like, I'm just trying
Dyer's
to
bottom
delay
tower
things,
be
you
under
know?
attack.
Whereas before, it's like, I'm getting a good trade out of this.
Drop down Snake.
Shadows take us.
Kiritich as they step up and smoke up.
All right, here it is. Let's see the double roots. How many roots does Miro have? He's an old gnarled tree. Atos, Agonums.
Going to be going for the Crozier next. But as they see GPK on this ward left behind, Nigma realize we're not in danger. They're not chasing right now. It's an amp damage puck.
Hey, the Crozier could go kind of crazy, though, if he catches Sumail with the Satanic, because that's his defensive mechanism right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's Manta Satanic, so
True.
that could be beastly. That could really turn things around, because he sees all this magic damage from Boom Boys, and he just says, all right, well, I just Satanic. They don't have enough disables. We have clearly seen that this game, so
what
I'll
you're
just
telling
heal
me,
through it.
Boom Boys just need to keep farming. Just keep farming and everything will be okay. That's what I'm hearing here.
I don't think that's what I said at all.
The Crozier.
I was
He
describing
just
it
needs the Crozier.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. All right. Oh.
Okay, up on the high ground, he Anacondas and just finds him. Oh, man. Understanding what was happening, and they take the tier 2 tower.
Dyer's bottom
tower be down.
Don't worry about it. Got blink in a few seconds.
5K gold lead. This whirling dervish of damage that is going to be Sumail's Shadow Fiend. And Boom Boys do not have an answer.
No, I mean, trying to go back to that fight right now does not feel great with an Aeon Disc available on your puck. Gonna retreat back here.
I mean, that sucks, like, right? Because you're going for this big play with an amp damage. You've got your new item, and then now they are all under a ward, but okay, not any longer. Omar, he's on it. Great game from Omar.
Yeah, he has definitely stepped it up.
Dyer's
middle tower pick here, and an excellent laning stage, and consistently finding them these fights. Look at the way he's like linked up with Devi. They got the M click on each other, just following each other around right now.
Dyer's middle tower.
They are hunting.
As Miero may be in a little bit of trouble here.
Dyer's middle tower be taken fire.
When they end up having the banner, I mean, that paired together with Shadow Shaman is super nice.
Radiant's top tower be under attack.
Drop the wards, get out.
Omar, he's got the read on this. They kind of saw the way that GPK's been playing this map right now. He does not jaunt to that orb.
Oh, GPK,
Just
he
phase
sees them and they find it. The Hex is there. Miero, you are not going to save your puck, sir. As they get that kill, Aeon Disc 15 seconds away from salvation. It was too late.
I don't even think they had a ward down here. That was purely based on how the puck played up top. They managed to find that. They figured that he had pushed out top and gone to the Twin Gate and wanted to farm those camps. So they pincer in between with the two heroes that both, like whoever finds him first, will chain into the next, because he still had 20 seconds left on the Aeon Disc. Really well played and well coordinated here from Nigma Galaxy.
Feels like that last game and all of the frustration long forgotten. This team, they have looked like an entirely new roster without Huskar. Hero is terrible.
Did not work well from the previous game, it's true. Things much brighter this time for them. And the bright side for Boom Boys, you would think would be this tiny.
Yeah.
He is still very farmed. You're just a big piece this game, but he does not have any way to get involved whatsoever. He is 1-1-1 with 399 last hits. The creeps fear him.
Yes.
But the enemy team don't even know he exists.
You're not wrong. It's just been basically nothing out of the tiny so far. And
Dyer's bottom tower
about this
be
game,
under
and
attack.
it's still very possible that any high ground push that gets made there, as you can see, 3,300 damage for the Tiny. Any high ground push, this could all turn around. One
break.
toss back underneath towers.
Okay, on disc again here, perhaps. Close by. Sumail gonna realize, oh, I believe there might be disconnect.
But it also speaks there underneath an entire ward with Puck right next to them. They don't feel like they can fight.
Dire's bottom tower be under attack.
Steps forward, the silence is there. No follow-up.
No force to BKB either. That would have felt like. I think even throwing a Fiend's Gate might have been tempting there to try and bait out the BKB.
Tries to hit the pit. It takes too long. That ward untouched.
Heritage picks up his Hyperstone here, but they are close by. Kataomi's backing him up with the shard. If they go for him, oh, but he's out.
Instead, trying to find Kataomi, maybe?
I mean, that is the problem of no blink, though.
Yes.
As you brought up before, right? He tries to force F and Tumbler Swipe. It's not enough reach. Kataomi, though.
Easy catch. Easy kill. No Ceaseless Scourge this time. And an AC is done now for the Tiny, so they've got a lot of physical damage.
It does
put together.
Yeah, obviously helps a lot versus the Slardar. Maybe help one of your allies not get first down. Have this help up the aura. Oh my god. Okay, goodbye. I mean, the good news is they're going to use the root on the Slardar mid.
Divide does not appear to care at all.
They're trying so desperately to burn his BKB.
He is not doing a thing.
Zero cares. And, you know, they had this Ob-centric combo for the longest time. It's going to be expiring here soon. I mean, they might even de-ward it. Yeah, there it goes. So many potential opportunities of lurking near this board gone. This was your best chance as Boom Boys. Finding a fight up there with GPK in that area, and they could never find quite the right moment because of this positioning coming out of Enigma Galaxy. I mean, very defensive.
Maybe like a coil toss back is the option.
I mean, they've had the blinding light a couple times. They've managed to snap the coil. Something like that is definitely what you have to do.
But it doesn't feel like GPK is comfortable coming back to it yet. Now he's going to TP in, actually right on top of the Shadow Piece Courier, interestingly enough. And as they see GPK TPing back, now they leave. Enigma not wanting to go high ground without the agent. 15 seconds till we don't know how long it's going to be.
How have we found 2 games in a row where one team seems like they can't make a move?
You know?
But I feel like Boom Boys are trying more, but they are failing equally as often.
Yes.
All right, they have vision on this Slardar. He's still sticking around. They're like, this guy farms pretty slow. We move pretty fast. Can we make it to Divide in time? It's like a tease right now. He's going to get this range creep. He's going to get out, isn't he?
I mean, he also has a BKB, so like, he's not going to die.
He's getting away.
He's just going to run out.
They've smoked across the entire map, and he's gone.
They scanned. They see that he left, and now there's not a dang thing they're going to be able to do about it.
Oh, double scans used to the pain.
At least they're in position to come and contest for Roach, if nothing else. But yeah, this does not feel good for Boom Boys right now.
Okay, but
tell me, give me something, anything. Need to find something
honestly,
for these guys.
I just clicked the HP pools of Slardar, Ember, and Shadow Fiend, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. They're each like 3K plus HP, like 2,800 on the Ember. They are tanky.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to think, like, can Heritage really burst them down? Like, does he have the damage to maybe have a big impact? And it's tough because the reinforcements are going to be quick.
Yes.
I mean, they don't have a mech or anything like that. They don't have a traditional save on the side of Enigma Galaxy this time, right?
What's our Crozier check? All right, we're getting there.
Oh, he gave up on it, didn't he? Yeah, he gave up.
Halberd instead? Oh,
yeah.
God.
No, the Crozier was a bridge too far, he said.
Oh, man.
It was 3,300 gold too much.
Well, I mean, he's even with the Slardar in terms of farm.
Yeah. Ish.
That's an Aghanim Scepter done for the Mirana.
M coming out as well. Secure their position on the map.
10,000 gold lead. It still could completely turn around with, you know, just a little bit of bad positioning. I think that you can't underestimate how crazy these late game scenarios can turn into, particularly on the main stage of TI.
Yeah, and if maybe you get forced into a play with the BKBs being down inside Enigma, that could be something. Right. Sumail again, though. No BKB. You know, maybe they hit everything perfectly. On the side of Boom Boys, you have the Undying save with this Tombstone. We don't have a similar tool on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Maybe that's what can do it.
Now tell me. It's hanging out by the trees. I mean, Roche is going to move in a minute and a half. Maybe we're just going to sit here until then. In the meantime, Shadow Fiend is getting bigger, by the way.
Yeah, they are not really losing out too much on the side of Enigma Galaxy as the Butterfly is now picked up for Sumail. And with a minute 20, yeah, they are good to head into the pit. All right, Kiritich, he has waited, but a sitting rock gathers moss, so he wants to roll.
And Roche roars. Get some vision. They see Sumail, very, very tanky. Roche, half HP.
Kiritich calculating, finding his angle.
By damage is there, ready for a jump. They drop down the snakes. Now the walk-in. He's not going to do much to jump forward. Avatos, and he snatches the Aegis. Kiritich trying to put his team on the back, but I don't know if it's enough to carry. It's a hard one to make work. The Requiem comes out and Sumail destroys the arrow. Kiritich also gonna fall.
Double kill.
You can take the Aegis. You're not winning the fight.
You're not getting out of that one alive. At the very least, you remove it for a potential high ground push, but obviously things still going very much in the way of Enigma. Male king of that fight. No concerns about not having a BKB. Yeah, it gives up the Aegis because of it. That's A-okay for them. They're now pushing up high ground. No snakes available. Chuck the Anaconda.
Building goes down. In spite of the creep wave being gone, they are still going to be able to take
look at Divide down bottom.
Set of racks.
He's stalking GBK.
The hunt wants him. Jumps forward, crush, bash, damage. Trying to get out of there. He's nullified. They find him here.
He's gonna watch him farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting for his Blink Dagger to come back up again. Wants to chase this guy down. Okay, over to the side. GH is there. Arrow out, and hello, there are more friends. As GH finds that kill, another set of racks taken while that was happening.
I mean, what can you do? There's no option, right? You're just dead.
Well, as we have seen many times, it appears that this TI is for 3 games on the big stage, barring some type of miraculous comeback for Boom Boys.
One would certainly be a banger of a comeback, but I mean, they had their moment. They tried, they set something up, did their calculations with the best option.
Jamil's completely alone.
Okay, well, when he gets
this is what they need. They've got to get something here. Can they blow him up in time? No! Satanic turn the disarm. Well, the Halberd not doing what he wants. As the fear is there on the arrow, a couple more punches, saved by the tombstone. But Sumail, the king, he's strong. A triple from Renov, and GG is called. Enigma push it to a game 3.
They don't have their tools available. They're not going to be able to win that fight. They needed the coil snap there. Everything else was set up, right? They got the big toss back, but with GBK being dead, they don't have enough to take them down.
Teams getting to play their game. Well, one team maybe. Comfortable for Enigma Galaxy. You could tell that comfort was the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the roles were swapped this time around. I feel like the game that we had in game 1 kind of was the same for 2, but you know, Enigma, they were the ones finding the pickoffs instantly. I'm just gonna give a massive shout out to Omar. I'm probably gonna highlight him later on as well, some graphics, but I feel like him on his Shadow Shaman, a hero that we don't see picked up by many other players. Of course, Into the Puck, it's kind of like a historical matchup that allows you for the pickoff, but the way that he kept hunting around the map, finding these kills, enabling the Essence, or the Slaughter, or the Marauder, or the Ember, I think he played an exceptional game and did such a good job at keeping his team alive in the International.
Yeah, of course. You know, the Shaman just had a lot of openings set up for his team. He was able to, you know, get the towers as well really, really quickly, use the Anaconda, and yeah, created a lot of pressure on the Boom Boys side here.
Yeah, this was a cool game to see where we saw everything come together for Enigma Galaxy. From the start to the finish, it did feel smooth. It was still not the fastest game, Rhea, that we've ever seen. Still a bit slow here and there.
36 minutes.
Yeah.
It was faster than the average, but it was but it was slow. Yeah, I think it's difficult to push into an Underlord, first of all. It's also not like Boom Boys were kind of getting crushed and had no net worth. I think they were still gaining items, just obviously at a slower rate than Nigma. So you just want to play it carefully and slowly. I think Nigma were trying to place their wards more offensively on the side of Boom Boys map, whilst if you looked at Boom Boys warding, it was very defensive. So they were just stuck in this idea of we have to farm. We're just going to like try and defend our areas and get what we can. And then Nigma did look for those picks, and they did get them, to be fair. They just were a little bit staggered out.
Yeah, Lorinov as the MVP.
Onyx,
You got it,
Onyx,
David.
no, I'm not standing for this. Omar, no.
Wait, he got first pick. He got first pick, and
Yep.
that meant that GPK could choose what he wants to play against September,
Yep.
and he still won.
There.
Oh my gosh.
All right, he's the GOAT. 4-0-10 Shadow Shaman, sorry, my golly gosh. No, this is the true MVP. 31 wards placed, 6 wards destroyed. That kill participation, probably if you look at the first 20 minutes, was like a lot higher, but still, he's my GOAT. No more Korf, Happiness and Lorinov this, Lorinov that. Let's give a bit of love to the other lads that make Lorinov look good.
You guys are coping. The true MVP is the person that clicked the heroes, Kuroki.
Oh.
Yeah. We got a game 3 for Kuroki.
Without him, none of this would have been possible.
Right.
The draft was very instrumental. I mean,
Yeah.
we saw in game number 1 as well that was part of the reason. Maybe the only reason why they didn't do so well. We got to give them credit where credit's due. If we're going to be critical of a game like game 1 to be draft related, then this one wins as well.
Yeah, I think on the Boom Boy side, they had kind of like a very small window. I don't think their draft was like bad or any means. I think everything looked logical. They have some decent heroes in the lanes. They just I think lost one crucial fight in the rune, and everything just snowballed from there.
Yeah, we can take a look at a couple of the moments that we had in the game. First things first, though, if we're talking about supports being MVP, you got to talk about the vision they provide, right?
Yeah, and this one comes not from Nigma Galaxy, it actually comes from Boom Boys. They placed this really nice ward. I think the Observer highlighted it in game especially. They basically placed it on their mid tower. Like typically you'll see people place vision like on the river to catch the runes, but this one was placed on the tower, and because of that they kind of see Omar's movements behind the tower. You see it get pinged out. This would not be possible without that ward, because usually there's a blind spot between the tier 1 and tier 2. So it's just, I think it's a very cool ward, and it's very interesting because it's not that typically placed.
No, you have to place those words, and the little things definitely do matter, and big things matter too. Fights matter too. You highlighted the fight you were talking about just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was a little bit after that ward. That ward was at 6 minutes, but at 10 minutes, the rune fight, we expected a lot of fights happening because of the runes when you have a Puck against Ember matchup. I think here, the key thing was Nigma, I believe, brought more heroes. The SF came over, whereas Kiritich didn't choose to come. I think they really, really needed Kiritich to be here to just throw a spell, throw a stun or do something, or tank, The Puck, he needed to win this fight. I think if they won this rune fight, they got the rune, or maybe just get some kills, the game could have been completely different. But because Kiritich chose not to come, and Sumil came over to help his team, and that was the difference maker, in my opinion. That started the snowball.
Yeah. And then from there on out, it's rough goings for Boom Boys, with one person in particular that we talked about a lot already. You got one of the MVPs there as well. Tigo.
We're doing it again?
Yeah, yeah.
No, come on. No,
You got it. You got it.
Do it again.
No, do it again.
Do it again. Omar. Hey, see, no, kill participation, 80%. I told you that it'd be better if we looked earlier in the game, and that's why production was like, you know what, let's help this lad out. Let's show bigger numbers for Omar. I've already made my case, lads. I'm not going to try and do it again.
Okay.
He's my GOAT.
I mean, with that logic, if I'm playing Zeus and I have 100% kill participation, but I'm in the jungle farming. So
yeah, luckily they nerfed that.
Right?
Okay, they nerfed that for a reason, because you fake, pad statting players, we got rid of them. So yeah, we're in the clear.
Okay, well, I'll give another point for Omar then.
Yes, please.
I think Winter actually pointed this out while we were just watching the game together, is that on the dire side of the map, right beneath their base, there's those 2 camps, right? You know the one Lone Druid always farms in with his big guy? Yeah. They placed a ward there on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and they saw the hero, they can see heroes move through that, so they know where they're going out onto the map. And as a result, Omar is able to go and hunt for Puck at the bottom side of his map, because typically you don't want to be giving up map space by moving all the way back there, but because they know heroes are going down there with their amazing excellent warning. Thank you, supports. They were able to go look for that kill, snatch it up, and then continue on their way to victory.
People say it's quite difficult to choke out the map, but it's like once you take the tier 1 towers, the best vision to place is at the entry of the river spots, because when you die, you're not going to TP back to base. You're going to run to the river and then go down, or you're going to go to the jungle camp. So it's like having that type of vision is the best way to choke out the map, to have that type of pick-off understanding and to have the heroes to do it. So yeah, just great understanding from Nigma to utilize it.
Yeah, not a lot of plays for Boom Boys to make during this game. And with that in mind, we're going to find out a little bit more about how Miero tried to play this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Miero had 2 rough laning stages in both games, actually. In this first game as Axe, he left the lane early against a Wind Ranger and didn't really come back, but eventually caught up farming. And we have kind of a similar situation here in game number 2. Miero focused a lot on blasting waves, which normally you don't actually want to do against the enemy carry because it pushes the waves into them. It makes it safer for them to hit last hits and things like that. So you're going to see him using Firestorm. On this, it's going to do a little damage to Shadow Fiend. Some of his creeps are going to get denied, but he'll get some of the farm. He's basically conceding, like, my lane sucks. I know that going into this. I'm just going to do the best I can, and I'm going to try to catch up in farming later. They even had one really good kill opportunity against the Shadow Fiend a little bit later after this because they had a good opportunity to go for this kill. And this was a decent opportunity for them. If they did kill Shadow Fiend, this would have been great. But Shadow Fiend just has so much more damage than most offlaners, so you just can't really trade with him in most cases. Save ended up getting a nice double kill here with the blast. So that was really good for Save in the lane. But if we see the pressure that comes from the MVP Omar, he's looking for disables. They're going to have arrow follow-ups. It's very, very difficult for them to respond to this. So the pressure that's coming from Enigma Galaxy is making it really hard for Miero to actually lane stabilize. Now, we're going to jump a lot later in the game. His net worth was much lower. Look at it now. It's decent. He's sitting the same level as Slardar, which is good because he can farm a lot. But the problem is that, yes, he caught up, but at some point he needs to impact the game in a really positive way. He did that in game 1 as Axe, but in game 2, it's a lot harder. And this was the probably crucial point of the game where Boom Boys had spent all of their catch-up time looking for a good fight. And this nice catch from Omar, throwing the shard up on the high ground, spotting the puck, breaking his Aeon-Disc. This broke Boom Boys' attempt to a team fight because now no Aeon-Disc on puck. All the farming that Miero didn't really accomplish much at this point for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Pert. Now both teams are fighting for a survival here with Game 3 coming our way very soon. Before we get there, though, we have got a little time to breathe, a little bit of time to maybe check out a certain website where you can get yourself a mini Largo or Rhea.
My little Roshan.
Not that one in particular.
Invoker wasn't doing well today, so we'll show Snapfire instead. The Roshan is amazing, though. That is probably from the ones, it's Roshan and Kura are
That's part of the Roshan. You took his honey.
I am so sorry. I can't walk. There you go. Take it. There you go. I was wondering what it was. I was holding. Yeah, there you go.
I love
Beautiful.
you.
Also, this is a bag. I took it.
Look, what do I have?
It is a bag. You can.
And there's bags on the bag. They have clips. You can actually put stuff in the little orange bag.
You can, but it seems like that actually closes pretty well. So I figured I'd not open it as to not. It's actually a shoulder.
Where's my gem? Give me my gem.
1 second. I'm looking inside. No, no gem.
No gem. Maybe
not yet. Can't afford it.
Maybe it's one.
I haven't got enough gold to upgrade the courier.
I think it was Sucks.
Yeah, of course, right.
I would like no violence towards the couriers, please.
Yeah, this is the bag strap, by the way, guys, not the guts of the courier, just in case.
Stop! You can get your own. Of course, you'll get not that one, but you
can get this one
if you go to the perfect world.
Yeah. There you go.
You know where to find it by now. Make sure you check out our secret shop as we are preparing for our final game in the series of this elimination between Enigma Galaxy and Boom Boys. We've seen both teams take a game off each other. Very different styles. And that leaves me with a very simple question, Rhea. What's happening next?
Game 3, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened over there, but there was a little bit of a moment shared there with Omar and GH.
That's awesome. To be fair though, after game 1, Croaky was giving quite an important speech. Like it felt like he was honestly speaking from the heart.
Yeah.
Obviously we don't know what he was saying, but
I know. I'm gonna tell you, guys. It's my fault. I messed up the draft. You guys are the best. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
But that's the thing. I love the fact that after the defeat, Kuroki stepped up, had a conversation. You could see it on camera. Now after game 2, the win, there's no need for that speech. It's just kind of like back to why we're here. We know what we're doing. There's no need to overthink things. It's just calm. You can let the players do as they wish. So it's like you talk when you need to talk, and then you let the players do the thing when it's going well. So yeah, I think it's just, you can just see the vibes going well now for Nigma.
Yeah, we see Save talk a lot on the side of Boom Boys. Of course, a very experienced voice. He seems to be having a smile across his face also while he's chatting. So I would imagine pretty good spirits there as well. It's not the first time they have been in this situation. Not their first rodeo with the 1-1 on the main stage with elimination on the line. I'm sure that they also got what it takes. Same thing for Enigma Galaxy. One game to decide who takes it home, or rather, who takes it to the last series of the day, because that is what is awaiting for the victor of this third and deciding game. Two very different games have been played so far, and I would imagine that we're going to take the best of both worlds essentially for that third game of this series to decide which one will come out on top. And Winter, where are you going to look to? Because we've seen in that second game, which I think we can learn maybe a little bit more of compared to game number one, we've seen Enigma Galaxy, they insta-locked that Ember Spirit for Lorinov. They prioritized that comfort. Do you want to see that again?
And I didn't really like Boom Boys opening with the Kotal so much. I felt like that kind of really didn't work out. Maybe they had some other plan in mind and it got messed up somewhere along the way. But they need to do something different here. And I agree, but the Ember needs to be higher priority.
But I don't really get with Boom Boys in game two, right? When you first phase the Coddle, in the next phase, like, why are you going for like, the puck there? Why not go for like the Slardar plus another support that has some catch? You can flex the Slardar a little bit longer between offlane to mid. You then see what's happening elsewhere in the draft, and then you utilize GPK. I feel like taking the puck so early, sure, you see the Ember, but now there's a Shaman and a Slardar to deal with GPK. The way that GPK thrives is like, if there's only one solution to him, Boom Boys can find ways to deal with it, and GPK can take over games by himself. The amount of times that we spoke about his puck just being auto-win is insane. But the fact that they kind of sacrificed him so early because they saw Lorinov Ember, if anything, that kind of, you fall into their trap. Like, so I'm not too impressed with this, like, early phase puck. Like, if it was later in the draft, sure. If it was on 18, great. But the fact that they put it straight away in the early phase, not my fan.
I want to talk about Devi, who was just on the screen as well. I don't know if this man is a genius or a fool, okay? We've seen everyone being so greedy on the offlane hero builds. I spoke last game about the Centaur going Blink second item and how that was a little bit faster than usual, but he also went Blink second item on Slardar this game. He didn't opt for anything smaller or more team-oriented in terms of, like, there's no drum, there's no Echo Saber, there's no, like, scaling item here. It's just straight Blink. And I think we saw in that game, it didn't always go well. One of the nicest fights that Boom Boys got was when he initiated on Kotal and didn't have the damage to kill him because he had not, built to have that damage. And they got like 2 kills off of that. But at the same time, he is getting involved. He is not taking money from his other cores. It's like, I don't know if this is...
That's Divine in a nutshell.
Yeah, like, what is going on?
I mean, he always wants to be aggressive. Like, every time you play against him, even when he first started playing Dota, like, his enjoyment was, like, he wants to beat you in the lane. He wants to take a 5,000 gold lead and then just obliterate you. Like, the reason why he was on D2 Hustlers leading the charge, bringing them into DBC, was because of this mindset.
And you need to know when to do it. I think he's so far matured a lot. He's improved a lot as a player. Like, he can be sacrificed. He can be the, priority in the draft. And I think he is a totally different person right now.
Yeah, he got overall last pick in that draft. And it showed that he felt comfortable on the Slardar. And it showed that Enigma Galaxy took this one. Let's find out what's going to happen in the last game.
Enigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
It's over or under, do or die. Deciding game 3 of this lower bracket match, the International. Getting eliminated here. Still top 6, still not bad, but of course, making it top 4, at least for Boom Boys, would be rivaling their same position that they were last year. For Enigma Galaxy, it would mean surpassing that same result they got last year. And I know you didn't like the Keeper of the Light first pick, but we get it again anyway. Book says that was not the problem.
Oh, they left through Earth Spirit instead.
They did. Ooh.
I think maybe they want to put Lorinov on it so he can't play his, like, Embers and stuff.
Yeah, that is pretty much the kind of the bluff Boom Boys are playing. We've seen your Earth Spirit from yesterday. We don't think we're very impressed. And
They don't fall for it.
Exactly.
No.
Well, they also don't care.
Yeah.
How does Ember do against an Earth Spirit? I would imagine actually we're going to see Nick Galaxy banning out their Earth Spirit in the next phase.
In the lane, Earth Spirit does, I think, slightly better. I think Ember is kind of good against the Earth Spirit maybe later in the game when you have the chains to catch him and when you have the Mage Slayer. But in the lane itself, I think Earth Spirit is a little bit happier in the matchup. But he just has a lot of damage, so he can win the lane.
Again, for me, I just don't want to see Boom Boys early pick their hero here. I was like, I want the Slaughter. I still want to see this concept be applied. Like the early phase part giving Omar and Devi all this information, it just...
I mean, it's not just that, it's like the combination of heroes. Like, what are you pairing with the Keeper? Like, was the Undying the issue or was the Puck the issue? You know?
Probably both, to be fair, and so, depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, whatever it is, they need to come to the same conclusion as a team. Like, what do we do? You know, they're going to make some adjustments here and we're going to see it.
Beastmaster once again gets removed.
So if they were comfortable with it, they can take the Mirana again.
And they probably will. If, I mean, they won the game, everything felt good.
Yeah, on the side of Enigma Galaxy, why would you change anything? You are expecting maybe a curveball to come out from Boom Boys?
I think the only difference is now they don't have a Shadow Fiend to work towards, and Nature's Prophet's also gone. I think Drow has felt worse, so I'm not sure if I would want that.
Yeah, they'll probably be leaning towards like Klings or an Elf, you know, for Sumo.
Yeah.
I mean, those are heroes that he's really, really comfortable with.
You take the Mirana because if you lean towards Omar's heroes, like a Clock or something, then you are going to struggle a little bit at kind of counter picking, down the line.
Okay.
There's that Slark.
Sure. Okay, so they go for the Slark that was spoke about in game 1 against the Ember, and that it doesn't need to be with the Eye based on what Vision was doing, and Boom Boys go, you know what? We can do what Vision does, and they're going to do it as well. So yeah, Slark to the mid lane to counter the Ember. It is an instant response, but the difference is picking Puck to the Ember, and why I didn't like it was like it doesn't crush the Ember in the lane. Slark, it crushes it in the lane, so sure, you can...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Genuinely. I think it was literally Boom Boys who played it against Aurora in group stage, and they both had the same amount of net worth by the end of the laning stage.
It's a volatile lane, I think. If you play well as the Ember, you definitely have a way to maybe even kill the Slark.
Just create those problems. Force Enigma to make Loronoff go, what am I doing? Am I dragging waves? Like, don't allow him just to play a normal game, because that's when they will shine.
And I would say that it's more important for the Slug to win the lane. Because if he doesn't win the lane in this matchup, then he's going to contribute less later into the game. Like Ember Spirit, you get your levels, you don't lose your lane, you can set up for the arrows, you're going to be way more useful than the Slug later.
Does have a 100% win rate. There's that.
Yeah, I think Aurora through the game that they played against Boom Boys, because they had a really big lead against the Slark when they last played it, and they had a Night Stalker in that game. Like, I think looking at Boom Boys lineup already, I really like the idea of a Night Stalker. It's so good against Coddle, Slark, and Bane. You want to be able to see these two supports because they are extremely position-based. Slark gets his regen from hiding, right? You're kind of exposing all three of these heroes if you can have that night vision.
It's a very good option. Yeah, I mean, for both teams. I mean, I feel like a lot of these drafts, like you look at the hero and go, why is Night Stalker not played more? But
right.
It's probably certain players just aren't as comfortable on it, and maybe the teams that got eliminated in groups, they would have looked at it.
Yeah, and we've heard from Saber that it does feel a little extra bad if there's just one item, the SS Distiller, that just kind of ruins a large portion of the...
Hey, that's my vision. Why do you have it?
Yeah. Gives a big advantage.
I mean, it's just a classic Bane counter. Unit heroes, like Bane doesn't do much, you know, against unit heroes. I mean, the Kotal is also kind of vulnerable, even though it's not as bad as Bane. But Boom Boys are going to have to address this unit hero in the next pick.
And also, Slark wants to naturally play at nighttime, Bane wants to play at nighttime. So now you have Lycan, so you can play around How at nighttime, and you kind of like, if Boom Boys are playing for pickoffs, Lycan can help
it's
anywhere.
also annoying because of the Wolf. The Wolf is just going to follow you, and then you don't get your regen. And
Whoa. Wow, okay.
Okay, that's the Lycan counter.
More fish!
Yes, Shiva.
They just go for
are you
Slaughter.
hungry or have you had
go
lunch?
for Slaughter as your offlaner, and then you got the trifecta. Whew.
I'm sure there's a stat on that somewhere, but yeah. For Boom Boys, though, taking the Kiritich Nagasari in the carry role. When you think about Lycan, of course, earlier Yotoro played the Terrorblade against it and was able to beat it quite nicely. Nagasari slots in quite nicely behind the Terrorblade as the solution to Lycan. You kind of put him on a timer. If you don't break my map within the first 30, 35, I will eventually be so unkillable that your Lycan does nothing.
But it has a 0% win rate so far, and it is a very unorthodox hero to pull out, and especially ballsy considering this could potentially be their final game.
Yeah, you also have a Naga Slock core duo right now, which I don't like at all.
It's very weird the way their heroes are gonna function. I mean, with the Bane, I think it's still fine. You run around as Bane alone to look for kills, and then the illusions are around. You grip someone, maybe you can kill him. So I can see that maybe working out. But in the early stages, it won't be so easy for Boom Boys to play the map compared to Nigma. It's very straightforward. You have Helm. You follow the Helm hero, he's going to push towers. You have team fight and save with the Ringmaster, and you just group up and you attack. Very simple. Whereas for Boom Boys, it's definitely going to be on the harder side to execute their lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's on Miro to find his hero that can just enable some of this aggression from their side. And by aggression, I mean Slark beating the Ember in lane and then getting to play through the off lane, and then you have a game to play. Oh, and you look back over your shoulder. Oh, thanks, Nagasari. You have your items. But Lifestealer is a good ban, especially when Miro wants to naturally play these kind of like beefier, tankier heroes. That's kind of just what they need. Someone to stand there and go, I can take your tower at some point, be it through Helm of Dom, whatever. But I need to look towards Miro having like this kind of 15-minute window of the game that he is like a main character for Boom Boys. He can't just be some like AFK scaling hero. Otherwise, then yes, their draft will just look quite lost.
Can he just be a tank, like a Tidehunter, like some teamfight hero?
Yeah, if he rushes like Ag's first item, doesn't go wraps, that type of thing, then I can see it working out.
I really like Tide, mostly for the shard.
Yeah, against Ember.
Yeah, against Ember especially. I do want to lightly touch on the Lycan again, is that even when Ace played it earlier and it didn't look too hot, I think the number one thing it was able to provide was vision. Like, I was looking for a Night Stalker or something that could find the supports. Lycan does the same thing. Even after getting horribly stomped in lane, this hero has 2 wolves that are invis, and you can set them to follow command on heroes, and they will just, follow them until they die. And this is something that you can use to scout supports in fight. This is something you can use to block ancient camps. It's something you can use to have impact even when your lane is bad.
And the Tidehunter that was mentioned is now eliminated from the draft, as Nigma Galaxy had the same read on the heroes as you would. Actually, you know what? Tidehunter is also a big fish. It would have also fit. That would be nice, but no.
He eats the fish.
Yeah, but he is like also a creature of the depths. Sort of. Oh, definitely.
So the only thing remaining definitely has to be Slaughter.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, which other heroes are coming to mind? Because we want something with the stun. We want something that is allowing Boom Boys to be active early.
I mean, so Centaur isn't like crazy active, but you buy Helm of Dome, you can play on catapult waves and take towers, and then you eventually have this like Heart and Crimson Guard. How do you kill anyone?
How about an unpicked hero, Bristleback? Cotter Bristleback. Bristleback is great against Lycan.
All that Boom Boys need to do is buy time for Naga to get like 3 items.
We have said
pick anything that can do that.
Miero is the most versatile offlaner of this international, with the deepest pockets that he's actually shown on the main stage. I mean, we don't just be the stable Centaur. All right.
He reached very deeply, a whole half a centimeter into his front pocket.
I'm so sorry for the boring one, but it is the.
It's boring because it's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The damage on Boom Boys, though, is extremely lackluster. Their entire concept is we are going to outplay you in lanes that enables us to get to our items.
Ooh, new hero!
All
right.
Nice. Yeah. Sumil, Lash, Carry Lash.
Yeah.
They're ramping up the tempo here. They see the fact that Boom Boys, they don't have the damage. They don't have the way to like take the fight to them after the laning phase. They need a bit of scaling. So that's where Nigma, they take the carry Leshrac. They have an offlane like an Ember. Like, these are heroes that will just run through the map and try and take over a game.
Do you think they're going to lane swap here and put the Shrek against the mid Slar?
It is possible. I mean, the way that Nigma lanes, it's like, they could technically do anything because all 3 cores are willing to do anything for the win. So if they see the lane matchup and go, yes, put Lesh into Slark mid, we will win that lane, they're gonna do it.
Guys, the stars are aligning.
The stars are aligning.
The stars are seemingly aligning.
They're so cool for this, honestly. I think Lesh is it'd be so fun to watch.
It's such a great pick. It's really good against Naga. It's really good against Slark. It works with their lineup. There's a save. Like whenever you play Lash, you want to have a save so that you can play aggressive and you can always be bailed out. And I love this combination here for Enigma Galaxy.
If the Lesh goes mid, is there any other lane shenanigans that Boom Boys can do to try and, you know, move their Slark away? Because it's not just bad, it's pretty horrendous, no?
They don't really have the same fun and flexibility as Enigma does. So I feel like it's just kind of like you have what you've drafted yourself now. You've got to deal with it.
Oh, you remember we had the mid Centaurs for mid Centaur offlane Slark against the Ember?
Between Slark, Naga, and Centaur, none of them are going to go to the Lesh lane and go, haha, we got you, Leshrac. You know, it's like,
that's true.
There's no value, you know, so they might just have to accept it. But I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, they've got heroes that they want. They got the pacing that they naturally play for.
Yep.
My only concern is like, I'm going to start a timer, and when it hits 30 minutes, the game will get like infinitely harder for them. So I am, unless they have like, of course, like some 20,000 gold lead, but yeah, I am looking for them to just dominate the early to mid game. This is what their draft is for.
So average game time, for people wondering, is like 46 minutes, 55 seconds. You want them to have that, and then they easy win.
If they get to the average TI duration, I'm worried.
We're going to find out. It's one game in between advancement and elimination. Let's see who comes out on top as we head over to our commentary duo of Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Man, you know, I'm not going to lie, Trent. I was worried. I saw this Slark. I saw the Naga start. I was like, oh.
已经来到了败者组第2轮尼格玛对阵 BB 决胜局的比赛了。我是本场解说 A， 大家好，我是本场解说。
Man, you know, I'm not gonna lie, Trent. I was worried. I saw this Slark. I saw the Naga start. I was like, oh god, this is gonna be terrible. And then the Leshrac comes out at the end.
It's very exciting.
I cannot wait to watch this game. It's gonna be so awesome.
Yeah, if you are not in the know, it's an absolute classic for Sumail to bring out this Leshrac. And also, it just has a lot of historical counters to these heroes that they've picked up on the side of Boom Boys. So a really good pick here.
Really awesome one indeed, and out across the map they will go. Let's see what the lane dynamics end up looking like, if there are any of those switch ups.
Yep.
As it looks like he does have Fairy Fire, all the normal things you'd anticipate. The Naga Siren illusions go out. They find them immediately. They kill them all.
If you are newer to the world of Dota, back in the year of TI, when Sumail won his TI, this was the hero. It was Leshrac. Not necessarily for him specifically, because the hero dominated so much, it just got banned over and over again until we reached that last day. And there became this battle of who can actually play the Leshrac. The forced ban occurred, and well, we found out Shiki couldn't play Leshrac. That's. Am I correct on my lore here, Lyrical?
I mean, I think that sounds about right.
There is deeper lore, though, folks. For when they invented the Dota Plus levels, I was watching Chinese pubs one lone night in my basement, and who do I see as a Grandmaster Leshrac?
Who was it?
They left a scar on that man.
Well, all right. This might be the last time that Shiki is ever mentioned on a Dota 2 TI broadcast, but it shouldn't be.
The king here, Mr. Sumail, though, he is back. He is on the Leshrac, and he is taking it to the safe lane. There was a lot of questions. Where's he going to go? Because historically, lane matchup into the Slark, game matchup, it's a very bad time for the Slark. You have a lot of damage that's able to catch this hero through his more evasive techniques of his ulti. But they are going to get the matchup that they had hoped for. And learn off handle the pressure for the Slark versus Empire.
Gonna watch for indeed, and this is for anybody that didn't see some of the earlier games. I mean, I'm seeing people all over Twitter and just like all over Reddit saying like, just ban the freaking Slark when you're playing Ember.
Just ban.
Just get it out of here.
What they sound like?
Apparently.
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, we're off feeling like, you know what? We have what it takes. We're gonna be able to battle off against it. We'll see if they're correct. Because down that top lane, there's a lot of pressure already being mounted onto the hero and saved. But of course, this is the other thing about Ember as a hero is you mainly just need to get those levels up. So as long as every creep isn't being denied out, like GPK is doing, things will be fine.
Yeah, get a better time here. But they've got their heroes. It's locked in. It's game 3. It's elimination mode. Lyrical, we got to lock in. This is potentially the end of the road here.
Right. And I mean, if Sumail is to believe potentially the end of the road, that player as well, who's to say? We will get ourselves into this match, and GPK already a good start to this 7-5 versus the 3-0.
With the wave coming in, this is looking like the counter pick so far is doing a good job. He gets a dignity deny on Lornoff, but boy, it costs you half your health.
Does not feel good at all. 3 already under K. But this is what they sort of knew that this at least was possible.
So what have they gotten in return, though? They have this Slark versus the Ember, but what are the problems that exist in this draft? Aside from that for the Boom Boys, I think part of it would be the Bane, to me, I think is pretty heavily countered this game. He's laning into the Lycan, which is a bit of a classic counter because you can deal with the Nightmare. You've got summons, so that's always a very handy tool. He's going to be trying to roam around at nighttime, trying to set up these kills like you heard the panel mentioning. The Wolves are going to be keeping an eye on this guy. They will be stalking him through the jungle, and Bane's value oftentimes in the mid game is almost entirely roaming around setting up teams. So if you have your own pool of vision on the enemy team and you catch him going for these plays, especially when he doesn't know that he's been caught because there's an invisible wolf following him, suddenly he can be wasting minutes at a time.
They're having a good time as up top, they're moving on to save. GH chasing around the tree, and Miro keeps his buddy alive. That was very close to a kill. Wisely, GH backs out from Centaur.
And passing them a tango. Beautiful stuff there. Also getting a little bit low here with the illusions following.
A lot of summons hitting away. You know, Lycan definitely a hero that we have not seen a ton of at this tournament. We did see during the earlier stages WS play a couple of really good Lycans are now being chased down by the Naga Siren illusions and gonna maybe hope to back out, but they do have a Nightmare here. Throws out one dagger. Now the blood grenade, trying to buy it. The fear, the catch, and woo, Katomi dodges away from that one.
The wolves are coming.
And they eat him alive. Katomi, you gotta run. The wolves.
Got a tango.
He has a brain sap too. Doesn't want to have to use it, but they're actually blocking him all the way in and almost
Omar's back.
Managed to find it. And yeah, the dagger comes out. Katomi needs to run away. I mean, he has no resources at all right now.
Omar had a whip there, but was a little low on the mana, I guess. He's probably ends using now, but maybe felt like the dagger was just going to get the kill. I think he could have ran in for the whip too.
All right, lanes. Mid, not good for Ember. Only 6 last hits.
Yeah, oh boy, maybe we shouldn't have looked away, huh? That's a bad time. Counter pick success.
Quarters of a level ahead, 18 denies.
And, you know, you're stuck on this 2 points of the Flame Guard for quite a while, obviously. Get all the way up to that level 5 before you can be a little bit more confident heading into the jungle. What tools do they have to actually continue that presence in the jungle? Bane, maybe a little bit later on. I mean, the Coddler's position 4 isn't that threatening, so maybe he'll get a little bit of space. Wouldn't mind seeing those camps get blocked out if they find an opportunity on the side of Boom Boys, but seems a little unlikely with the lineup they've got.
Eliminate last. Arrow tries to run him down a bit. Not gonna. There, it hasn't leveled up the arrow actually. All-star storm for the Emma.
And you can see they don't have any vision on Katomi for a while. They start scanning their twin gate on the side of Enigma Costume. They're worried about this Bane rotating through. He's gonna drop a ward down. It looks like a Bane rotation. So they're gonna try and set something up here on this mail or not. Back he goes.
Setting it up for later.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I mean, it would be appropriate that we're 5 minutes into this and no first blood with these way these two teams have played.
Yep.
It's been very it's an opportunity.
They're trying, hoping maybe they force a dark pack or something, but I mean, he's 2 points in the Slight and 2 points in the Flame Guard, so Lornov doesn't have a whole lot to offer you right now. Just the hope of a rune would be great.
It has been hungry. 11 has led to the 24 denies of the Slark, while Katomi takes out the Observer Ward. So this was the plan. Boom Boys, move in, shut down that mid-Ember.
Check.
The second part of that plan, get Heritage items, make him into this, like, impossible to deal with force. How long does that take?
It's kind of a never-ending journey, really. You know, as all Naga Siren players know, there's no, like, end to the farm and you know, assuming that this hero wants to do. But in terms of being like a full-on force, I think you want to flex that force once the objectives start to come out here. You know, first Roche, first Tormentor, maybe you're not quite there. But heading into the second Roche, that's when you really feel the power of the Naga Siren to be like, oh wow, she just left alone. he's hoping to take over the game around that like 30-minute mark, I'd say. Slow burn.
Towards mid. Okay, gonna pop the ulti, chasing Lorenov. They force out a TP rotation. That pressure on. Tower taking some damage as the full wave is going to go into it. In the meantime, some battles potentially a brewing. Miero goes down. Sumail takes the first blood here at the 7-minute mark. And in the meantime, Katomi comes in to try and sneak in. He body blocks him off.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That was so well done. So Katomi able to dodge away from that. And now GPK comes in. Omar, where you going, sir? Tried to get denied. Not going to happen.
Body blocks.
And Devi, he wants to escape, but there's nobody there to help him. The TPs are not coming, sir. As GPK makes the move around, the lane bleed has started. Although,
it's Sumail.
It's moving in, and with that TP, it's enough to force Boom Boys back.
Yes, having to bring your carry all the way down here. I mean, there is some farm nearby. I guess no one else on the team can take it, but he's not even level 6 yet. He is just going to straight up run back up top.
Feels bad.
Yeah. They were hoping for.
This is what you got to do is run off. Like, don't give them an easy way. Cut the waves. Try and find something for yourself. Find a better life.
Got to get a little bit creative here. I mean, net worth-wise, not the worst, but yeah, that one really hurts. That's how you get back into it, right? Picking up some of these runes. Obviously, the mid-Slark, not having the bottle, not as concerned about runes necessarily, so bottle happy just to make sure you're stealing that one away from the empty. Out there by Save. How do you feel about Save being back on the Coddle again?
I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. I really like him on either the Save heroes or something like his Rubik. That starts to feel pretty good. But so far, it appears to have been working. Setting Miero up for a good time. Also building up those stacks.
I think Coddle is very Rubik-esque in some ways, in the sense that there's a lot of items you can build on this hero, and the Aghanim Scepter some games as well becomes this like dominant team fight, especially paired with an AoE, just security that they can have in one space is pretty ridiculous. Much like Rubik, like knowing all the enemy spells as well for the spell skill, I find Coddle is very similar too, because in the middle of a fight, you want to be tracking these spells for good chakras, you know? Like, you don't have to like talk to your teammates, you know? The fight's busy enough already. We gotta keep the player calm, so when you can notice exactly like what a good chakra can do to turn a fight, that's all really important to get the most tower be under attack.
Under attack.
Tell me they're interrupting the Ember. Going in for some pressure, but this is a nice move. As Lorenov has level 6, they're ready to start pressuring and taking down that tower. Devi has had a very good game so far. BK.
The Lycan hack of taking the Dark Soul Summoner. It is by far the best creep you can get on this hero because of the Feral Impulse. You can knock down a tier 2 tower so quickly.
Oh, nice slight dodge there for Lorenov.
Okay, he's gaming.
Able to do some good stuff, and he can't deny all the creeps.
And look at the Dark Trolls. They're running in mid here with the Lycan.
This is, you know, granted, Ember feels real bad to be him. The rest of these heroes seem to be having an okay time, and in fact, as they wrap around onto Save, Blinding Light back up in a moment, and that's going to keep them alive. But then Devi just decides, I'm going over to the tower.
Yeah.
You lose GH.
This is the cheese of this hero. Summon some Skellies, have a Feral Impulse, knock down tier 1s and even tier 2s. It will bring enough heroes to drive him back, go for the light. You think he can defend these towers, surely, but it's just a very cheap play for Devi.
In the meantime, Sumail goes up top. It is going to be a deny on the tower from Miero. But you notice, I mean, there are a lot of ways that you could have gone. Centaur has obviously been very strong this tournament, but going into this Helm of the Dominator, he's not going to be providing a ton. It's going to be on GPK to really run this game.
Yeah, you're not looking for an 11-minute Helm of the Dominator. This is not a good Centaur game. You want this thing out like ASAP, you want to be pulling waves, you want to be a total nuisance. Not the best team out of him thus far, but scaling later on in the game, we've all seen the power of this Centaur. It certainly helps a bit there for Dire's middle tower has fallen. Fights. That's always going to be available, and it is a consistent way to initiate fights heading later. I would like to see him, as the panel mentioned, maybe reaching a little bit deeper to his pockets with so many heroes that he's able to play. But at the same time, That's been really good.
Yes.
You know, you can see it scaling later. It has a certain element of security that you just know that later on in this game you can become this beast. We saw Collapse earlier. It's dominating every single fight.
Radiant's top tower.
And you know, there is another element to this, the psychology of like the last game, potentially, of your tournament life for Enigma, and playing on this timer, and like the pressure to keep things moving, to keep trying to take objectives. Will they succumb to that? Will they sort of hit their timings appropriately? How is that going to play out is the other thing to watch for. The shield rune taken for the Ember now. He's going second. First item, Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, he is trying to find a way. I mean, it's kind of a funny thing that can happen with Embers sometimes. I remember back here in Shanghai in like 2018, we had the mid one first Aeon disc Ember. Right. You know, running around the map, just trying to make plays happen because he was just so countered in some of those games.
Omar, not a great way to get out of here, and will be leashed and killed. Dave takes him out.
Doing a similar thing, trying to find an item that lets him play the game. And you know, if you think about Leshrac as you grow in terms of when this hero often makes successful, it tends to be with some sort of a defensive tool. They are going to have that escape hack. That's pretty good. It's a very new age thing, obviously, because like Master is one of our newer heroes. But it does do a lot of those same tools that, you know, it's very similar to like, you know, Oracle going for the ulti, the false promises. Because that damage is still going to be pumping out for the Leshrac despite being shoved into the spawn.
Have to watch and wait. They're going to be able to take this fight. So far in this series, Boom Boys have seemed to be very good at dodging when they don't want to engage. And we haven't seen either squad really able to push that tempo as of yet.
I'm a little nervous, I gotta say. I think Boom Boys pulling their tier 1 tower was huge. It has given them some very quick TPs back to the mid lane. They're keeping this pressure into the dire side of the map, partly because of that. I think had they succeeded on that earlier push with the Helm of the Dominator and Divide to keep the tower down, I think they would be in a better spot right now. Again, Renoff in here very deep, farming up these waves, feeling pretty confident himself.
Gotta be playing this one. It's
Fast Shadow that was spotted, now was on the wave.
Expecting it. Boom Boys back away to their side of the river.
Yeah, it just forces Kataomi and Miro to just run them on back.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I mean, now with these boots of travel online for Lesh, there is some interesting dynamics that you can have with like TPing onto the wolves too.
Yep.
And Sumail can just sort of like power farm for now and then eventually join in those fights.
He's doing his best Spectre impression, essentially. I wondered if maybe there would be some sort of a similar tool coming out here for the Boom Boys, like that Dawnbreaker or something last. But they're, I think, a little bit more inclined towards being just like slowed down a little bit state. I don't think they're trying to necessarily like rush for a bunch of kills. I think they're going to be more objective in that regard. But this is a pretty free kill.
Done. GH goes down. GPK building up those stacks on this Slark, running the game. 4 stacks with permanent Agi so far.
Runoff has done a good job of finding his farm. He has not opted to dive into that Ghost Scepter. You know, it has been queued up for a while. He's going to pick up the shard. Delaying the game a little more. Getting some extra charges. Hero. Keeping an eye on what the Dire Side are up to. Running his creep through here. Now moving into this mid town.
I mean, getting into this hard is going to be very hard to break down. The damage. I mean, look, that's a play right there where if it doesn't hit, it tells you something about how they're feeling. Yeah, maybe a little bit anxious to be making these moves. BBK easily gets away from that one.
They're very dependent on their Ember to set anything up, and unfortunately that's part of the counter pick here of the Slark, because it's not just the laning stage, it's this mid-game where you have these classic Ember Mirana combos. Slide into the Searing Chains, into whatever stun is following up. Slark's getting out of there. He's going to press one button, and the follow-up's not going to hit. He doesn't need a friend to get a Force Staff or something to bail him out. Just take himself out of the situation.
And tell me, finds another, and this is just a little bit of a big trying to force him to hero under attack. Cancel.
Like Shadow as well. You get that mid tower finally, though. Pushing it with the dragon here, the Centaur, and the wolves.
Ran off. Good rune. Okay. Off the Stampede. After a bit of a jump onto Sumail, Sumail liking what he's seen out of Omar. That nightmare is not going to turn into anything.
Hightail is out and online now for the Lycan as the Shard gets delivered to Divide. So gives the Wolves a lot more power, and that potential for the TPM from Electric that you mentioned becomes a lot more real.
I mean, this is the moment right here where I feel like I would want to see Nigma making some type of a play, right? You just get an amp damage on the Ember. Granted, you got the Ghost Scepter. It's not exactly like the fighting item that you want.
Not the intimidation that you're hoping for, is it?
No.
Oh, he's got the Ghost Scepter, guys. Look out.
Die immediately. Net, now the reel in, finds the stun, backs away. They do get some damage out from Device, starts to hit into Katomi. Chase forward, amp damage there, but the song already used. And the TP away. So frustrating to play against this hero.
GBK was still showing on the wave down here. Is there any way he can't get out of here?
Ryan, he does have ulti TP. Rooted, but if they're able to bring in the Lesh in time, now he can't TP if Lesh finishes in time. The arrow is there anyways. They find and kill GPK. Devi with the tip.
I mean, that's just a pure greed tip right there, right? Like, there was a song, there was time.
Yeah.
And he stuck around for a little bit more farm and thought, oh, I can waste their time. I mean, how many times have we seen that, right? People chasing, wasting that time, and he slipped right here, was still escaping. GPK not successful on that one, and that one hurts.
Arrow comes in right now and shows on this wave. Now Sumail shows first. She can't make any play there.
Dire's middle tower being taken fire.
Done. Omar is trying to build into a blink factor. Again, elimination games.
Invisibility.
You're safe on the Slark, not so.
5 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. This nighttime has been so pivotal. This tournament is where you can gain enough of an edge that makes it so the enemy can't play you with a Tormentor, or can't play you with a First Rose, or you find the little holes in the vision to get in and drop some wards. Mail leading the way here.
They do have Miro, they also have Wolves. Tries to get it, the Fear not quite gonna connect. That was almost enough for a kill, and now GPK coming in from behind. Does have a Lotus. Is it gonna be enough to keep him alive though? The damage is out, the silence is there, the heal comes in, and now the arrow dodges away from it. They bring down Sumail.
There was no escape act in time.
Omar not able to keep his buddy alive, and the Tame the Beast will not matter.
Tried to max it like crazy. I think he had a Lotus as well that they got through that, and then the Lotus.
And they find another. GH next down.
What a response here, bringing in Kiritich. A mistake maybe from game one where they weren't able to get him involved as early on. This time he shows up, he has an Orchid, and Sumail is out of it for a while. Because until he is a BKB, he's going to be very worried about coming back into a fight. That goes to the Ember too, obviously. Like, he cannot afford to get Orchid. He just got gripped up to his death. An Orchid being in these fights, this game is not for him right now.
Kiritich. Anna was talking about getting 3 items, but him being involved that early definitely spells some issues. I the only one not to die in that last little battle. Q is trying to, after the Helm of the Overlord, go in for a BKB and the Nullifier. Will it come online quickly enough? Now a 5k gold lead.
Arrow's gonna have that heart in just a moment. And I don't think you have the damage to deal with him, and then everything else is left in the Boom Boy.
The prize is mine.
Okay, Mage Slayer. Not the initiative. Nearby, G8. Back out. But yeah, I mean, you can see some of the ways that this stuff could work, and it could look good for Enigma if you get everything working together in concert, but it feels like slowly and steadily, this Boomboy roster kind of has what it takes to control the game.
Yeah, it's worth noting that, you know, a historical counter that Lashrak was to Slark, Mage Slayer didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
And Mage Slayer, obviously, it reduces all damage that you're doing. It's going to reduce that pure damage. It's going to reduce that magical damage. It is just by sticking on top of that Lashrak. And that's where the escape act really come into play, too. Yeah. Removing the possibility of catching that debuff.
right now, it's tough, right? Because like on the one hand, for Enigma, you want to go in and fight. You want to try and sort of punish this Naga Siren, but you know if you make that move, you're missing out farm on the map. The rest of Boom Boys is farming, and if you make that move and you don't have your BKB, she just songs TPs. Like the fight, the ganks that you make have to be so perfect.
Yeah, their draft relies on Ember starting these fights, and Learnov is still just ahead. Yeah. He's got his Ghost Scepter. He's not ready to be the front face here, so they've been trying to do it through Omar, and it's just unreliable in the end. Go for these whips into the Wheel of Wonder. It's incredible when you hit them, but every single time it's not a guarantee. It's a straight up question of just like, is my support gonna hit this? Like, are they gonna walk in the right way that ends up working? Very, very hard to make it consistent.
Damage denied. Thing that makes the game a little bit scary at all. Boom Boys are gonna try and shut down. Not give them the ability to take that fight. Now, this is going to be a completed BKB on the way for Dubai. And when BKBs are there, that is another way to make sure the Naga Siren does not take you out. Really tough.
Else being there as well. I'm kind of nervous. Like, look where Omar is sitting next to him right now. There is not a Radiant hero from Isles, but they don't know. I mean, he's just camping right next to him in their river, just sharing all the farm together because they're not sure what Boom Boys are up to. You know, you're hoping to have vision control and a really good idea of what the opponent is up to when you have this Lycan on your team, but part of it also means dealing with the split push that a Naga Siren provides. That's also going to take your resources. So they are able to get the Tormentor here, even with just a couple heroes. Mirana nearby will
not what you want to see. And the grip in the BKB. To add insult to injury, can they even kill Katomi? He does have a smoke if he needs to use it, but they're not going to need to, and GPK tips him back.
That's deserved, let's be clear. He earned that tip right back his own way on Devi. He was nearby, but wasn't able to help his bud. We'll get the shard rewarded from mid lane, Euro. Back out of Learnov. Smoke now coming out here from Boom Boys. They want to keep the ball rolling.
This is not what you wanted to see out of Enigma Galaxy at this point in the game. 2 kills. Almost nothing done in this match in a series that has been a whole lot of nothing for one team or the other. And now you're taking a look at 71% chance.
Bottom tower
under
attack.
Go to plus for the Boom Boys.
Look at that. Stomp and no chance to save. Okay, gets the last touch.
Tough stuff indeed.
This Slark pick, it did exactly what they had hoped. It has just, like, Lorenov is 24 minutes in and just still trying to find some place in this match. 0-1-1. They haven't been able to do anything on his team because he is the one who needs to set it all up.
Oops. All right, you ready for this? The TP, oh, they're dead. Wait, no, they're still alive, okay. Arrow goes out.
Close to moving here.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's gonna be very close. They might actually be able to hold this off.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not gonna finish it right now.
Okay. But with the Wolves coming in, I mean, there is that TP onto the Wolves potential for an Aegis steal.
Miracle, here's a heart.
You're not wrong.
2,700.
That is, oh man.
Like, I don't know.
Heritage is definitely farming up a score. And it does not feel like there is anything right now that is worrying Heritage.
Positioning to think out. They're smoking behind their troops.
They need to find a kill. They've got to get something. They can't go out like this on the main stage. They're trying to find somebody, anybody. Now, okay.
To get a good defensive Roche board. So when the fight happens down here, they have this vision kind of onto the bottom half of the pit. Now waiting. Prepared to answer the bat signal here.
Make sure once he TPs, there's no resummon on those wolves.
A tithe to the impurities.
That would be real
bad. Would not
bad.
be good. Aim for the big creep, maybe.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Go for that.
Bounty room gets taken. And Roche hit the other 2 buys.
Problem is there is no rush.
Yeah.
I am not in any way concerned. I mean, they have gone for the Aghanim Scepter on the Slark next to just continue his domination over this map. You have to be very concerned about his ability to lock you down and force you into a bad fight when he picks this up. Naga Siren is just going to keep on scaling and scaling. Now, she is the infamous vacuum. You know,
Yes.
she sucks up all the farm into herself, often denying a lot of this gold from her teammates, and often leaving the XP just into the ether, thanks to the illusions. So that thing, you know, has hurt Slark a little bit. He's a bit behind. He's only a little bit ahead of Lorenov, but obviously with the Naga Siren, it doesn't matter too much. So when does the counterplay of the Leshrac matter versus the Naga? And to me, that's like late. It's like talents have to be fully out for the Leshrac.
Scepter.
Yeah, like it's got to be everything. I mean, he's going Shiva's guy, which is great. Obviously, just any chasm buildup is going to be very good on the Leshrac. So eventually, it does loop back around a little bit, but it comes down to how big is the lead at that point.
Vision here with these wolves. They walk into the sentries and now they see him. Hey, taking out that vision.
Right, there's still no answer to this one right off. He can't come into this fight. Oh, it is coming right now. The BKB's on the way, on the courier.
Okay.
So they can delay this a little bit, but
it's not going quickly.
There's still a song. They got to find some answer to this.
The BKB is a pretty good one. Roche gets hit by the arrow. GPK over by the wolves. Boom boys.
Alec only 2 kills the entire map. It's their fight.
I mean, listen, if they get an uncontested Roche, I don't see how they really deal with the pressure that's coming.
They're setting up. They want them to walk out here a little bit.
Okay, breaks, smoke, taps in.
Fly, holds up.
Out going. Ulti out. Roche down low. Roche is low. They're running into the pit. Divide the stomp though from Miero. It's perfect. And now the BKB is used. Sumail on top of the Aegis. GPK there too. They find the stun. The Wheel of Wonder. How much damage they have? GPK in some trouble. He's hypnotized. Pull back in low. Not low enough though. And with Kiritich holding the Aegis, Nigma, Galaxy, the hopes, the dreams, they are faltering.
They got both supports for now, but
oh, Devi, you're in trouble, sir. The stomp is there again from Miero, and Devi will eventually drop. GPK cleans that one up. Kiritich, you're too strong.
Yeah, heartbreak on that one. Even has to leave the Shrine of Wisdom behind. Wheel of Wonder, they tried their best. Thought they might have had a moment there, but the team was just under attack. Not enough to deal with the Naga Siren at this moment. She's a little bit too big. Hearts on 2 of their cores. And Leshrac just can't match that damage yet.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Naga Siren.
Dyer's bottom tower be under attack.
No wins so far in this tournament. I think they pick it 4th or something like that. And just a backbreaker of a
Dyer's middle tower be taken fire.
That Slark was chewing them apart right now. GBK, you know, he might have been a little bit lower on the net worth, but he has now caught back up quite a bit. And he was just non-stop right-clicking that fight. He's got the shard, he's got the Aghanim Scepter for multiple pounces. Once the fight starts turning in their favor, you're not going to.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
Gotta try and hold this one out somehow, some way. For Enigma and for Boom Boys, just don't throw. That's the only thing you gotta be worried about.
I mean, how's the high ground? Slark, real bad. He don't like hitting buildings. Centaur, Naga Siren, it's a little meh. You know, the illusions obviously are not the big power pushers they used to be. However, they're very good at it. And it's really easy to take the enemy base when there's no, particularly if you get like a Blink Dagger play into the Naga Siren later on. And that's how you just end this game right now.
Oh yeah. Well, also, I mean, potentially get this Katomi Aghanim Scepter done, find a grip onto anybody, and yeah, it's hard to deal with.
Kiritich is also just going for a sight. That's the other game, right? You just sight people. You know, Bloodthorn plus sight. He already feels strong enough defensively, offensively. He's just wants to actually utilize all his skills. He's going to take down the Courier. No Aghanim Scepter for use there. He's only pulled away. Now he's going to wait 2 minutes.
That is super annoying. No chance there for that one to work. Honest, it's not even like the greatest heroes in the world to go for the wolf fight, though.
It is interesting. I mean, the movement speed is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the lifesteal aspect is not very fantastic with Ember or Leshrac.
I mean, so Sumail getting this Bloodstone, it does make a difference. I think that eventually that late game Aghanims is going to be there too. I'll also say one of the things that has been at times Boom Boys sort of failing has been really putting the pressure on and trying to end games. There have been times where they sit back, they wait for the next stages, the next stages. If they give too much room, there's a chance that they could potentially pull things back in that super late game scenario, but as of yet, not seen that from Boom Boys.
I mean, they're getting some very good securing the game items right now, though. We're hitting like level 20 talent on the Naga Siren. The PKB is done for the Centaur. The Scythe is coming out as well. So they look like they're aiming to put this one to bed. They want to be done here on the main stage for today.
I mean, this does not look like a lineup that wants to have to deal with going super duper late game. Tame the Beast is not going to happen. And Heritage hits. The silence is there. Diffusal Blade saved for a moment. No. About throwing out something there. They kill off Catapult. Good man to dodge. Backs away into the stomp. Mail lives through it. Lotus Orb out for a moment. Heritage continues to hit buildings. Divide creep is forward. Now Divide getting punched and pummeled by GPK. Renoff rooted for a long time.
All right, the creeps are coming back into the moment. Backdoor now down.
Couple more slights. They slow down, but again, eyes on the prize, taking down these melee racks. They finally get the Aghanim Scepter done. Again, put into the box. GPK backs away. Now the jump. They find no stun.
All right, fighting the Ember. Here we go. Let's see some slights.
Ember wanting to chase. I mean, this just does not feel like it's going to be doing enough. They've still got Song if they need. He's got Aegis for another 30 seconds. They pull back in. Stomp there onto 2. Omar, where's the save? They don't quite have it. Sumail, BKB out. Good damage onto Miero, but this man has a heart. He is so taken. Now the connection. The leash to Vi gone. No buyback. Boom Boys smell blood in the water with all these fishies. They want to keep chasing. And a building to fall. Boom Boys want to put the exclamation point on this game.
Now to the bio here. He gets the Veil. He's desperately trying to find damage for his team. They got to clear these illusions and have a hope at killing this Naga Siren. Now the Aegis is gone, but there's a Bloodthorn there ready to tear you apart if you get too close.
They need anything at all just to try and stop the push, but the push will not stop. They have a coddle behind this. The stun is there. They don't even need to run at Sumail if they want to, but they can. The root, the control. Boys, are they finally going to back? Doesn't feel like it. Arrow actually out connects. GPK brought somewhat low.
They got to throw that wheel just defensively, trying to keep them alive right there. I mean, they're getting silence on Omar. They have to trade over the Lotuses. They're playing so well to get their spells out, but it's just a little bit more time that they're buying for each other. And save, yeah, definitely getting the value out of the Coddle in this game, keeping up this pressure. They will finally take a second to reel in their aggression.
I mean,
I see more spoils.
It does feel like with the Coddle Naga Siren, they could just like keep spamming mirror images in and, you know, hitting buildings, but I guess a little bit wary of pushing too far too fast.
Yeah, there's some cooldowns. Like BKB on the Centaur is down, you know.
Yeah.
Take a breath for a second. There's no massive rush here. Get the creep waves going in your favor. But big upgrade. Renoff finishing the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, you need to take everything that you can get, but everything doesn't feel like enough. They're gonna need more items. They need more time. They need different heroes. It feels like the way this has been going. But level 20 there for Sumail.
That's big.
Is this gonna be enough with the Bloodstone almost done?
It's definitely the spell you're trying to boost. Obviously, you're hitting. Right, that is the compared to the Edict. So trying to deal with all these illusions, this is one that can really pay off for you.
Haste!
But obviously, this is not just one of those games where, oh, as long as I clear the illusions, the fight's gonna be fine. I mean, the Naga herself is still the beast. The Slark is a second carry, who you also are just struggling to handle, and essentially has 2 lives with the ulti and the depth trap.
Has that saved the Naga Siren too, and they've also got the save from the Centaur. Aghanim Scepter completed.
It's a lot of layers to get through, even some of the harder ones there, like the Nightmare, maybe saving in a clutch moment. So many tools available for the Boom Boys. Lads backed up as well on save. Items ready to end this game. Prophet Pendulum there on if he wasn't hard enough to kill already. That is really going to be a struggle for Westbrook to handle.
I mean, again, all these things in a vacuum seem good for Enigma Galaxy to try and get these items and hope for a defense.
I mean, I know
actually taking a fight.
I know it feels bad. I feel like maybe the Shard on Leshrac can be good here. You know?
Yeah.
This idea of it's so good defending high ground, creating opportunities in these fights, but obviously he really, really wants to finish that first one.
Sort of the spellcaster Satanic, a lot of damage amp as well.
Regeneration!
Of course, 2 for the Mirana trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, have a chance of pushing out these waves. Getting the damage in these fights. Already having the Aghanims though for Lorenov means that the refresher next gives him the ability to jump to the back line, try and create some issues. Take that home.
Sumail would also love to get to his tier 4 neutral. If he can get Conjurer's Catalyst, that has proven to be one of the more insane things that you can get. But it's just hard enough trying to deal with these illusions. See if he can make his way out and just go and farm it up, though. They do get a Timeless Partisans brand, so a little bit of damage amplification from the Ember.
Bad. Back to Omar will keep him up.
Bloodstone done. Persistent Veil that's there for the Lesh. I mean, they're starting to get the things that they need.
They are, true. But
if Boom Boys just didn't hit their buttons, Enigma could probably kill them.
Maybe. But the backbreaker is picked up. Like the Nagasar with the Blink Dagger is just so devastating going high ground. Like you just wait for your moment, you sing, you get in, and it's like the whole team gathers around the campfire. They're like holding hands and singing and just waiting until the end of the song to pick their targets and blow them up. 28k lead here. Enigma Galaxy desperately pushing back every Radiant enemy from their base, trying to find their win.
That's irritated for their fantasy. 800 CS right now. And that Blink Dagger, like you said, done.
Even the full upgrade to Swift is already that is ridiculous.
Listen, it's a 28,000 gold lead, but if they kill Naga Siren, think about that, Trent.
Then they're only up 10k.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually not how this looks, folks. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, he's on illusion duty. Really would love to be able to get that tier 4 neutral.
He's got Bloodstone. He's marked the shard. So he's figured it out.
Yep.
That road's pretty much guaranteed, though, for the Boom Boys. Kataomi's been camping in the pit. He's at spawn now. GPK comes on over, brings Scarted. So this will go down quick. They have an Arcane Rune.
Now with that, yeah, finally finish it. Omar standing very close to his buddy.
There is a buyback here on Ember. They're going to try and go for the steal. They're going in. They need a wolf bite first, though. Give him the bite.
It's not going to happen. They actually give the Aegis to GPK.
I mean, they still go for the bite.
We're running.
Down here.
In the lane. Just trying to get onto the map, I guess, to go farm the other camp.
On GPK.
No Conjurer's Catalyst for the Lesh. They're cutting the waves. Save gets one, though. That seems
I mean,
fair.
this is a nice ghost push, though.
Yeah.
If they did notice on Bane, is the wave was just being obliterated by nothing.
Be under attack.
Because the wall smoked up. Worried that he's being chased. Down and then nice smoke up here from the Boom Boys. But they decided it is time to put Enigma to bed. Enigma gonna go out at the same position as last year, and will Boom Boys once again move into top 4.
History repeats itself sometimes. Homie, see that ward placed down. Snail starts to build up the snacks. Split Earth. Now they jump. Stomp is there. Catches him. Where's the save? They need it right now. Right now. Nullify. Hit. GPK still sitting pretty in that BKB. Now BKBs have been expended. The stun connects onto GPK. Another one is there. As the ulti wears out, the root comes again.
Get the banner knocked down. It's a good start.
Hey, they hold their high ground for the moment.
All right, they dangled with their Leshrac, but they have that nullifier, so there was still a lot of layers happening there, but they keep the Aegis. BKB down on the Slark for a minute. We're going to push back that next push.
BKB's used for Lesh should have to use it. Ran off. Pound. Omar still nearby. Okay, the stun connects. Now the Tame the Beast of Fear, the arrow it hit! The Force Staff trying to keep him alive, they don't know. Actually gets saved by the cart too. Now they run in, find these Naga Siren illusions, try and kill those off.
There's also an Infused Agnes coming to the Naga Siren. That lockdown.
It's so much damage. It's really hard to stop this push. It keeps coming in. The arrow there finds the stun onto 2. Catapults. Stands strong. Finally, they're going to be able to force him back. But look at Kiritich down on the bottom. The arrow is out. GH throws the arrow to connect. Now the follow-up stun. The fear immediately keeps him away. GPK onto Sumail. Sumail not a lot of mana. GPK keeps hitting these ranged racks. It feels impossible to find a fight into this lineup.
He's all alone.
There's nothing to do here at all. Enigma Galaxy, they have been stuck on 4 kills for so long in this game, not even finding a way to take a fight. And GPK continues to hit away on the melee racks. Where's the answer? There is no answer. They get the root control onto Lesh. Now finding this Ember. Lernoff, he goes in the wolf fight, trying to find the backlines, but there it is, the grip, but still managed to kill off the Bane. Hey, the first signs of potentially a decent fight. Sumail still getting focused and taken low. Miero chased down with the Naga Siren to the side. GPK gets hit by a freehand arrow. What a connection from GH, but the buildings are gone. The mega creeps are coming. They find their man. Nowhere to go. Omar is gone. They have only taken 1 more kill, and the TP away not gonna happen. Supports pairing together to bully back this Ember that just has not had a prayer.
Got a buyback here. They're approaching onto the throne. GPK hasn't given up yet at all on this push.
Boom boys, they know what's coming. Although, if you lose this, well, Slark, it doesn't matter. There's the silence that comes out onto Sumail. Tries to find the stun timing, doesn't connect. Nullify there onto the Slark. He backs away. Nero finds the stun. Kiritich onto Sumail. The goat taken down on the goat as he is gone. No buybacks on any of these heroes. Enigma Galaxy, there is no salvation in the well because they are taking your tier 4 towers. Lorenov tries to find a moment. He remnants away. But as the Ancient is exposed, Boom Boys, they get the grip. They get the triple kill. They go into the fountain. GG is called. Boom Boys, top 4.
Congratulations to them. Another game where it felt like one team just figured out how they were going to operate, how they wanted to play this game. The other team just didn't have an answer. We had 3 straight games of that, where one side just knew what to do and the other could not find their
Oh, I had to wait for the applause to stop their save. You have made a lot of new fans here. You guys have fought tooth and nail all season to make it here. And here you are yet again. You fought tooth and nail in this series to make it through. So I got to ask, my friend, do you still have the energy for another battle tonight?
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。整个赛季的话，你们都在奋力拼搏，取得了不错的成绩。然后在今天这场比赛呢，你们也是奋力拼搏，然后拿下了这个系列赛。但是我想问你的话，就是 Save， 你还有没有足够的精力去应对接下来还需要去打的一场硬仗
？Yes, I think we have a lot of emotions left. We knew that we don't need to waste much here because we have Gaming Spirit. So we'll see.
是的，我知道我们还有一场硬仗要打，我们其实还有很多的精力，很多的充足。我们在这场系列赛里面并没有浪费太多。我知道后面的 Spirit 比赛才是更艰难的赛事。
Absolutely. We did have a chance to talk to Spirit earlier today. They were excited to see who would make it through, as both of you have fallen to Vision, of course, as well. So you have a long road ahead of you. Are you excited to get some revenge on both of these teams?
我们之前也跟 Spirit 聊过，你们两个队伍的话，其实都是输给了 Vision， 然后掉到了败者组。想问问 Save 有没有信心，然后想不想去完成更进一步，完成自己的复仇
Yes, I mean I want to win every series and go through the until final or something and get the revenge against Vision.
All right. We will see if that revenge is coming.
我想我们可以一路走下去，然后说不定我们会在最后来终于找到 Vision 去完成我们的复仇。
All right. You and your team have come such a long way. You have now achieved the same placing that you did last year. You and GPK in particular, 1,000 games together. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your Boom Boys about your accomplishment already and about your journey to get here today?
你们的话其实已经追上了自己去年 TI 的成绩，尤其是你跟 GPK 在一起已经打了超过1000场的比赛，有没有什么想跟我们现场所有支持 Boom Boys 的粉丝说的话
Yeah, I mean GPK is a player that I played the most, I guess, in my career with. We have super synergy together. And yeah, we are waiting for a match against Spirit. You know, it's been a while, 5 years, I guess, since TI 10, when we played against them on TI. I guess we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, we're super ready.
确实，我跟 JPK 的话也是一起打了非常久了，然后跟 Spirit 对决，其实我如果没记错的话，上一次我们两个队伍交手是在 TI 时，已经过了5年的时间了。非常期待这场比赛，我们也希望能够有一个好的发挥。好的，那也是感谢 Steve 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
5 years since they faced each other at the International. Boom Boys and Team Spirit and Save is already looking forward to that one later tonight. But for now, they can relish in their victory. This was a very well-deserved win, Rhea.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think this is maybe a complete change up from every other series we've seen so far in this tournament. It was so much slower pace, much less kills, but it's interesting to see how methodical they could be when they needed to.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing. I think you mentioned the timing already after the draft. We knew that if Enigma Galaxy was going to be good here, Tigov, they had to start strong.
Yeah, they had to start strong, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to do that across the entire kind of 3 games. I think game 2, it was immaculate what they were able to generate, but they just didn't have the same ability in game 1 and game 3.
They did not, and with that, of course, Boom Boys, they get the same result as last time, and maybe more. Enigma Galaxy get the same result as last year as well. And for some final words of the top 6, Enigma Galaxy, it's over to Sumail.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with Sumail, the king himself. Let's hear that crowd response. Sumail, I know you're bitterly disappointed, and thanks for doing the interview. I feel like this Enigma team has gone from strength to strength in the last few years after what you might refer to as a sort of wilderness period. How far do you think this team can go? Obviously, you finished so well at TI recently. I know you're disappointed today. Is there still more to come from this team?
Enigma Galaxy 这支队伍在过去这几年一直在进步，虽然可能对这次比赛的赛果有点小失望，但是我们想知道，我们日后能不能期待更多 Enigma 的比赛
I don't know. We tried our best. It looked pretty good. We were 1 game away from top 3 last night. And then today was a good series. I don't know, something went wrong. As far as for the team, I'm not sure. This is probably my last event.
我们昨晚就差1场比赛就打进了前3，我们尽力了，但是这个比赛应该是我职业生涯的最后一个比赛。
I know that was something you spoke about before the tournament. You said you were thinking this might be your last TI. Given how well you guys did, is there a chance you might reconsider that?
来上海之前，你确实说过这是最后一届 TI， 但是拿到了前6这样的成绩，足不足让你重新考虑一下？
I mean, I will have to give it some thought for sure, but I don't see it, to be honest, unfortunately.
我肯定会好好的想一想，但是目前来说，暂时不太可能。
Well, I'm sure we're all very sorry to hear that, but a lot of people, myself included, who have supported you throughout your career have enjoyed watching you. The fans out there who've supported not just Nigma, but you as well. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them if this is your sign-off?
很可惜，因为我本身也是非常支持，现场也有很多支持你和队伍的粉丝。有没有什么想跟大家说的？
I mean, thank you for everyone, to be honest, for these shares, for the support throughout the years. It's been rough the past few years, you know. And at the end of the day, I said it, I'll say it again. You guys make it. You guys make Dota great, to be honest. We are just playing video games, so really appreciate it. And yeah.
非常感谢大家多年来的支持。我说过了，但是我还是想说一遍，如果没有你们，就没有 Dota。我们只是打游戏，但是你们是社区很重要的一部分。谢谢你们的支持。
A lot of love in the arena for Samil, a lot of love from online for Samil and his career as he announces that he has no plans on returning, resuming in 2015. That was his first international, and he was a Royal Roader at just 16, 17, T-Gov, which is incredibly impressive.
I mean, you cannot understate what Sumo did for Dota, has done for Dota. So it's like, again, like hearing him going for retirement, ending his career, it's just sad. It's just like no one wants to, everyone wants to watch Sumo play. Like the fact that Nigma weren't informed to see them at every LAN, it was sad. And now after this performance, how they played yesterday, unfortunately didn't work out today, but it's like, this the type of player, the type of team that you always just want to see at every single event. Like they captivate the world with how they play the game.
Yeah, and impact the world, impact the mid lane, Rhea, as well.
He impacted the mid lane. He impacted my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, Sameo was like, one of the old guard of players that like I grew up with Dota with watching him play. So, to have him at the TI was a treat. I'm so glad I got to see him pull out the Lestrak, even though it didn't work out. It's a hero that has been wholly ignored this tournament, and it's something of a beautiful classic. So
yes,
it was nice to see them at least try.
Poetic in a way, absolutely, as this game did not go the way that Nigma Galaxy wanted it. And of course, we say goodbye to Samil here from the scene, and of course, with Nigma Galaxy now also from the international as a whole. They end top 6. This game was not meant to be, Winston.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. It looked really good. I thought the stars were aligning, but I mean, this Lash hero, he's not really picked for a reason. He has a lot of glaring weaknesses. His window in the game is very small. You have to snowball really hard, and this Mage Slayer item kind of just makes it so difficult for this hero to enter the game. I mean, it was a really good try, though. I genuinely thought that there was a chance that this strategy might work.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just want to say I did take a look. We talked about the Slock and the matchup mid against the Ember Spirit. So GPK has played this matchup twice, and last time it was against Mikoto Ember Spirit, and they did go even on net worth at minute 10. The reason for this was simply because they tried to get a kill at level 1 on the runes, and he skilled Pounce. That is literally it. Because he did that, the Ember Spirit was able to gain 5 CS and 2 denies on the first wave, and was able to get a HP advantage, and then literally, that was it. That was enough to make it so the slot couldn't dominate Ember Spirit. In this game, we see that GPK has replay reviewed. He understood. We skill our E, we shiv the Ember, and he cannot lane. It was unbelievable advantage. The CS was just like he had 20 plus it.
It was not even close. It ends on 95% kill participation. Granted, there weren't that many kills in the game, so that definitely helps towards that percentage for sure. I also want to touch upon what we heard Save say, T-Gov. He said they didn't feel like they needed to use a lot in this game, energy-wise.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, this series, comes down to a lot about draft, in my opinion. I think the team that had the better draft just kind of whooped through the game. In game 1 and 3, of course, Boom Boys had the better draft. I think Nigma did get the edge, of course, in that second game, but it didn't really feel too much about big play, big team fight, the synergy of communication, all this stuff. It was just, what do you have on paper, throw it into the game, and as long as you click your buttons, you're going to naturally win the game.
Yeah,
So-
unfortunately, the prep was just, I think, what made the difference. You know?
Yeah.
And you could say that maybe yesterday they ended really late. You know, it kind of made it really hard for them to have enough time. I'm sure they had time, but whether it was enough, we don't know. And the result clearly showed that it was not enough for them to get a victory here.
It was not enough. This was still hard fought. They tried their best. They tried to delay the game, even knowing that that draft was going to be so difficult. The later it went, they went late anyway, fought valiantly. But Nigma Galaxy, the stars are lining on number 6 for them. 5th-6 is where they'll stand. Now, I know we have heard Boom Boys and Team Spirit that are facing each other later today. They both talk about facing Vision. So they're kind of already eliminating each other in their heads, which is cool. And they also have in their heads that they're going to face Vision in that grand finals. And there's still another team that would like to say something about that, because we do have 4 teams remaining. We'll have 3 by the end of the day, because either Boom Boys or Spirit won't get that chance to face Vision. But maybe they'll face Vision a little bit earlier than they thought, because they might be in the lower bracket. I'm talking about Yandex. I'm talking about the upper bracket finals. We have got Team Vision taking on Team Yandex after a little bit of a break. It will be Natty and her team to take you through that one. Before we get there, we are going to explore the venue with Slacks.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're going to start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI1. Over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff, but I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say, this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I gotta take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be, but we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This
Yeah.
thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse
Yeah.
pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want
Well,
it.
congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it.
Yeah,
the
thank
Secret
you.
Shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yeah.
here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this anti-mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were radiant towers behind anti-mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you'll be here next year. I'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
What a beautiful and fantastic tour Slacks gave us there of the arena here in Shanghai. It has been so much fun already over Thursday and Friday, our day 1 and 2 of the main event here. But we continue on in our day number 3, where we still have 2 more best of 3s, where we do have our first grand finalist to be decided, and another team that we have to say goodbye to, because just a couple of days ago, we started off with our top 8. We have our top 4 for now, but we're going to be looking towards who makes it to that final day, who will be in our top 3. And to walk me and you guys at home through the rest of the day, it is going to be Quinn, Mira, and Insania joining us here. I'm going to start with you this time around, Quinn. I've gone in order. How are you feeling for day number 3? The weekend feels like it's officially begun for TI?
I'm feeling great. It's the most exciting part of the tournament when the pressure really mounts. There's such a sizable difference between the beginning and the end, and how it feels for the teams, how it feels to be here. So I'm just enjoying the energy and how special this tournament is. I love it.
Yeah, it's been amazing and also very emotional. Today was quite the emotional day of eliminations for me, but we're getting close to crowning the champion. I think any of the top 4 teams could take it, and this is the best part of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that Sunil interview kind of went hard, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, that's what TI is all about. It means so much to all of us that are here, and it's always sad to see people go, but that's also what makes it so special to win.
Yeah, TI just marks such a crazy moment in the Dota season, in the calendar as well. It really is where a lot of people decide for themselves what is going to be the future, not just as players, but also in this tournament. And for 4 teams, there is still that future on the horizon. More importantly, for Vision and Yandex, it's looking like it could be their year. Both of these teams having amazing journeys, but very different. This is just how the bracket has looked for them. Vision so far have not dropped a single series, not a single best of 3 have they lost, but they've been pushed to the limits. We've seen them go to that game 3, be able to bounce back. But on the other side, Yandex come in day number 1, extremely strong 2-0, a little bit shaky again, seeing maybe more of that group stage performance from them against Enigma Galaxy. And now you wonder, does that continue in a day 3? Does it reset for themselves? Are we going to be seeing an amazing clash of teams that belong in the top 3 of TI, one of the most competitive TIs we've had?
I think so. I think these are very, very strong teams. They're in the upper bracket for a reason. I look at Vision as the favorites. They were the favorites coming in, but they're just a different beast. I think they are incredibly high skill, incredibly consistent in all of their players. But I think Yandex have the means to beat them. It's capable, it's possible, but they have to perform very well because Vision is they're just monsters.
They really are. But Yandex's journey has been pretty awesome. As we watch this TI progress, CJ in particular, I saw him regaining his confidence with every win. And this main stage, to me, has really energized them. They are a team that I would never count out. While Vision are the favorites coming into this, if you can look at the history of these two teams playing against each other this year, it's pretty even. You have one series win for both teams, 2 draws, and then one Yandex 1-0 versus them. But this is closer than it looks like.
I mean, I think the cool thing about these teams is, and Vision they look like the unbeatable team right now. They've been the most consistent. They don't really make any mistakes. They haven't really been challenged, I feel like, in the same way that Yandex had. And Yandex has had to prove themselves and every day come in stronger. Like from the group stage to day 1 in playoffs, they had to improve and be stronger. And then they managed to beat Liquid. Then they come up against Nigma. Nigma proves to be a very fierce opponent where they get challenged in the draft. They have to play against Enigma that nobody has played against in this tournament, I think. And they've constantly had to overcome challenges. And I think this is just like the biggest one so far. So I think at the level coming into the series, I would give Team Vision the edge, but Yandex has just kept improving. So it'll be interesting.
There's a lot to learn from on the both sides, right? The way that these teams have played, the amount of series. Poppy even alluded to it, where we haven't actually played that many games in his eyes at TI, and so the inverse can be said that Yandex might not necessarily have a lot to work on with how Vision want to tackle what's currently happening throughout TI, because we are seeing this weird cycle happen. Everyone comes in day 1, and it feels like the carries, the mid lanes, they're the really important moments, heroes to look at, and then we shift a little bit over the last 2 days, where supports are more in that first phase ban, and I'm wondering which direction are the teams going to put their faith in.
I think for these teams, it's different. Like, I think for Vision, the cores are really the backbone. They're what's important. They're what they play around. All 3 of them are absolute monsters. Or when I think about Yandex, you have to talk about Soxa, and we always do, because he is such an instrumental part of this team. And so I think their focuses are actually on different parts of their team, on how they prioritize heroes and draft and just the general priority of things. I think that's what makes it interesting, is they're not quite the same. They are different teams that are very strong at their own things.
Well, we're going to see just how strong these 2 teams are, as we're going to be seeing them take to the stage and see who makes it to the grand finals.
Team Vision!
Team has not yet dropped the series at TI 15. They come out of group stage 4-0, and whilst they've been pushed to the edge and pushed to the limits, they're still sitting in this upper bracket. A top 3 at the absolute minimum for them, but they're not going to walk away happy if that happens. They want to make it to a grand final, and all that stands between them is this best of 3 and their opponent, Yandex.
Yandex!
This team is familiar with podium finishes throughout the season, but they want more than just standing on the podium. They want to stand at the top. They want to make it to a grand final. They want to lift the Aegis. But the biggest question about them isn't if they can do it, it's how they do it. Are they going to be consistent in the way that they play? Are they going to be showing that strong, dominant Yandex we saw of day 1 main stage? Or are we going to be seeing that hard to fight, hard to crawl back into game style that we saw them play yesterday against Nigma Galaxy?
I think so. I think we're going to see the strong, dominant Yandex of this year. Earlier, a graphic came up actually comparing the podium finishes at Tier 1 events for both of these teams. And because of their group stage performance, a lot of people forgot Yandex were cooking the entire year. 3 first places. They had, what, 4 second places, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. Whereas Vision, they've peaked at the perfect time. They didn't have the best season, and they kind of became the raid boss, final boss energy in the last 2 months.
Yeah, 100%. It's a team that have undergone a few roster changes, and they've just found their footing. And sometimes that happens. You get the right roster. They've had the coach swap, and things have just looked incredible for them. They're in such form, and TI can be, it's funny, as you go through the upper bracket like this, it's such a blur. One day to the next, you go from suddenly like, it's just group stage, and now you're top 8, and now you're top 3, and now you're about to be in the grand final, and it sneaks up on you. There's such a crazy quality to it when you like step back and you realize what's happening. And so I hope they savor it, and I hope they are locked in and show us the Dota they've been showing us this whole tournament.
I feel what is so poetic about it being Yandex up against Vision, fighting for that first spot in the grand finals is both of these teams have had those first place moments for themselves. They've had podium finishes, but when you go down to it, they've had an off-lane swap, essentially. There was this movement that happened for Vision where they go, we're not really comfortable playing with DM anymore. We want to change it up a little bit. We want to shift it around. They temporarily have an off-laner SSS, and that's when Yandex themselves pick up DM to be a stand-in. And when Noticed is essentially, quote-unquote, released, that's where Vision go, actually, we want Noticed. And so we've seen them do this 1-for-1 trade, whatever you want, blurred in the middle there. And we can have a look just how similar they are in certain ways, but also so different.
It's cool because they kind of fill different roles for the two teams. I think DM has this quality to him where you can pick him really early on and he'll be fine in almost any matchup, even though you saw some of the heroes that are completely shared. So they have a similar understanding of the meta, but the way that they approach the draft is very different. DM, more sacrificial, more someone that's willing to tank it and give Saksa space to move around, whereas Notice can be more of a counter pick guy. He can be your guy to pick a Timber Saw or pick some sort of clutch hero and try to carry the game for you.
Yeah, Noticed is very much an all-rounder in terms of offlane. He can play everything and he can make it work, but when you need him to carry the game, he will. Vision have styles with him where they'll enable him on lane and they'll give him the Timber Saws that you mentioned or his summons heroes, and I've seen him completely pop off. We've also seen him be, kind of left to the wolves when 9 Class plays Pudge and just doesn't exist on his lane for a lot of the game, and he also makes it work there.
Yeah, these are also, between Yandex and Vision, they're his first tier 1 teams he's ever played on. He played in the tier 2 scene for a long time on mediocre teams. As sort of a guy, you don't really think of him as anything special. And since he's been a part of this year, he has been absolutely something special. And the ability to go from like having that potential and it just needs to be unlocked, I think is a testament to how good this guy always was, that he just needed the right team of players who can actually use his talent and his skill.
I mean, he has to be the standout player of the year, I think.
Yeah.
I think Noticed has definitely been that guy for this year.
I think that's easy to say for the side of Vision, but when I look towards Yandex, I would almost say CJ is that person, that mid laner, right? We don't know what to expect from him. Every time we see a hero and we go, is that something CJ's willing to play in the mid lane? I don't think we should ask that question anymore. We should just start saying, yeah, CJ is comfortable playing it in the mid lane. They will very easily give him a hero, even if you haven't seen him play it before competitively.
Yeah, it's a great quality to be confident, just pulling stuff out, even if you haven't practiced it a ton. And I think that's the role he adopts. He's got a very greedy carry player. He's got a Saksa on his team that wants to play what he wants to play. And you need soldiers on a team that are willing to do what needs to be done to play the stuff that maybe isn't as flashy or isn't what they necessarily want, but it's what's good for the team. And they play that more sacrificial role in terms of the heroes you play and how you function. And I think he is one of the best mids in the world at being that guy, that solid rock, that foundation who's not flashy, not crazy, but he gets the job done.
To me, CJ is one of those off-the-map players, and that's what he really excels in. When he has heroes that he can hunt you with, like his Invoker, for example, where he's running Ghost Walked around, that's where he really shines, and you can see his star quality as a player. When he's not on some of his signature heroes, like that Invoker, like that mid-Slardar, he does kind of take a backseat in terms of his role within the team. Yeah, he is part of the tempo, and he's the one pushing it forward, but he's not the win condition. That's what Watson is for on this team.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you build. You want some sort of like solid foundation to your team where like you have these guys that can pop off given the right positions, given the right roles. They can be the guy to win you the game. But when they're not put in that position and they're not able to do that, they're still stable and the team functions without that. And I think that's really what makes him so valuable for Yandex. Look at all the heroes he's played this tournament. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a huge degree of flexibility there. And I think like that is a big stylistic difference between the teams, is I think Yandex is channeling a lot of their stuff towards Watson. They are more focused on the carry team, whereas we've mentioned it before, Vision, they may have the carry of the year or of the past 2 years in Satanic, but I think it's not all about him. And we've seen their best results when it's not about him, when it's about all 3 of the cores combined, no one is highlighted or noticed. And I think that is sort of a difference between the teams, and it'll be really interesting to see how that actually manifests in game.
But no one's got that veteran status. We saw that pop up on the graphic just now, 7 TI attendances. this could be his first win. He's just been so good throughout the year. And we've talked about him time and time again. It's so impressive that he went from the best mid laner in the world to kind of falling off to kind of okay to bad to being the best in the world again.
Yep.
And he's also talked about his growth as a person too. And I feel like that's where a lot of players can start to feel themselves excel a little bit more. When you're here for the journey, when you're here to take in every moment, when you're here to realize you've made it to a top 3 of a TI, that you could potentially be making it to a grand final.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 1.
Now, it all starts with a good draft. That's what everyone knows when it comes to competitive Dota. And we do have our Game 1 draft coming up on our screen very soon. It's going to be Vision having the first pick. So pivotal for these teams. You want to be able to open up with a strong foundation, but more often than not, we've seen what that foundation look like change. Some teams love it to be a support, and others want it to be a strong core that could potentially be flexed.
Yeah, both approaches, I think, have their pros and cons. A lot of it depends on how these bans go. And I think we've also seen both of these teams shift their priority decent amounts, especially Vision, the hero that they first picked, is quite hard to predict. We saw Willow first pick, the Shadow Fiend, Nature's Prophet. Like, they are willing to pick a lot of different things. And so it's honestly...
I enjoyed this game. It's a hero that fell out of popularity, but if you look at their bans alone with the Wyvern gone, with the Enigma gone, it could be a sneaky hero that pops up later